Dreamscape presents Ties That Bind Us by Nicole Knight, narrated by Jack Callahan and Ali Shea.
Chapter 1. Ava. There's nothing graceful about a one-night stand. The frantic scrubbing of last night's makeup from your face, the scavenger hunt for wrinkled clothes scattered across the hotel room floor, the way everything smells of regret and poor decisions. It's humbling, to say the least. And it's a spot I swore I'd never be in again. Yet here we are, clutching my shoes in my hand. I glance over my shoulder one last time at the man I spent last night with. He's twisted in the sheets, sound asleep, and blissfully unaware that I'm about to make a getaway. Nearly every inch of his tanned, broad shoulders is etched with a maze of intricate tattoos. His tight, bulging muscles are even more defined in the sunlight that trickles through expensive hotel blackout curtains. And the dark brown hair I ran my fingers through last night is messy and tousled. Even as he sleeps, his lips curve into the sweetest smile that pulls at my heart. It's hard to imagine all the sinful things those lips were whispering to me last night, not to mention what he actually did with them. When he flinches and rolls over, I freeze, bracing for those deep emerald eyes to blink open and find me. But they don't. He settles back into the bed, draping his arm over a lumpy hotel pillow that no doubt still smells like my perfume, and his breathing evens. On the nightstand there's a fresh glass of water that I realize he must have put there for me after I fell asleep. Somehow it makes it even worse knowing that I'm walking out on a guy who has some semblance of manners. It would be easy for me to stay. I could set my shoes back down, take off my dress, and climb right back into that bed with him. If I did, I'm sure the sleepy stranger would indulge me, and soon we'd pick up exactly where we'd left off. Bodies passionately tangled together, whispering words only meant for the cover of darkness, ignoring every nagging responsibility that might come with the morning light. But that wasn't the deal we made. No strings, no obligations, no names. A one-time thing. That's what we said. It doesn't matter how intense the attraction between us was, or that he kissed me in a way that already made me disappointed in all future kisses, that was so feverish and consuming that I was still seeing stars, or that he had held my body like he owned it, his touch so electric that I'm still breathless thinking about it. It doesn't matter that our connection was instant, or that he made me laugh until my cheeks hurt, or that we commiserated over our overbearing families and compared scars from previous relationships, or that the last thing he asked of me before we drifted off to sleep was that I'd still be there in the morning, and that I agreed. It doesn't matter that somewhere between the conversation and the sex the lines got blurred, and that, for a second, we both considered what it would be like if this turned into more than a one-night thing. And that's exactly why I have to leave. Last night was fun, but that's all. And it's time to go. So, in my wrinkled cocktail dress, crumpled curls, and smudged mascara, I began my walk of shame down the hotel hallway, shoes in hand, but dignity left behind. Not one of my finer moments. Thankfully, the elevator is empty on the ride down, but I can't say the same for the lobby. Even at 6 o'clock in the morning, it's already bustling with people. For a hotel in downtown Manhattan, I expect nothing different, but I can't escape their judging eyes quick enough. With my car still at the bar, I'm stuck calling an Uber. I'm already pushing it time-wise, and if I pick the car up, I'd for sure risk running into someone at my house, so I'll have to get it later. I've snuck in and out of that house so many times over the years that I could probably do it in my sleep, but explaining why I didn't come home last night isn't exactly something I'm up for this morning, especially to my father, who might already be up and headed to work. The ride home is long enough for me to stew over how I got into this mess. I could have done the responsible thing last night, finished my date, and gone home to bed at a decent hour. But responsibility isn't exactly my calling card, at least not recently. So instead, I chose to abandon the nice, dependable man my sister set me up with and spent the night in a hotel room with a mysterious stranger who was every bit as dangerous as he was hot. Again, not one of my finer moments. I can't blame it all on his charm, though. Maybe it was a bit of rebellion, or maybe it was the alcohol clouding my judgment. But I decided to go with him, all on my own. It's just one more bad choice in a long line of them. But you don't get the reputation of being the wildest Moretti child by making good choices, so I guess it tracks. It wouldn't be quite so awful if my father wasn't Alessandro Moretti, notoriously vicious mob boss, and equally threatening father. He lives and breathes the business, and people are only partly joking when they say he only had children to carry on the family legacy. As girls, my sisters and I are practically useless to him, and his attention is always focused on the boys. Unless, of course, I'm doing something to disparage his good name. Like sneaking in after a salacious night out. For the last several weeks, he's been even less amused than usual with my antics, strongly suggesting it's time for me to find a nice man, settle down, and start a family. Well, he didn't even specify nice, just someone who would take me off his hands. At 23, getting married and starting a family sounds as good as a death sentence to me. Ironically, his threat was the reason I both accepted the date with my sister's friend and then ran from it. Damn it. I'm really late. I have 45 minutes to get to the restaurant where I'm meeting Rob, and considering the NYC traffic, there's no way that's happening. Being late isn't the best first impression, but I'm looking to impress anyone tonight. In a moment of weakness, I reluctantly agreed to go out with my sister Angie's friend, but I've been kicking myself ever since. Rob is so wildly far from my type that it isn't even funny. Angie used the word wholesome to describe him, and I must admit that's one of the more creative ways I've ever heard someone labeled as boring. Maybe if I was looking for a babysitter or a tutor, but certainly not as a future boyfriend. After a day of law school classes, driving into the city is the last thing I want to do. But after a string of particularly wild incidents over the last few months, my dad has been on some sort of self-serving crusade to settle me down. I've turned down a long list of potential men trying to buy myself some time, but I don't know how long he'll hold out before he just chooses someone himself. The only thing that sounds worse to me than getting married is getting married to a man my dad handpicks. I sincerely doubt he and I have the same taste. So when Angie mentioned this friend of hers, I jumped at the chance to show my dad I was making an effort. Maybe, just maybe, it would make him reconsider the whole thing entirely. A girl can dream, right? With one last coat of lipstick and a quick shake of my curls, I head down the stairs. As I pass through my parents' foyer, I hear voices come from the kitchen, and I peek my head in to say goodbye. "Come on, Ma! Let me try it!" Vince chuckles, dancing around the stove as our mom tries to shoo him away. "Vincent, we are eating in 15 minutes. You can try it when everybody else does. Besides, you've had Mom's lasagna a million times." Bella fans her nails in front of her face without even glancing up. Bella's the middle child in our family. All in all, there are 5 of us Moretti children spread out over 8 years. Vince, then Angie, then Isabella, and finally me and my twin brother, Andrew. Well, I guess only me now. I swallow the emotion in my throat, shoving every thought of Andrew and his death away. Maybe someday the thought of him won't hurt so bad. "It gets better every time." Vince's smug smile makes me roll my eyes as he swings his arm over my shoulder when I walk into the kitchen. Kiss ass. "Hey, Ava, watch your mouth." My mother whacks me with the towel she has draped over her shoulder, turning her glare toward me. "You tell her, Ma." Vince gets way too much satisfaction from my scolding. "Here." My mom shoves a stack of plates toward him. "Make yourself useful." "Auntie Ava, what's a kiss ass?" Vince's daughter asks as she comes around the corner. "Ask your daddy, Gigi." I bend down and plant a kiss on her forehead. One of Vince's only redeeming qualities is that he married well and has the cutest little girl in the entire world. "I'm going to be late." "Thanks a lot. Sophia's gonna blame this one on me," Vince calls over his shoulder and disappears into the dining room to set the table. I swear he may be next in line to take over our father's business, but he acts as immaturely as a middle school boy. "You're not staying for dinner, Angel?" Deep frown lines crease my mom's brow, and her face falls as if I've just delivered the most devastating news. For what my father lacks in affection and emotion, my mom certainly makes up for. "No, Mama, I've got a date." "With who?" "Dante?" Her mood pivots, eyes lighting up at the prospect. "No. His name is Rob. He's a friend of Angie's and Mike's." I grab a piece of garlic bread out of the basket, and my mom reaches out to slap my hand away. "What happened to Dante? Your father and I really liked him." She doesn't even try to hide her disappointment. "Don't tell her that, Mom. That's the quickest way to get her to dump someone," Bella teases. As the youngest, I'm used to taking the brunt of their jokes, but I don't have the patience for it tonight. "Very funny." Bella smirks, popping a cherry tomato into her mouth. "Isn't that my dress?" "I don't know what you're talking about." Speaking of redeeming qualities, Bella's is that we're exactly the same size. And with both of us living at home, my wardrobe nearly doubles in size. She rolls her eyes, attention back to her nails. "How many dates did old Dante make it anyway?" Vince makes his way back into the kitchen, not missing a beat of conversation. 5, thank you very much." Dating isn't exactly my forte. Well, that's not true. It's the dating I'm good at. Relationships. That's where I struggle. Can you be allergic to commitment? Because if you can, I definitely am. "Wow, new record," Bella laughs. "Why isn't this new guy picking you up?" She needs a car in case she has to make a quick getaway, right, Aves? Vince isn't entirely wrong, but I don't give him the satisfaction of letting on. Wow, are you guys going on the road with this act? I say. You're hilarious. You two leave your sister alone, my mom scolds them. And you, get out of here before your father sees you in that dress. I don't need to be told twice. See you guys later. When I finally get to my car, I breathe a huge sigh of relief, and I'm on my way. I love my family, but they can be a lot to handle. Poncho's is in Midtown Manhattan, and I agreed to meet Rob there at 6 o'clock. With traffic as bad as it is, I'm thrilled when I pull into the lot at 6:15. Angie gave me a vague description of Rob, and I don't see anyone who fits, so I make my way to the bar and squeeze between people to find a seat. A live band plays on stage beneath big, colorful canvases in the restaurant's corner, and the room's stuffed to the brim with people. Everyone is talking and laughing and having a great time as a fun, upbeat energy pulses through. It's hard to imagine my conservative sister recommending it to us, because the atmosphere is kinda cool. What can I get for you? The bartender asks as he pours another person's drink. A whiskey ginger, please. I lean against the bar on my elbows. You got it. Across the bar, I catch the attention of a handsome stranger. His piercing stare locks with mine, and he holds my gaze for a few seconds longer than casual eye contact. Right away, I notice he stands out, and it's not only because he's very obviously overdressed in his black suit pants and crisp gray button-down. It's the air of confidence he carries, the arrogance, the command. He knows he's important, and so does everyone else. Tattooed forearms flex underneath the thin fabric of his cuffed shirt, and his sharp jawline is shadowed with thick stubble. Broad shoulders, dark tousled hair, and a pair of green eyes deep enough to drown in. Now he's exactly my type. His hard stare takes the air right out of my lungs as the corner of his mouth turns up into a playful smirk, almost as if he's taunting me. Even from across the bar, he looks at me with such intensity that I feel the heat as my heart races. The ferocious beat echoes in my ears. The group of men around him are talking, but he's got his full attention on me, not listening to a single word. It's like we're on our own little planet, the two of us completely alone. An ambiguous air hangs between us, and I can't tell if he wants to kill me or have sex with me, but somehow that only excites me more. Here you go, ma'am. On the house. The bartender slides a glass across the wood grain bar top. On the house? I stumble over the words, still trying to get my wits about me. The guy had disarmed me with a simple look, and my imagination runs wild. What could he do with more? Compliments of the gentleman at the end of the bar. An inviting grin meets my gaze, daring me to come over. I'm picking up my purse, ready to take him up on that offer, when I feel a hand on my shoulder. Ava? What awful timing. I could just say no. I could say no and go meet the temptingly gorgeous man at the end of the bar. Angie would kill me, though. And Rob looks nice enough. That's the entire point of tonight, so I swallow my pride and turn around with a wide smile on my face. "You must be Rob," I say, abandoning all thoughts of the tall, dark, and handsome stranger. "I am. It's nice to finally meet you." He shoves his hands in his pockets, eyes sheepishly surveying me. "Angie wasn't lying. You are stunning." This poor guy. We haven't even sat down yet, and I already know I'm going to eat him alive. "Thank you." I smile, leaning in close enough so that he can hear me over the pounding bass of the band. "Shall we go sit down?" "I'd love to." He slips his arm in mine and leads me over to a table with a reserved sign on it. I steal one more glance over my shoulder at my mystery man, still conflicted about my decision. He raises his highball glass to me, before turning back to the group he's with, and our moment passes as quickly as it came. So long, stranger. Rob and I sit down and chat for a few minutes as we scan the menu. A few times I look up and catch Bar Guy staring at me, nursing his drink and politely laughing at something his friend said. I look away, but it happens again. And again. Every time I look, his steely gaze is on me. We're stuck in this cat and mouse game as Rob and I wait for our appetizers. But eventually, Bar Guy disappears with the group, and I can finally relax and try to enjoy myself with Rob. "Your sister tells me you're studying to be a lawyer." Rob begins with the first date small talk I hate so much. "I am. A defense attorney, actually." "Now that's a job that will give you a lot of great stories. How'd you get into that?" He's clearly intrigued. "I guess I've always been interested in law. My family—" I clamp my mouth shut quickly. I can't exactly blab to this guy that my family needs their own defense attorney because they're part of the mafia. That's at least fourth date material. "Your family? Is that a family business, then?" Rob asks. "Sort of. Yes." "A defense attorney, huh?" He leans back in his chair. "Does that mean you could help me get out of the assault charges I got a few months back? Silly little bar fights?" "Oh, that's not exactly—" "I'm totally kidding. I've never even gotten a speeding ticket." I can't help but laugh. That certainly fits. Rob is really sweet, and pleasantly different from how I pictured him. He's safe and kind of comforting. So I start to relax. Maybe even have a little fun. "What else do you like to do?" he asks. "I love to travel. I get a little stir-crazy if I stay in one place for too long." I don't even care where. Traveling is one of my favorite things in the whole world. There's nothing quite like experiencing a new country or culture for the first time. The sights and sounds and smells, it's all so exciting. I love that you can hop on a plane or train and be in a completely new place in a few hours where no one knows anything about you. It's always temporary, and you don't have to be tied to anything you don't want to be for very long. The freedom is almost intoxicating. I spent some time studying abroad in Greece and Spain as part of my undergrad, and I've been dying to get back ever since. Rob nods in agreement, with a distant look in his eye. "I know exactly what you mean. I used to travel a lot, too. Now I'm so busy with work, I hardly have the chance. Right now, most of my focus is on finding the right woman and starting a family." His comment makes my stomach flip, and I press my lips into a thin line, hoping I can ignore it and enjoy the rest of our evening. We order more drinks and food to share, and Rob and I have a great time getting to know each other. He's charming and responsible, exactly like the type of guy my parents would prefer me to bring home. But that's entirely the problem. I appreciate the security a guy like Rob provides. But what about the spontaneity and fun? What about the adventure and challenge and passion that a real relationship needs? Poor Rob is a nearly perfect guy, but he's about to be a casualty of my own personal battle. By the time dessert comes around, I'm anxious about the looming conversation. Luckily, Rob walks right into it and gives me my opportunity. Ava, I know this is fast, but I really feel like you and I click. I'd love to take you out again later this week. Do you like opera? I take a breath, setting my napkin on the table. Rob, you're a great guy, and I've had a lot of fun tonight, but I'm not really looking for a relationship. I certainly don't want to waste your time. I'm not sure what Angie told you, but I'm not ready for that. I'm so sorry. Rob gives me an understanding smile, but I don't wait around for an answer. I hate things like this. Hate confrontation of any sort, and my instinct is always to bail as fast as possible. Leaving some cash on the table for the check, I hurry away, trying not to cause even more of a scene. It isn't until I'm in a back hallway that I realize I've gone the wrong way. Damn it, I can't go back out the way I came. Rob will surely see me, and that will make things even more awkward for the both of us. At the end of the hallway, there's a doorway closed off with a black curtain. It's the only one not labeled as a bathroom or maintenance, and I have no idea where it leads. But I don't have many options. Hurrying toward it, I duck behind the curtain, and I'm almost immediately knocked off my feet by a server carrying a tray overflowing with food. "Watch it!" the server yells. Suddenly, I feel like I'm standing in the middle of a 10-lane California highway. Somehow, I found myself in the restaurant's kitchen, steps away from flaming grills and large wood-fired ovens. The heat is almost as overwhelming as the noise of the cooks hollering back and forth to each other. Through the smoke, I can see another doorway a few yards away and make my move, trying to avoid another collision. When I slip through the doorway, what's on the other side isn't exactly an exit. It looks like an office. There's a large desk and tall filing cabinets, and it has the distinct woodsy smell of old books and cigars. What the hell is this place, a maze? Why can't I find my way out? Because you didn't use the entrance like normal people, Ava. I grimace, covering my face with my hands. Looking for something? A husky voice comes from behind me. Startled, I whirl around and come face to face with the dashingly handsome face of the stranger from earlier. I was on my way out. I can't imagine why. Your date seemed riveting. I bite my lip, the smug look in his eye disarming me. He's been watching me all night with Rob, which should turn me off, but it doesn't. You know, most people use the front entrance. He chuckles, holding his arm out and gesturing to a door I hadn't noticed before. But by all means, don't let me stop you. Don't do this, Ava. The door is right there. Don't. Maybe I'm not in such a hurry after all. His eyes trace my lips as I speak. Walking away from him once was hard enough, but twice? That's too big of an ask. The guy is even more perfect up close. A masterpiece of high cheekbones, a sharp jawline, and a hypnotizing smile that has my stomach fluttering. I can tell I've amused him, but he's far too collected and poised to fully let it show. My knees feel weak as he strides forward, closing the distance between us until we're close. Intimately close. He's blocking the only real exit, but I could step around him. I don't want to, though. Something keeps me here. When I don't move, his hand brushes my elbow with a touch so charged that I feel it in my bones.
I didn't catch your name.
I hesitate for a second, debating whether I should tell him the truth. I don't know where this is heading, but I shouldn't even be entertaining the thought of a guy like him. He basically screams trouble. How about Juliet? He draws dangerously close. Close enough that I can feel the heat radiating off him, and I blush. He catches on to the irony in my Shakespeare reference as he puts his hand to my cheek, thumb brushing gently against my skin.
Then I guess that makes me Romeo. What do you say we get out of here and go somewhere a little quieter, Jules? Something to drink?
He drapes his dark suit coat over a chair in the suite.
You're a whiskey girl, if I remember correctly.
When he glances up, he winks. A wink? Seriously? On anyone else, the gesture would feel forced or cheesy. But when he does it, I fall for it hook, line, and sinker. A slow burn ripples through me. I'm not used to being in situations where I don't have control, so my reaction surprises me a bit. And he picks up on that immediately. Perfect, I say quickly, trying to compose myself. A smile spreads across his face, and then he disappears to make our drinks. He moves around the suite as if he's at home, almost like he's done this before, and I hang back, an anxious excitement settling in my stomach. This was certainly not how I saw this night going, but so far I've got no complaints. It's certainly a step up in the hookup department, that's for sure. The suite is incredible. Much nicer than any hotel room I've stayed in before. A small entryway opens into a spacious dining room and kitchen area. A long table with high-backed velvet chairs sits in the center of the room, set as if ready to host a dinner party with elaborate flatware and dishes and towering, fresh floral arrangements. The artwork on the walls rivals some pieces I've seen at the Met. The kitchen has granite countertops and nearly every appliance you could imagine, and I wonder who in the world would use those kinds of things in a hotel room. Everything about this place is over the top and impractical, but somehow that adds to the fun of it. The living room is every bit as impressive, with its floor-to-ceiling windows and jaw-dropping views of the NYC skyline. I'm not afraid of heights, but as I stand and look out into the expansive city, I feel dizzy, like we're 100 miles above everything below us. 4 buttery leather couches frame a TV that's nearly as big as the wall it hangs on, and they're in such pristine condition, it's hard to imagine they've ever been used. 2 bedrooms branch out from the main space, each with its own ensuite bathroom and king-sized bed, piled high with heavenly-looking linens and pillows. For a second, I consider flinging myself into the mass of white fabric just to see if it's as soft as it looks. When a throat clears behind me, I realize I'm not alone. Romeo is back, leaning against the door frame as he holds 2 glasses of amber liquid.
I'm sure we'll make it here eventually.
He nods toward the bed with a smug laugh.
But there's something I want to show you first.
Lead the way. I take the drink he offers. It's a bigger pour than I was expecting, and I sip it slowly. His hand falls, grazing the small of my back as he leads me toward the sliding glass door. When he presses a button, the entire wall of windows parts so that the living room is open to the patio. Wow. I'm speechless as I step outside, taking in the sights. It's absolutely breathtaking up here. A million tiny lights twinkle below us, the hum of the city completely silenced. This place is really amazing.
It is, isn't it?
He agrees, taking a big gulp of his whiskey. Maybe you could have gotten a better room, I tease. It feels a little small.
Sorry to disappoint.
He chuckles, picking up on my sarcasm.
My usual room was taken. This was the best they could do on such short notice.
Usual? I arch my eyebrow. Do you do this kind of thing often?
This kind of thing? You mean share a drink under the stars with a beautiful woman?
His smile is intoxicating, and now I'm not sure I'm dizzy because of the harrowing drop or because of him. My knees quake beneath me, and a fire builds in my core. When did I become so easy to please? What is it about this guy that has me fawning like this? I'm almost embarrassed. My teeth sink into my lip, and I force myself not to fall for his sweet words. Con a stranger into leaving a bar with you for a one-night stand.
It seemed pretty mutual to me.
He leans his elbows on the railing. With every inch closer he gets, the more my heart thunders and I have to consciously slow my breathing.
But if it makes you feel any better, rarely. I'm not really into the dating scene.
Now he's speaking my language.
It's hard to find someone who sparks my interest the way you did.
He says, "You know nothing about me," I remind him. We only met a few hours ago at most.
That's kind of the point of these things, isn't it?
He chuckles, pressing the highball glass to his mouth and taking a slow drink.
But you're wrong. Part of my job is reading people, picking up on their personality and habits from the way they talk, the way they act. I was watching you all night, so I know more than you might think.
Oh, yeah?
You must be adventurous. Otherwise, you wouldn't have agreed to come because I make you a little nervous. That's why you do that thing with your lip, biting back your hesitation. You don't want me to know, though, which is why you try so hard to hide it when you slip up.
His thumb sweeps across my lip, but I hold my ground, not wanting to admit he's right.
And you know what you want.
He continues,
I admired the way you cut to the chase with that guy back at the restaurant. You're beautiful and witty. And I'd love to know your real name.
He gives me a hopeful smile. Don't you think it's better this way? Keeping things as impersonal as possible. Isn't that what you want? You don't strike me as someone looking for commitment.
And now I know you're perceptive.
He finishes the rest of his whiskey.
You're right. I'm not into commitment. Usually I leave things with as few strings as possible.
Then that's what we'll do. Tomorrow we'll go our separate ways and everybody is happy.
Deal.
He eyes me as if he doesn't believe a word I said, but he doesn't press. His lips brush against mine. It's a small, gentle touch, but it opens the floodgates and ignites an inferno between us. Soon his hands travel all over me, through my hair, down my back and ribs, around my waist as he presses his body against mine and eases me back inside off the patio, never once stopping our kiss. I backpedal until my ankles hit the couch, and we both tumble back onto it. With hands on either side of my shoulders, he towers above me in all his glory. For the first time, I feel how much bigger he is, almost larger than life. It's not even fair how gorgeous he is, and all I can think about as I fumble with the buttons of his shirt is how outmatched I feel. Sure, I'm not exactly lacking experience in the hookup department, but this is different. This guy is heads and shoulders above anyone I've ever been with before, the highest caliber of man. I can tell simply by the way he holds me, dominant but gentle, commanding but attentive. Every touch, every kiss, every nuance is intentional. It's pointed, it's direct, and it's already blowing me away. Apparently I'm moving too slow for him because he rips his shirt off his shoulders and drops it to the floor, revealing his bared chest. Oh my God. I expected him to be hot, but his body obliterates every misguided expectation I had. Chiseled broad shoulders, sharp washboard abs, a seriously impressive display of tattooed artwork. I can't tear my eyes away. But if he notices, he doesn't let on, because within seconds his lips catch mine with a hungry, desperate kiss. It's a kiss like I've never experienced before, and I'm pretty sure I never will again. Sensual, intrusive, possessive. It's so electric that I feel it to my toes, my core tingling as anticipation builds between us. He coaxes my lips open, and his tongue explores every inch of my mouth as his fingers tangle in my hair. With a gentle pull, he's taken full control over me. I'm at his mercy with a simple kiss. There's a desperation in his touch that doesn't match his affect, and it's the only indication that he's as out of sorts as I am, just as into this, just as turned on.
You're so fucking beautiful.
His coarse whisper sends a wave of chills across my skin. His lips trail to my neck, brushing along the sensitive spot along my collarbone. Between the cool wetness of his kiss and the warm blow of his breath, my senses are in overdrive. He works his way down across my chest, stopping along the neckline of my dress. I've never hated an outfit more, and the ache between my legs agrees. Even with his shirt off, there's way too much fabric between us. Apparently he agrees, because his fingers trace the straps of my dress, gently tugging them down my shoulders.
You like this dress? Because I'm about to rip it off you.
It's my sister's.
I'll be careful then.
He flips me onto my stomach and straddles me, his thick erection pressing into my butt. My pulse skyrockets as I try to remember to breathe. His lips graze my neck from behind, and then the dress loosens around me as he unzips it, painfully slowly. He knows exactly what he's doing, deliberately making me wait. He moans, running his fingers firmly down my ribs. The sensation makes me squirm, but it's nearly impossible under his hold. The resistance only turns me on more, my body literally raging for him. He works the dress off and piles it on the floor with his shirt. He's got my bra off so fast it's magic, and I turn over, ripping at the buckle of his belt. When he steps out of his pants, a flash of silver at his ankle catches my eye, and my heart skips. Is that a gun? I suck in a sharp, disoriented breath, wondering what I've gotten myself into. It doesn't scare me as much as it should. In fact, it almost turns me on more. Yeah, something is definitely wrong with me. Not missing a beat, he picks up on my apprehension and slides the gun and its holster off quickly, putting the set on the coffee table.
You're safe with me, baby. I promise.
And for better or worse, I believe him. He wastes no time in taking control, pinning my wrists above my head and brushing a kiss across my lips before working his way down my body. He hasn't even made it past my chest yet, and I'm about to come undone. As he drags his tongue along my breasts, his free hand plays with the elastic of my panties, softly snapping it against my skin. His fingers slip inside and barely graze my core. An expectant breath slips out. For a second, I think I'm about to get what I want. But his touch is gone as quickly as it came. His hand is back on my chest, rolling my nipple between his finger and thumb with pressure that makes me wiggle again, jerking against his restraint of my wrists. But even with his one-hand hold, I'm no match for his strength, and he keeps me firmly in place. There is nothing gentle about this man, but I love every second of his control.
You are so hot.
A smirk tips at the corner of his lips.
You liked that, didn't you?
I can only nod because words aren't coming to me.
Tell me which part you like best. You like me being in control? Restrained?
His teeth drag across one of my breasts, and I flinch.
Or was it the pain? That's what you're into.
He waits for an answer, but when I don't give him one, he continues. Taking my nipple in his mouth, he sucks and flutters his tongue against it. His teeth drag over it, eliciting just enough pain to drive me absolutely wild.
Or was it this?
He inches my panties down for easier access. My breath hitches when his finger traces my entrance. But it's a tease. This man is the master of foreplay, and he's going to be sure I'm out of my mind with anticipation before he gives in. A smirk plays on his lips as his fingers glide over my traitorous, already wet body.
You like being teased, knowing I'm the one who decides what you get to feel, when you get to feel it.
Yes, he nods, a flicker of playfulness flashing in his eyes as he pulls my panties all the way off.
Close your eyes,
he commands, finally letting go of my wrists. He edges my knees apart and moves his body between them. I'm fully exposed to him now, and a blush creeps into my cheeks. Still, I take a breath and do as he says, fluttering my eyes closed and dropping my head back. The flick of his tongue against my inner thigh makes me gasp. How is it possible he already knows my body so well? exactly where to touch, how hard, how soft. It dawns on me that it's not only me he knows, it's sex, and that kind of knowledge only comes with practice. Lots of it. The bitter thought is silenced by his lips on mine again in a possessive, confident kiss. His fingers press down my body until they reach my thighs, and by the devilish look on his face, he's enjoying every bit of what he's doing to me. He holds my gaze as his fingers plunge inside of me, stroking slowly at first, and then faster. His pace is ferocious as I arch my back, teetering on the edge of orgasm. He plays with me like I'm a puppet, dangling helplessly from his strings, and he's the domineering master watching me wiggle and squirm, all for his pleasure. It should upset me. It should degrade me. But it doesn't. I'd do just about anything he asked of me, and we both know it. Moaning, I rake my fingers along his back, holding on as if my life depends on it, like if I let go, the moment might stop. No one's ever made me feel like this before, and I know I'll never get enough of him. When he pulls his hands away, I worry he might be done, but he quickly replaces them with his tongue, delving it inside of me as I tug on his thick, dark hair. His hands are at my hips, angling me exactly how he wants me as he twists and sucks and dips inside of me. It's almost more than I can bear. This is incredible, but I can't wait anymore. I need you, please. The first coherent sentence I'm able to form all night, and I'm begging him? The me of a few hours ago would be absolutely appalled. My neediness doesn't deter him. In fact, he matches it, frantically searching his pockets for a condom. When he finds one, I take it and rip into the foil, slipping it over his rock-hard length. I wanted to make this a little more special for you, but I can't wait either. He whispers, You need to feel good too. I lace my fingers together behind his neck, pulling him to me until our lips connect again. Give me your ankle, he orders. I lift my leg and he takes it, resting it on his shoulder as he strokes the sensitive skin of my thigh. You're sure? He asks, checking to be sure I'm still okay with all of this. Even in the middle of rough, hot sex, he's a gentleman. The only answer he needs is to see how wet and throbbing I already am for him. But I nod, assuring him that I'm more than sure. I need this. Bad. He doesn't need any further encouragement and slips inside of me. It takes my breath away at first, filling me up to the very brim as he eases himself in. He moves slowly, letting me get used to the feel as his hips pump against mine. My lips part in a moan, but he stifles it with his kiss. Do you have any idea how fucking beautiful you are? This body, those eyes, every single bit of you. You're an absolute goddess. Something about the way he says it makes me believe it. His hips buck against mine a little faster, our bodies moving together in perfect rhythm. I arch my back, gasping sharply as each thrust goes deeper than the last. Stronger, harder, better. I can't contain my moans and screams, but he doesn't seem to mind. Faster and faster he drives into me, edging me so close to explosion that my mind starts to blank. His body against mine takes me to a high I'm not sure I ever want to come down from. You feel so good, I purr, stroking his cheek. I can tell by his thrusts that he's nearing the peak himself, and soon our bodies writhe against each other in pure ecstasy. We collapse back against the couch, both of us breathless.
Wow.
His voice is husky as he drapes his arm around my shoulder, and I settle into his chest. That was incredible, I say, trying desperately to catch my breath, but still sky high in the clouds with pleasure.
I'm not sure I'll be content with only once,
he chuckles. Good thing we've got all night.
Chapter 2. Nick. I don't like being surprised. I don't like being unprepared, caught off guard. I especially don't like being wrong. But when I wake up in an empty hotel room, that's exactly what I am. For a minute, I consider that I might have made the entire night up, that it had all been some sort of alcohol-induced fever dream. But there are remnants of her all over this room. Perfume on the pillowcase, 2 half-finished glasses of champagne on the coffee table, nail marks down my back. And is that lipstick on my neck? Jesus Christ. Clearly I didn't do all of this myself, so where the hell did she go? I've had my fair share of one-night stands over the years, so I know that this is how they're supposed to end. They don't spill over into the daylight. They don't turn into first dates. They don't cross any lines. Usually I'd meet a girl, charm her with my wit and good looks, and convince her to leave whatever establishment we were at for something quieter. I'd get a hotel room, never my own place, and take her back there, making my intention to sleep with her crystal clear. Over and over again, I'd tell her this was a one-time thing, that we'd never see each other again after that night. But somehow that message would get lost in translation. Most of the time, I'd try to sneak out before they woke up, but if I couldn't, it was always a fight. I'd wake up, and they would be trying to get my phone number and planning when they could see me again, hearing wedding bells and wanting to meet my family. After a lot of experience, I feel confident that the point of a one-night stand is completely lost on most girls. They like the idea in theory, but when it comes down to it, most girls can't leave the emotion out. And that was exactly how I expected it to go when I sought this girl out. Maybe even more so, because she was so damn hot. In the words of my brother, Leo, no one looks that good and isn't batshit crazy. Add that to the out-of-this-world sex, and this girl had to be certifiable. So why the fuck am I the one waking up alone in a hotel room wondering where things went wrong? Honestly, it went wrong the second she walked into my restaurant looking like a goddamn smoke show. I'm supposed to be taking it easy in the hookup department, getting serious about work and avoiding all distractions. I'd only dropped by Poncho's to bring Leo some statements, which should have only taken a few minutes. A few minutes turned into a drink, which turned into 2 drinks and a sassy smile from a stranger, and the rest is now history. Can you blame me, though? There isn't a hot-blooded man in the universe who could resist a woman like her. Paralyzingly gorgeous doe eyes, pouty, candy-colored lips, and thick, dark curls that fell over her slender shoulders like a damn waterfall. Dangerous curves, a set of tits that God must have sculpted himself, and a dress as tight as skin only completed the package. When I saw her across the bar, I was positive I'd found the most beautiful woman in the entire world. The type of girl every guy wanted, but could never have. And the challenge only made it more enticing. Leo thought I was insane when I said I was taking her home with me, especially considering at the time she'd taken the drink I'd bought her and gone to sit with another man. I waited patiently, though, watching from the safety of a private room all evening as she made small talk with that Boy Scout she called a date. For a while, I almost thought she was interested in him, but when she excused herself, I made my move. And damn, was it fucking worth it? Her company was great. The sex was even better. I had the most mind-blowing orgasm I've ever had in my life. Hell, I had the 5 most mind-blowing orgasms of my life. I had her on the couch, on the floor, against the window of our 50th floor suite, in the shower, in the bed. The woman did something to me I'd never quite experienced before, and before the night was over, I was even rethinking my one-and-done policy. I asked her to stay. Hell, I fucking begged. And yet, here I am. No goodbye, no number to reach her at, not even a real name. It isn't even just the sex I crave again. I want to talk to her. She proved to be as brilliant and witty as she was beautiful. In between rounds, we compared scars from past relationships, bonded over the pressure we felt from our families to be something we weren't, laughed about our favorite TV shows, and told each other about our wildest fantasies. She challenged me and called me out, not letting me get away with the usual tricks I use to win women over. Her fiery attitude caught my attention immediately, and I've never been one to like a girl for her personality. Why does her leaving bother me so much? Normally I'd be ecstatic to wake up to find myself alone, not having to deal with the morning after mess. But at risk of sounding like a cliché, there's something different about her, and I don't think I'm ready to let it go. What the fuck is happening to me? We had a good time, a really, really good time. Or so I thought. Did I miss something? Did she not thoroughly enjoy every second right along with me? I almost laugh out loud at the thought. Of course she did. Her body's reaction left no question there. It had to be something else. Maybe she's got a boyfriend. Would she have been so quick to leave with me, though, if she did? And he couldn't possibly be that joker she was at the restaurant with last night. That much was obvious. Maybe she had somewhere to be this morning. She didn't mention it last night, but maybe she could have had an appointment or something. Or work. I forget that most people have normal business hours since my own are so sporadic. Or maybe, just maybe, for the first time in my life, I've been beaten at my own game. Maybe I found someone who out-casuals the king of casual. Maybe I've met my match. I must find her. Tracking her down goes against about everything I stand for, but it's a pride thing at this point. But all I have left of the girl are a few memories and a fake name. My guys are good, but nobody is that good. How the hell am I going to manage this? My phone buzzes on the nightstand, flashing Leo's face as the caller ID. Hello, I answer, still groggy and rubbing the sleep out of my eyes. All right, shithead, where are you? Leo growls on the other end of the line. Good morning to you, too. Did you forget what day it is? We were supposed to meet Dad at the warehouse an hour ago. Clearly, he's pissed off. Damn it. In my confusion this morning, I forgot about the meeting. My father will blow a gasket. The day I take over for him as dawn is fast approaching, and he's been on me constantly about being more responsible. You forgot, Leo chuckles nonchalantly. You're lucky I covered for your ass, and that Frankie totaled his car last night so Dad had bigger fish to fry. What? Why didn't anyone call me? Is he okay? I shoot up in bed, shoving a hand through my dark brown hair. Frankie's our youngest brother and a total troublemaker. This accident is the latest in his long stream of recent screw-ups. He's fine, Leo assures me. Might not be when Dad gets through with him, though. Anyway, the meeting got pushed back. You want to grab some breakfast? Most of what Leo says is lost when I stumble into the living room of the suite, finding her lacy panties still draped over the back of the couch. I bite my lip and groan, reliving the moment I slid them off her last night, tugging gently down each toned leg, inch by inch. The visceral memory is second only to the image I get in my mind of her walking out of here without them on. Damn, that does things to me that I am ashamed to admit, and I'm immediately transported back to the night before. A few minutes after the door shuts, Jules saunters back into the room holding 2 ice cream sundaes, mine with nuts, hers without. The hotel robe is held loosely around her by its belt, and one wrong move could make the whole thing fall open. Secretly, I hope it will, so I can catch another glimpse of her body. She hands me my ice cream and then climbs back into the bed next to me. The room service guy called me Mrs. Sinatra when I answered the door. The playful look in her eye is adorable. You even gave the hotel a fake name? I can't help but laugh. What? I don't look like I have a good singing voice to you? You look alive, she teases. Frank Sinatra died years ago, although you've got that whole Italian thing going for you. Dark hair, great bone structure, and I bet you wear the hell out of a fedora. She pauses, momentarily doubting herself. You're not actually related to him, are you? I shake my head as she settles back into my chest while we enjoy our ice cream. Room service ice cream at 3 a.m. is a tall order, but people will do anything for the right price. And we certainly worked up an appetite. Flattered, but I'm no relation whatsoever. I'm a fan, and that was the first name I thought of when I made the reservation. You can never be too careful. No strings, remember? For someone who says they've rarely done this, you certainly have a system, she quips. My cock twitches as her tongue glides across her upper lip, licking a bit of whipped cream off. That's what a few bad apples will do to you, I counter. I've been on a little bit of a dating hiatus lately, because so many girls have trouble understanding the no-strings thing. But you broke your streak tonight? I did, I nod. Something about you told me you'd be worth it, and I certainly haven't been wrong so far. You're in luck. No strings is practically my love language. She takes another bite, lips bowing around the spoon. Jesus, I could watch her eat ice cream all night. Easy, Nick. You guys are supposed to be taking a break. The self-coaching only goes so far, though, because anyone who's been through a sex ed class knows exactly where my mind is. I stiffen, composing myself. Not looking for a relationship? God, no! Her face twists in horror as she continues, although I guess that depends on who you ask. Oh, yeah? A woman like her probably has men eating out of the palm of her hand. She's the best kind of beautiful, not having any idea how incredible she really is. Her eyes grow cloudy, and I can't read her expression, but it weighs heavy on her. My family has a very different idea of what I should do with my life than I do. I can understand that. It seems like everyone always knows who you're supposed to be, without even considering what you want. Family pressure. That's something I get. That's why I like this little world you've created up here. Even though all the stress will be there in the morning, tonight we're free to be whoever we want to be and do whatever we want. You're absolutely right. I kiss the top of her head. And what is it you want to do next? I want to finish my ice cream, and then I want to have sex with you in that shower. She points to the bathroom and flushes, almost like she's shocked herself by admitting it. It's got 4 shower heads. Then we definitely have to try it. I'm not sure where the hell these thoughts are coming from, but all I can focus on is making her happy. We both admitted we don't do well in relationships, but this is something I could get used to. Her in my arms, in my bed, maybe for longer than one night. "Nick, did you hear me? Hello? Breakfast?" Leo barks on the other end of the phone. Breakfast sounds great. If I get some food in my stomach, maybe I'll be able to think clearer. "Yeah, pick me up in 20 minutes? I glance at my watch, making sure that leaves enough time to get back to my penthouse. "I'm already outside your building. Open up." Damn. Leo's going to want to know all the details of my night when he finds out I took the girl back to a hotel, and I don't want to get into it. I'm still licking my wounds from her untimely departure this morning. I'm not at home. "Where the hell are you?" "At a hotel." I throw on my clothes so I can be on my way, but Leo's relentless and won't let me brush him off easily. "You dirty dog." I can almost see him smirking on the other end of the line. "You took that girl back with you, didn't you? The chick from the bar?" "Look, I'm 15 minutes away. Can we talk about this at breakfast?" "You did." He ignores my ask. "Damn, I gotta admit I had my doubts. Was she as crazy as we thought?" I chuckled to myself at the irony of the situation. She's crazy, all right. Just not in the respect we thought. Even crazier. Beautiful. I can't wait to hear all about it. Meet me at Snooze in a half hour. Thank God. Clicking the phone off, I slide it into my pocket. Then I give the room a once-over, making sure that I'm not leaving anything behind. Aside from my pride. Because I can't let anything rest, I snatch my phone out of my pocket and quickly call my best friend Zane. He's my right-hand man, but his legitimate job is private investigating. The guy's a whiz with computers and can track down nearly anyone. That certainly comes in handy in the crime world, and now, apparently, my personal life. "Nick, how's it going, man?" Zane greets me when he picks up. "Good, buddy." I wave at the receptionist on the way out of the lobby, signaling I'm checking out. This isn't the first time I've brought a girl back to this hotel, and despite my fake names, she recognizes me and gives me a condescending look before she charges my card. "Hey, I need a favor. I need everything you can find out about a girl from the restaurant last night." "Business or pleasure?" "I'm not sure yet." I laugh. "Thing is, I don't know much about her." "No problem. All I need is a name," he says. Yeah, me too, buddy. My hesitation gives me away. "Nick, tell me you at least know her damn name." Zane's voice is a mixture of amusement and irritation. He's been tied down for a while now, and while he enjoys hearing about my wild dating life, what I'm asking him to do is next to impossible. She said her name was Juliet, but that was a lie. I met her at the restaurant, so maybe try there. See if there are any credit card receipts or anything on surveillance, I offer, trying to give him a place to start. Description: brunette, dark chocolate eyes, 5'6", 5'7", definitely Italian, probably mid-20s. You realize you just described about 30% of women in New York. This could take weeks. I don't care how long it takes. Easy, killer. I didn't say I couldn't do it. I'll get on it and let you know as soon as I find anything. Thanks. I hang up without waiting for a reply. It's about a 15-minute walk from the hotel to my building, and on the way, I try to focus on anything and everything besides my mystery girl. But that's easier said than done. When I get home, I have only a few minutes to change clothes before catching up with Leo. If I'm going to see my dad, I at least have to look presentable. All he needs is another reason to tag me incapable of taking over for him. It's not like he'll hand it over to someone else, but he's put me through the gauntlet of prep lately, and I can't stand to lose any ground that I've gained. As the eldest of his 3 sons, I'm next in line to take over the Campanelli fortune and run one of the largest crime families in the United States. For most people, it might sound intimidating, but I live for this shit. I grew up around it, and there's never been any doubt one day I would take over from my dad as the boss and shape this organization into my own. It's only a question of when. We're mostly in the weapons trade and counterfeiting. Thousands of guns, rounds of ammo, and fake bills come in for distribution every week through New York, and most of it passes through our hands. My dad dabbled in the drug trade at one point, but it was short-lived. That's Moretti territory, and, as a general rule of thumb, we stay away from all things Moretti. The Morettis aren't exactly our rivals, but we aren't all that friendly either. My parents live in Harrison, and the Morettis live in Oyster Bay, right on the other side of the Long Island Sound. For as long as I can remember, we've been battling for control of the ports. The Morettis' investment in illegal substances brings more police attention to the area than needed, and it's always a danger to shipments we bring in through that avenue. Years ago, we tried pulling our forces together, but that ended in complete disaster, and the partnership was over before it even had a chance to begin. We're cordial with the Moretti family for business purposes now, but only when absolutely necessary. When I get to snooze, my brother is sitting in our regular booth in the back. We meet here at least once a week, sometimes more. Their breakfast burritos are out of this world, and a little grease and chorizo is exactly what this hangover needs. I make my way to him and sit down on the bench across from him. "You look like hell," Leo asserts, sliding his coffee cup over to me. "You need this more than I do. Dad decided to meet us here instead of the warehouse." I'm already so amped, the caffeine is the last thing I need, but I take a drink anyway. Fantastic. That's exactly what I need after the morning I've had. The booth squeaks as I shift my weight. "Was she that bad?" Leo smirks, clearly on the edge of his seat for this story. Something tells me it's going to be less climactic than he's looking for. No, actually, she wasn't that bad. She was incredible. The best sex I ever had. Absolutely mind-blowing. He wants more details, but I'm not going to give them to him. At least not now. The server slides 2 plates in front of us with our regular orders. They know us well around here. Leo shoots the new blonde server a wink, and she blushes. Poor girl has no clue she just gave him the in he was looking for. I have no doubt he'll be leaving here with her number. Part of me is jealous his escapades aren't scrutinized the way mine are, when he's way more of a fuckboy. He's also not the heir, so I get it. "Really?" Leo looks confused. It isn't often I brag about my one-night stands, because it isn't often that I'm impressed the way I was last night. I nod, taking another gulp of coffee. Maybe I needed this more than I thought, because it's starting to take the edge off. And I woke up this morning, and she was gone, slipped out without a fucking word. Then I'm not seeing what the problem is. You hate the morning after. Why aren't you jumping for joy about this? She was an awesome lay and completely detached. In fact, are you sure you didn't dream this? It seems too good to be true. I've never been ghosted before. No one has ever walked out on me like that, I grumble, shoving down some of my breakfast. You actually want to see this girl again? Leo arches an eyebrow at me. Sometimes I hate how observant he can be. Can we drop it, please? I hiss. So much for taking the edge off. Hopefully, Zane will have something for me soon. Drop what? My father's voice comes from over my shoulder. He walks around my side of the booth and slides in next to Leo. Gio Campanelli is an intimidating man. He stands tall at 6'6", is built like a linebacker, and has a piercing glare that can make a person crumble on sight. He's fearsome and evokes an uneasiness in people who don't know him well. Most people choose to stay out of his way entirely. He's a good father, but he always demands the most out of us, and only now that I'm an adult can I understand why. This life isn't for everyone, and he's done his best to prepare the three of us to continue his legacy. Nothing, I snap. The last thing I need is to relive the story for my dad. He'll have all kinds of unsolicited opinions I'm not sure I can stomach this morning. I've already heard them all. Clean up my act, find a suitable woman to settle down with, blah, blah, blah. Don't mind him, Dad, Leo laughs. He's a little moody this morning. I'm not moody. I'm dealing with a minor crisis, and I would appreciate a little sympathy. I narrow my eyes at my brother, daring him to say anything else. What kind of crisis? My dad asks, eyeing me suspiciously. His mind goes right to something being wrong with the business, like usual. Please, you not being able to get in touch with your booty call is not a crisis. I kick Leo under the table. What the fuck? I thought I made it clear I didn't want to talk about this anymore, especially in front of our father. Booty call? My dad sighs heavily. Don't you think it's time you grow up a little? And there it is. I rub my chin harshly, careful with my response. I don't want to piss my father off, but I don't like what he's insinuating. My sex life isn't his business, and I certainly don't need to curtail it to run this business. I'm more than capable, and his assumptions are way off base. It's not a big deal. We have a lot going on at the warehouse this week that I'm stressed out about. That's all. We run a legitimate shipping company that masks most of our illegal activity. By day, we import and export all kinds of goods out of South America, and by night, we bring in heavy ammo and artillery under the disguise of livestock shipments. Port authorities use scent dogs, and the animals always throw them off the scent of the illegal shit. It's the perfect setup. Until I take over from my father, I'm in charge of the day-to-day operations of the shipping business. My dad has his reasons for keeping me there, but all it really is a headache for me. Right. That's what I wanted to speak to you both about anyway. My dad fills his coffee, thankfully not wanting to go down that road either. What's going on? Leo asks. We might have a rat. What? Leo and I both hiss at the same time. A traitor? There's no way. Our men are as loyal as they come, and we don't bring anyone new on without serious vetting. My dad has always been sure to make an example out of anyone who crosses us, so no one would ever risk it. We have good relationships with all our men and treat them well. Did something slip through the cracks? Somewhere between the docks and inventory at the warehouse, we're coming up short. Just a little at a time. I have a feeling it might be a supplier, but I want to be sure before we do anything. How? I've been checking them in myself, Leo says. He's mostly in charge of shipments coming in at the dock and getting them to the warehouse, and I handle redistribution after that. I don't know. We need to keep a close eye on things these next few weeks and find the problem. I don't want to draw any attention to it right now. See how everything shakes out, and then we'll go from there. It takes a lot to rattle my dad, so when he's genuinely concerned, you know it's serious. And in the meantime, I ask, how will we make up the loose ends? We can't send our shipments out short. I've asked the Morettis for additional support, he sighs, not meeting my eyes. They deal with a few mutual suppliers, and Alessandro said they're having some of the same issues. You're working with the Morettis? I almost spit out my coffee. Signing a deal with them is like signing a deal with the devil himself. Alessandro isn't very far off. We're working with the Morettis, he corrects. It's only temporary, and we're all on the same side here. I don't like this one fucking bit, my brother says. You don't have to like it, Leo. We need to figure out what's going on and go from there. We'll both be monitoring our own groups and then meet in a few weeks and see what we can figure out. Dad checks his watch. I've got to run. You two behave yourselves. He slugs back the rest of his coffee, slamming the cup back on the table. And you, he points at me, no more booty calls. Find yourself a nice woman your mother will approve of. I chuckle, shaking my head. Dad waves and heads out the front door, as if he didn't just drop a bomb on us. Working with the Morettis is dangerous. This is going to be a nightmare.
Chapter 3. Ava.
How was your date last night?
Bella eyes me over the rim of her tortoiseshell sunglasses as she lounges on the pool chair next to me. It's already blistering hot out here, the humidity making the pages of my trashy gossip magazine stick together when I try to turn them. If it was up to me, I'd still be snuggled in my bed, comfortable in the air conditioning. But Bella was in my room bright and early. She said she needed some company by the pool, but I know her better than that. She wants all the dirty details of my night. This is something of a ritual between us. Me recounting my dates and hookups while Bella eats it up, living vicariously through my bedroom adventures. Despite her other unruly tendencies, she's practically celibate. Unlike me, Bella's one goal in life is to get married, particularly in an arrangement to a rich and powerful man my dad chooses for her. And she's got it in her head that saving herself will make her more attractive to potential husbands. I absolutely hate it. Not because I don't respect her virtuous choice, but because she's letting a man dictate her life. Not even a man, a potential man. When I don't answer her immediately, she continues,
Must have been pretty good since you didn't make it home.
I guess it was stupid of me to think I made it undetected into a house filled with so many people. Bella and I both still live at home with our parents, and at least a few nights a week Vince is here after work too, since he and his wife live farther north. My parents have a sprawling estate in Oyster Bay Cove, about an hour east of the city, and close to the warehouses and offices where my dad controls his empire. It was our childhood home, and while I've always loved the hustle and bustle of the city, there's something about the serenity here I appreciate. With its towering trees and expansive garden, it's like our own private nature sanctuary. When I was young, it doubled as a fantasy land where my sisters and brothers and I would play pretend for hours, and also as a hideaway when I needed to escape the chaos of my family or my father during one of his fits of rage. Does Dad know? If he does, it's not going to be pretty. Bella shrugs.
I doubt it. So, spill, how was it? Was he as boring as we thought he would be?
Since Andrew died, Bella is the closest thing I have to a confidant in this family, but I'm still hesitant. Whether it's because I'm a bit ashamed, or because I'm afraid of it traveling to the wrong ears, I want to keep the details of the night close to my chest. It was fine. He was nice. Bella snorts.
Fine? Nice. And you stayed out with him all night. Something's not adding up there, Aves. Seriously. What happened? I can't imagine a single one of Angie and Mike's friends being interesting enough for you.
Maybe a few details won't hurt anything. Their friend wasn't, but the guy I left the bar with, he definitely was.
Shut up! You left with another guy?
Bella jolts, twisting her body so that she's facing me in her chair.
You didn't meet up with Jimmy, did you?
Of course not. I cringe. Jimmy is the one guy my dad and I both agree was a bad influence on me. It wasn't always like that, though. When we first met, I thought Jimmy Bradford hung the moon and the stars. And by the time I saw him for what he really was, his claws were so deep into me that there was no way I could escape unscathed. I don't want to tarnish the memory of last night by thinking of him, so I move on. I give Bella a rundown of how I arrived at the restaurant early, only to catch the attention of a man across the bar who felt just as off-limits as he was hot. She's wide-eyed, completely engrossed in my story as I tell her about Rob wanting a second date and me not being into it. As I get to the part about running into the man from before in the kitchen of the restaurant, she's leaning so far forward in the chair, she's almost in my lap.
Wait, why was he in the kitchen to begin with?
She scrunches her nose. For the first time, I wonder about that too. Actually, I have no idea. We didn't get that far. Bella smirks, lips curling in a condescending way.
Okay. So then what?
He took me to a hotel a block or two away, and we hooked up. I shrug, knowing she isn't going to let me get away with that simple of an explanation.
And
it was the best night of my life. So dreamy that I worry I made the whole thing up. I didn't, though. The deep ache in my legs and his marks on my body prove that. Even now, just thinking about his husky voice is enough to give me chills. And when visions of our night play through my mind, my breath shortens. The passion, the hunger, the dominance. I loved every single second of it. And for a moment I'm lost in flashbacks that nearly send me over the edge. It's almost unnerving how simple thoughts of him have this effect on me. I'd never let a man get to me, quite like he did last night. And now I see that it's a double-edged sword. As good as last night was, the shame is setting in this morning, and I can't believe I did it. Bad decisions seem to be part of my personality lately. Andrew's death rocked me, and being a little reckless is my twisted way of reckoning with it. But last night took it to an extreme that even I was shocked by. I know better than to run off with a guy like that without telling a single soul, and yet I did it anyway. What if he was a serial killer? What if he kidnapped me and held me for ransom? I don't even know the guy's name. What if he has a girlfriend or a disease? God, what was I thinking? There were a million things that could have gone wrong, and it was a miracle that nothing did. Not to mention, the second he gave me the time of day, it was like I threw every moral I had right out the window. I left my date for another man and jumped into bed with him. Better yet, I let him use me like some glorified high-priced hooker. He took me to a hotel, and if that wasn't enough of a red flag, maybe the gun he had strapped to his ankle should have been. He was dangerous to me, in more ways than one. But never for 1 second did I feel threatened or afraid of him. He was attentive and gentle when I needed him to be. And underneath that tough, tattooed exterior, I felt an intimate connection with him. The guy is bad news, exactly the opposite of who I should be associating with. And yet, given the chance, I would relive last night 1,000 times.
Ava!
Bella rips me back to reality. Hello?
I want details. How was he?
Honestly, Bells, it was incredible, I confess. He was perfect. And the sex was even better. It wasn't even just that, though. He was sweet and charming. And it felt like he was genuinely interested in me. That's the part that surprised me the most. We were both clear from the beginning that this was all for fun. But somehow in the in-between, it turned into something more. A level of understanding. A connection. A spark.
Then why did you leave?
I panicked, and before there was any awkwardness, any possibility of something more, any chance he could convince me not to, I left. Maybe I walked out because it was the most intense connection that I'd ever had with someone, and I left before anything could happen to taint the memory. Maybe I wanted it preserved a certain way in my mind forever, untouched by the stickiness of the morning after, or, God forbid, a relationship. I'm not ready for that for a variety of reasons, and I never want to look back on last night with regret. It was a one-night thing. I shrug it off, trying to hide the defeat in my voice. The reminder is for my own benefit as much as it is for her. What happened last night certainly couldn't be repeated. We both agreed on that, and it was for the best.
And you're okay with that? You seem really into this guy. And if he's as great as you say he is, maybe once isn't good enough.
It doesn't matter what I want now, Bells. I agreed to a one-time thing. That's all it was. That's all he wanted.
Did he actually come out and say that's all he wanted?
She looks at me like she knows he asked me to stay, begged for me to be there in the morning. Even I can recognize that I'm making excuses. Not exactly, no, but guys like that.
Ava, I swear I'm going to murder you!
Angie's voice announces her entrance long before she makes it out by the pool. Damn it. Hide me, I groan, ducking behind my magazine and sinking low into the chair. Bella, I can handle, but Angie is another beast entirely.
She's gotten scarier since she's become a mother.
Bella snickers, her voice low.
Do you want to explain why you ran out in the middle of your date with Rob last night?
She stands over me, hands perched on her hips as she glares down. I didn't run out in the middle of our date. He knew I was leaving, and I even left cash for the check. Now, do you think you could scoot over? You're blocking my son. She picks the magazine up off my face, rolls it, and swats me with it. I flinch, but can't help laughing. Angie is only a year older than Bella, but it might as well be a decade. She acts more like a mother to the two of us than an older sister.
Lighten up, Ange.
Bella rubs some lotion onto her shoulders.
Just because Ava had fantastic sex last night and you haven't gotten laid in a while doesn't mean—
Bella, I hiss, covering my face with my hands. Don't start with me, Bella. I only have time to kill one annoying little sister today, and Ava is at the top of my list. Angie arches her eyebrows at me, tapping her perfectly manicured fingernails against her side. You ran out on Rob to go hook up with another man? Damn Bella and her big mouth. Angie, Rob's great, but there wasn't any connection between us. He's not the guy for me. Instead of dragging it out, I figured it was best not to waste his time. And you knew that from one conversation. Ava, Rob has a stable job. He comes from a good family. He's the type of guy who would take care of you. What more could you want? I bite back my laughter. Adventure? True love? White-hot, passionate sex with a man who touches me like he owns me? Bella doesn't outright say it, but she agrees with Angie. My sisters are realists. The ideas of true love or soulmates completely lost on them. Angie married for practicality, and Bella will do the exact same thing. It's not like I consider myself much of a romantic, but I like the idea of at least enjoying the person I'm going to marry. As twisted as it is, I don't blame them for their thought process. From the time we were tiny, it's been ingrained in us that our only real responsibility as women within the family is to marry a respectable man our father could profit from in some way. He and my mother have very old-school values. And even as children, my sisters and I understood we were meant to be seen and not heard. We were expected to follow our mother's example, learning how to scrub kitchen cabinets and fold laundry and have a hot dinner on the table when our father came home from a long day at work. It was something I resisted from the very beginning, which only got me into trouble. As twins, the difference in treatment between Andrew and me was painfully obvious, and I wanted nothing more than to spend my days playing in the backyard and getting muddy with him. Instead, I was holed up in the house, learning how to polish the inside of the oven or put on the perfect dinner party. Vince and Andrew were immersed in every aspect of my father's business, whereas my sisters and I weren't even allowed to ask questions about it. It's a miracle in itself that my dad agreed to let me go to law school. Women don't need an education to be useful, in his mind. In fact, sometimes an education makes them even more of a problem. Smart women have opinions, aren't as easy to control, and know there is more to life than being a homemaker. I'm not against marriage entirely. I love the idea of finding my soulmate and raising a family with them one day. But I'm a long way from that right now. In some ways, I'm still picking up the pieces of who I was before I lost my brother. And that's hard for anyone in my family to grasp. I want to be a whole person again before I really start considering marriage or what comes next for me at all. Of course, Angie doesn't understand this. She bought into the antiquated stereotype from the beginning. She found a good, wholesome guy my parents approved of in Mike, moved 2 streets away from our childhood home, and started popping out kids almost immediately. She never questioned it, wanted more, or strayed from the plan in the slightest, even when we were children. All she wanted to do was be a wife and mother, and while I respect her choice, it's the exact opposite of what I want. I don't need someone to take care of me, Angie. Look, I appreciate you setting up the date, but I'm not going to settle for someone just because everyone in this family thinks I need to get married. No offense, but that's not the life I want. Angie scowls, obviously taking offense to my statement. You say that now, Ava, but someday you're going to realize you're making a big mistake by passing these men up. You're going to wake up alone and wish you'd listened to us. I'm going inside, I say, standing up and grabbing my things. I'm not going to win this battle, and I have no interest in going around in circles with her. Angie shrugs and takes my spot on the chair. Dad wants to see you in his office. My stomach lurches. Fantastic. Does he somehow know about last night? That's the last thing I want to deal with right now. I slip a cover-up on and pad down the hallway to my father's office. I knock softly and hear him grunt on the other side. The door is heavy as I push it open, and enter the office. It's dimly lit and smells like a mix of pine and cigar smoke. I don't know if that's what's making me nauseated, or if it's the impending doom that is my father sitting behind his desk. He's as intimidating as ever, glasses resting on the bridge of his nose as he looks down at the paper in front of him. He's barely acknowledged my existence, and he can wait all day, so I break the ice. You wanted to see me, Daddy? Despite the animosity between us, all I've ever wanted is for him to be proud of me. That's why I went to law school to begin with, to find something more useful to him than getting married. No matter what, nothing ever seems to be good enough, though. And even more so in the last few months. He's a hardened businessman, and his world doesn't have much room in it for children, especially wayward daughters.
Ava.
He sighs, finally looking up at me.
You didn't come home last night.
I bite my lip, holding in a sharp breath. I'm not sure why I thought I could get away with this to begin with. I'm an adult. It isn't like he can punish me in the ways he used to. But it still doesn't make this any easier. Standing in front of my angry father is every bit as terrifying as a 23-year-old as it was as a 9-year-old.
Ava!
My dad snaps, eyes narrowed on me as he waits for an answer, even though he hasn't asked me anything specific. No, I didn't, I say quickly. I stayed at a friend's house and—
You better think twice before you lie to me, Ava.
He glares at me.
You're an adult and are capable of making your own decisions, but at least stand by them enough to tell me the truth.
I let out a slow sigh, contemplating my next move. I have two choices here. I can tell him the truth, or I can continue to lie my way out of this. Neither seems like it's going to work, so I might as well quit while I'm ahead.
Your mother and I are concerned. Things were better for a while, but I'm starting to see glimpses of who you were after we lost Andrew, and I'll be damned if we go down that road again.
It's a dark memory for all of us. Losing Andrew was like losing the other half of my heart. And for weeks, I was so swallowed up with grief and blame that I couldn't even function. Eventually, I found the best way to deal with it, drowning whatever I felt in alcohol and drugs and partying, until I couldn't remember why I was depressed to begin with. It was a slippery slope, and even though it made me feel better temporarily, I quickly found myself in the throes of addiction. I've been drug-free for a few months now, but it's been a long and grueling road to get here. I still have a lot of work to do, but I'm getting there, and his lack of faith in me stings. Dad, I'm not—
You're getting to the age where you need to become more responsible. You know, I have several nice men who would take care of you and be good for business.
He scratches his chin, leather chairs squeaking as he leans back. My stomach drops at his degrading, misogynistic thought. You can't seriously be suggesting an arranged marriage.
What I'm suggesting is that you get a hold of your life, or I will be forced to do it for you,
he threatens.
I won't have you running around recklessly giving our family a bad name. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Ava, I only want what's best for you.
His face doesn't soften in the slightest. I'm sorry. It won't happen again.
See to it that it doesn't. I'm serious, Ava. I don't want to force you into anything, but I will if it means keeping you safe. And our family name, clean. Do you understand me?
Yes, sir. I want to crawl into a hole and die. What a horrible way to follow such an amazing night.
Good.
He stands up from behind the desk, walks around, then kisses my forehead.
I'm heading to the warehouse to meet with Gio. I'll see you at dinner tonight.
Gio? I ask curiously. As a rule of thumb, my father usually keeps my sisters and me as far away from the business as possible. But I know enough to know exactly who Gio Capinelli is. He and my father bring a whole new meaning to the term frenemies. And if my dad's meeting with him, nothing good is going on.
Nothing for you to worry about, Ava. Shut the door on your way out.
With that, he quickly ushers me out of his office. Bella and Angie are still sitting outside, but I don't feel like facing them right now. My father's ultimatum leaves a bad taste in my mouth, and all I want to do is crawl back into bed. I guess if I'm changing my ways, last night with Romeo is as good a night as any to go out on.
Chapter 4. Nick. It's been over a month. 38 days. 912 hours since that woman walked out of my hotel room and simply vanished into thin air. Zane and his team have been working around the clock for weeks, but we're no closer to finding her than we were the morning after she left. He brought me a few pictures to look through, but none of them even held a candle to the woman I'd spent the night with. I'm not easily deterred, but this feels like a fucking wash. And if I wasn't still haunted by her, I might be ready to throw in the towel entirely. Since some of my business is run out of ponchos, it is a pretty substantial security system, but somehow she managed to elude the cameras most of the night. There isn't a single usable picture of her in the entire bunch. Every spare moment I had, I spent at the restaurant, hoping that by some stroke of luck she'd come waltzing back in. Of course, it couldn't be that easy, and my stakeout turned out to be a big fucking waste of time. Leo was tolerant, but I could tell my obsession was wearing on him. More than once he'd suggested I let the whole thing go and take my frustrations out on another girl, one who actually wanted to be with me. It seemed like a good idea in theory, but it would never work. Every girl I've ever slept with pales in comparison to her, and it would only leave me disappointed and even more frustrated than I already am. Like drinking water after whiskey, dull, underwhelming, and pointless. The woman ruined me, and she doesn't even know it. After they'd harassed me all week, I reluctantly agreed to join Leo and Zane at a yacht party out at Chelsea Pier. They thought it would be a welcome distraction, and honestly, I'm willing to try just about anything to get my mind off this girl. Not to mention I owe them after they've listened to all my bitching and complaining the last 4 weeks. Not being able to find jewels is only the tip of the disastrous iceberg my last month has been. There are all kinds of issues at the warehouse, the biggest being the bastard who's shorting our shipments. Turns out he was working with a Russian organization making its way into the city, and his focus was trying to discredit both us and the Morettis to our biggest customers. I'd spent the afternoon tracking him down and putting a bullet between his eyes. Hits are my specialty. Quick, clean, and quiet. And I'm the strongest shot in the group by a long way. Rifle, pistol, revolver, the type doesn't matter. My aim and execution is without parallel. It helps that my dad had a gun in my hand early on and taught me both the caution and the craft, but I've got a certain natural talent for it that is hard to come by. It's a highly coveted skill, one I would gladly give up, though. I have the blood of a lot of men on my hands, and even though every single one of them deserved death, there isn't a more harrowing feeling in the world than watching the life drain out of someone's eyes at your hands. At least there will be enough alcohol and hot, desperate women at this party to clear my mind a bit. Kyle Archer is hosting, and every event he throws is like a fraternity party on steroids. The guy is an arrogant asshole who flaunts his wealth to anyone who gives him the time of day, and nothing irritates me more than that type of guy. He owns a tech company in the city that provides security at our main office, which is how I ended up on the guest list. Owns is a loose term. His father started the company and then handed it over to his son a few years ago, and Kyle has narrowly avoided driving it into the ground in the short time he's had it. He's been bailed out by his father multiple times, but he's never a big enough man to admit it. The guy isn't exactly my first choice, but the security product his dad designed is unmatched, and cybersecurity is crucial to us. Unfortunately, that means playing nice with Kyle. When our driver pulls into the marina parking lot, I'm already ready to leave. I can see this shit show from here, Leo groans, slamming the door to the dark SUV shut behind us. Do you think Kyle's dad is paying for all this, too? Zane scoffs, climbing out of his side and stretching his arms over his head. Is there anything in this guy's life his father isn't paying for? How long do we have to stay? I ask. Would you relax and enjoy yourself a little? Leo slaps my back, squeezing my shoulders as he gives me his version of a pep talk. Let's go find you a pretty face in a tight dress to get you out of this funk. That's what I'm talking about, Zane agrees. He's even more motivated to get me off of Jules than Leo, considering my search for her has more than monopolized his time the last few weeks. Maybe it's a little arrogant of me, or maybe my tastes have always been more mature, but a party like this has never been my thing. Don't get me wrong, I like to have a good time with my friends and can drink any one of them under the table on any given night, but it's these big, out-of-control events that I don't like. Bodies slammed together, music so loud you can't even hear yourself think. Cheap, watered-down alcohol that tastes more like mouthwash than an actual drink. I can't believe people like this kind of thing. Let's see how the night goes, okay? I say. I'm not convinced, but not completely counting it out either. Hooking up with faceless, nameless girls wasn't out of the norm for me before her, so why can't I get back to that? There's a distinct chill in the air, signaling the coming of fall. It won't be long before the snow comes and parties like this are history. There's no harm in enjoying it while we still can. The yacht is already overflowing with people when we board, and we squirm our way through to find the bar. Kyle intercepts us nearly at the door with that stupid, sly grin on his face. "Gentlemen," he greets us, shaking Leo's hand first. "Glad you could join us. There are some private tables in the back, a little quieter than this mess out here. I'll be sure they set one up for you." He winks like he's doing us some grand favor. "Play nice, Nick," I remind myself. "Good to see you, Kyle. The boat's amazing." "Isn't it? The yacht's perfect for landing bigger clients. You guys should invest in one. I could give you the number of my supplier." His voice hinges on the word yacht. Apparently, I've offended him by calling the damn thing a boat. "We have a few," Leo boasts. "We normally don't have clients out on them. Unless they're dead and we're taking them out to sea to ditch the body." "Enjoy yourselves, and I'll catch up with you later." Kyle slithers into the crowd. That guy gives me the creeps. He's always up to something, and it's rarely ever good. "Let's take him up on that private table offer. I don't feel like playing sardines all night with a bunch of drunk hipsters." Zane eyes the room, voicing my sentiments exactly. "I'll lead the way. He pushes a pathway through the crowd until we eventually reach the back of the boat. It's not necessarily quiet, but it's slightly more bearable than the front. As promised, Kyle has a table set up with our name and a bottle of Grey Goose on top of it. Of course the motherfucker would give us the cheap shit, Leo laughs, picking the bottle up and turning it in his hands. I'm going to get a real drink, I say. Zane and Leo settle themselves at the table, and I start my trek to the bar on the upper level. It's usually a little less crowded, and I can scope the place out a bit and see what I'm dealing with. There has to be a girl here somewhere who can get my mind off of Jules, but so far, the prospects aren't promising. The place is crawling with girls, but most of them I wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole. Bleach blondes with caked-on makeup who wear skimpy cocktail dresses even though they're very obviously freezing aren't exactly my type. Neither are girls too drunk to even stand up, and there's no shortage of those either. I'm not into fake. I'm not into messy. Even for a casual hookup, I've got standards, and I'm not about to drop them. Something tells me this is definitely not the kind of place to find a girl I could be into. I don't need to be into them, though, I remind myself. It's not like I'm picking a wife here. All I need is someone to get me off long enough to forget. Fuck. It's every bit as crowded up here as it was downstairs, and I have to shove my way to the bar. I stay a few steps back, trying to find a place I can fit in and grab the bartender's attention, but I'm not about to wait around all night. Not when I have much higher quality shit back at my place. As I'm about to turn back, a woman in front of me catches my eye. With her back to me, she leans over the bar, a tight black dress clinging to her dangerous curves. Her dark curls are loosely tied up at the nape of her neck, and she twists one strand between her fingers as she laughs with the bartender. When she shifts and her perfect, tight ass bounces, my cock twitches, a sensation I haven't felt in weeks. Maybe this would work out after all. I make my way closer, positioning myself so I'll be the first thing she sees when she turns around. "See you later, Ava," the bartender yells over the noise after he hands her a couple of drinks. "Bye, Rick," she responds, spinning back on her heels. She isn't watching where she's going and stumbles right into me, sending the drink she's carrying sloshing over their rims as I dodge out of the wet zone. "Oh my gosh, I am so—" she starts, glancing up at me. The second our eyes meet, she stops, swallowing her words as she presses her painted red lips together. Panic flashes in her eyes. I let out a sharp laugh. Well, I'll be damned.
Ava.
Come on. Bella slips her arm underneath mine and leads me to the side of the yacht that's parked in the marina. Bella might be inexperienced in other areas, but she makes up for it in the social department. If there is an event happening in the city, chances are she knows about it and has already secured an invitation. Most of the time, her drinking and partying make me look like an angel, but it always gets overlooked because she's already agreed to marry any man my dad chooses. Apparently, all is forgiven if you buy into outdated, suppressive mafia tradition. I bite back my bitterness, because none of that is Bella's fault. I'm not even sure how she knows the host of the party tonight, but she insisted I tag along with her and her friends. I pulled out every excuse I could think of, but nothing worked. And so, here I am. We'll have fun, I promise. My sister and I have vastly different ideas of fun. 100 drunk, sweaty people crammed on a boat that could sink at any minute doesn't do it for me. But I indulge her. Mostly because I haven't been easy to live with the last few weeks. Between my dad's looming ultimatum and stewing over my mystery man, I've been a wreck. And this is her last-ditch attempt at helping me get out of my funk.
This place is a nightmare. The air is heavy with the stench of sweaty bodies and alcohol, and the music's so loud I can feel my eardrums vibrating. How long do we have to stay here again?
Give me a break. You had nothing better to do tonight than sit around and mope, so why don't you enjoy yourself for a change? Kyle set us up at a table in a great spot, and there's free alcohol all night.
Right, because free alcohol is exactly what I need. Dad will shoot me if I come stumbling in drunk tonight. The thought of it makes me shudder. As a Don, shooting me isn't entirely out of the question, and honestly, it sounds better than the arranged marriage alternative he threw out last month. I haven't been able to get his threats out of my head since that day, and I have been on my very best behavior since. I'm not about to give him another reason to marry me off. Bella doesn't quite comprehend what I'm trying to say.
Aves, you're being dramatic. Dad wouldn't marry you off just because you're enjoying yourself. You're young. This is the kind of thing you should be doing. I'm sure Dad's forgotten all about it.
I let out a sharp laugh. Forgotten. Yeah, I'm sure.
Besides, you're out with me. He knows I'll watch over you, so it's fine.
She waves me off. Go get us some drinks. Fine, but if this night turns south, I'm blaming it on you. I forge through the swarms of people, opting for the upstairs bar in hopes I can get a little fresh air. It's going to take a very strong drink to get me through this disaster of a party. And if we're here a few hours, I'll have plenty of time to sober up before we go home. Several months ago, I would have thrived in this kind of environment. The booze and the partying, and God only knows what is going on below deck. I would have been all over it. Now all it does is make me feel uncomfortable. When I notice Rick behind the bar, I'm happy to see a familiar face. He bartends occasionally at my dad's parties, and is a really nice guy. He fell in somewhere between boyfriends and lasted 2 dates. Luckily, the feeling was mutual, and we both agreed we were better as friends. Ava, good to see you. What can I get for you? Rick fills a few cups in front of him with alcohol. He works quickly, moving with such precision, it's almost an art. 2 whiskey gingers, please. I smile as I slip a $50 bill toward him. You can tip me later if you want. He smirks, sliding it back to me, and getting to work on our drinks. In your dreams, bar boy. He isn't serious, but the flirtation between us feels nice. Although, after my month-long drought, any attention might. Rick puts his hand over his heart, pretending to be hurt, and turns his back for a few minutes. When he returns, he hands me the drinks. Have fun tonight. It's going to be quite the party. Bella here? Yep, she's downstairs. Bring her around before you leave. He smiles, waving before he takes an order from someone else. See you later, Ava. Bye, Rick. I gather the drinks in my hands and turn around, not paying any attention to my surroundings. I take a step and fall right into something. Or rather, someone. Oh my gosh, I'm so... When I look up at the man, my heart leaps into my throat and I nearly drop the drinks. Instead, I grip them so tight that my knuckles turn white, the flimsy plastic bending in my hold. Well, I'll be damned. It was him. Him. He looks shocked to see me at first, but it doesn't take long for a huge grin to spread across his face. You know, you're a hard person to track down. Ava, is it? My knees weaken when he says my real name. How is it possible that he looks even better than I remember? I've drawn him like a Greek god in all of my fantasies. but seeing him in person again puts it all to shame. He's got on a pair of blue jeans and a tight black t-shirt that stretches over his biceps, with his hands shoved into his pockets. He's casual tonight, and informal looks good on him. Thick stubble lines his chin, and his hair is tousled, and even though he looks at me with confidence, there's a bit of boyish charm in his grin. Yes, my name is Ava, I say, as blush tints my cheeks. Out of all the parties Bella could have dragged me to, we happen to be at the same one as the man who has been plaguing my thoughts for the last few weeks. Honestly, what are the odds?
And here all this time I was looking for a woman named Juliet.
His admission, though unintentional, catches my attention. He was looking for me? Right. I laugh, loosening up a bit. Mere seconds together and we're already slipping back into a comfortable flow, like we haven't missed a beat. Like your name is Romeo.
Nick, actually.
He drags his thumb over his upper lip, eyeing me shamelessly. He doesn't seem to care in the slightest that I caught him staring. In fact, there's an amusement on his face that tells me he enjoys it.
I've been trying to find you since you snuck out of my hotel room a few weeks ago.
Sorry about that.
Why don't you make it up to me and go to dinner with me?
He says. His hand brushes against my shoulder as he moves me out of the way for someone to get to the bar. Even the small gesture sends a shockwave through my body as I remember how he handled me that night. Attentive, but always in control. Dominant in a way that made me think it was my idea. Nick, I don't think that's such a good idea. Second dates aren't really my thing. With any luck, he'll take me at my word, because the more time I spend around him, the more likely I am to give in. And that would have hellacious consequences. I'm pretty sure an arrogant playboy who keeps a card on file at a local hotel specifically for his hookups is not the type of man my father has in mind for me.
But fucking strangers in hotel rooms is?
Fucking. The term stings more than it should, because that's exactly what happened. Except it was more than that for me. And if his pleas for me to stay were any indication, it was more for him, too. Didn't we agree on a one-and-done thing, anyway? Wouldn't dinner be breaking one of your rules? He was the one who laid it all out, so plotted that it almost felt like a business plan. A cool amusement fills his face as he leans in intimidatingly close.
Ava, I don't care about the rules. You're worth breaking them. I haven't stopped thinking about you for a second since that night. The way your legs felt wrapped around my waist. The sound of your sweet voice begging for more.
He's so close now that his lips graze my ear as he whispers.
The way your pouty lips bow when I make you come.
Nick, I put my hand to his chest, creating some distance between us because I know exactly where this will end up if I don't. Does he have some sort of hookup hotel on this side of town, too?
I'm used to getting what I want, Ava. And I'm not going to stop until I do.
His voice is like lightning through my veins, and desire ripples between my legs. I've never heard something so seductive and threatening all at once. Before I can say anything else, a drunk guy bumps into Nick from behind. He whirls around with an angry expression on his face, as if this guy had squashed whatever moment we had going on.
Hey, man!
This is my chance. I have to make my getaway, otherwise I'll find myself right back in Nick's arms, and, as tempting as that sounds, I can't afford the risk. He's dangerous and consuming and above any responsibility. Everything I don't need right now. Unless, of course, I want to wind up married to some old sleazebag as part of one of my father's business deals. No, that can't happen. Taking my opportunity, I duck away and find Bella as fast as I can. "Bella, we've got to get out of here!" I practically throw our drinks down on the table and grab my jacket from the seat next to her. "What? We barely got here. What's going on? I'll explain everything later. We have to leave now." I tug at her arm, pulling her toward the dock. She looks at me suspiciously, but stands up. "Ava, I don't know what it—" I don't even give her a chance to finish. He'll be looking for me soon, and if he finds me, I'm not sure I would have the strength to look into those handsome green eyes and deny him again. Bella resists at first. But when we are both off the yacht and on the dock, she takes her shoes off and runs alongside me. "Would you slow down?" She's out of breath. "Sorry, I just needed to get away from there," I say. "What happened?" "I ran into someone at the bar." "And you couldn't talk to him like a normal human?" "It wasn't a normal human, Bells. It was him. The guy I told you about from the hotel." Bella's eyes widen as the weight of my words hit her. "Are you serious?" I nod quickly, pulling out my phone to call an Uber as fast as I can. "You mean to tell me you ripped me away from that party because the guy you haven't stopped thinking about the last month was there?" She's not confused anymore, just angry. "It's not that—" "Ava! We ran away from the one guy who has held your interest for more than a week in years." She throws her hands up in exasperation. "Unbelievable!" She couldn't understand. She's not in the position I'm in, and that's painfully obvious. I'm the one who is always messing up, especially after Andrew died. I can't keep letting my parents down, and I need to get myself together this time. And unfortunately, that means staying far away from any distractions. Specifically, distractions with big, strong hands and a killer smile. Chapter 5. Ava.
"You two are home early?"
It's 11 o'clock at night, but for some ungodly reason, Vince is sitting at a bar stool in the kitchen with a bowl of cereal. He's close to the last person I want to see right now, second only to my father. "Not by choice," Bella mumbles as she slides onto the stool next to him, unstrapping her heels and letting them clatter to the floor. She's still mad at me, but started to come around on our ride home. If she had her way, we would have marched right back into that party. I would have found Nick, and all would have been right in the world. That was her world, though. She doesn't have our father's threat hanging over her head the second she messes up. I barely escaped unscathed the first time Nick and I were together, and I might not be so lucky again. Although it is nice to finally have a name to put with the face.
"Anything interesting happened at the party? It was at Kyle's, right?"
Vince's words are barely comprehensible through his crunching. "It was on the boat. And only if you call Ava running away from an old date and making us leave early interesting." Bella rolls her eyes, grabbing the spoon from his hand and taking a bite for herself.
"Sounds like a typical Saturday night for you."
He smirks. "Don't you have your own family to go bother?" I snap, throwing the fridge open, not because I'm hungry, but because I need to hide the glaring flush in my cheeks. Between their teasing and the pent-up energy inside of me, I'm unraveling.
Easy, Aves, I'm only teasing.
Someone is a little sour that she actually has feelings for this guy, despite all of her best efforts not to.
Bella seems eager to throw me under the bus as some sort of payback for ruining her night.
Whoa. Really?
Vince stops dead in his tracks and faces me. No! I slam the fridge closed. I do not have feelings for him. I don't even know him. I try to sound convincing, but by the looks on their faces, neither is falling for it. That makes 3 of us.
I'm confused. If you like this dude, why did you run?
Vince pauses.
Not that I'm opposed to my baby sister running from boys. In fact, forget I said anything.
She ran because that's what she does. She runs from anything that even remotely resembles getting attached to anyone.
Bella snipes. The little alcohol she had at the party has made her uncharacteristically hostile. Would you shut up? I glare at her. Can't we be done with this conversation? For once, it would be nice not to have to explain every decision I made when it comes to my love life.
It's true, isn't it? You think you might be into this guy, and that scares the shit out of you. That's why you snuck out of his hotel room, why you ran from him tonight. You're scared of what that might mean.
My sister has no idea how right she is. The idea of being attached does scare me, because I know what it's like to lose someone you love. I don't want to go through that again. I'm not sure I could survive it.
Back up!
Vince barks, his face twisting in confusion.
Hotel? Why the fuck were you in his hotel room when you just said you didn't even know him?
Bella, I hiss, covering my face with my hands.
What in the world is going on down here?
My mother rushes into the kitchen, fury radiating from her as she wraps her velour robe around her shoulders.
I can hear your bickering all the way upstairs.
Sorry, Mom. We didn't mean to wake you,
Bella says.
We'll keep it down.
What are you even doing here, Vincent?
Her eyes narrow on my brother.
Decompressing, Ma?
He gives her his most charming smile, immediately loosening up and dropping the protective big brother act, at least momentarily.
Go home and decompress with your pregnant wife.
She glares at him.
But she's mean, Ma. Vince chuckles. Pregnancy hormones are no joke.
It's your own fault she's in that situation. You get your butt home and take care of her. And you two, she points at Bella and me, stop all of this commotion. I'll have you both scrubbing floors all day tomorrow if you wake your father up. We all stand silent, like scolded children. She turns on her heels and is gone as quickly as she came. I'm going to bed, I announce, defeated and flustered. I've had enough of these two and this discussion for the night. In fact, I've had enough of it for a lifetime.
Don't think this conversation is over, Ava.
Vince raises his eyebrows.
I want to know why you were in some guy's hotel room.
Go home, Vince.
Bella slaps his shoulder, unexpectedly coming to my defense as she stands next to me.
Now isn't the time to get into any of this.
Do you know how bad I begged for brothers?
Vince shakes his head.
So I wouldn't have to deal with all this shit. And what do Mom and Dad do? Go and give me 3 little sisters.
Vincent! My mother hisses in a hushed tone from the hallway.
All right.
He puts his hands up in defeat.
Until tomorrow, ladies.
He tosses a Cocoa Puff into the air, catching it in his mouth before disappearing out the French doors and jogging down the driveway to his truck.
You'd think the moron could at least pick up his own dishes,
Bella huffs, dumping them in the sink. Gathering up my purse and jacket, I head toward the stairs, but my sister catches my wrist. Hey, Aves, I'm sorry. What you do with that guy is your business. I want to see you happy. What if him showing up there was fate? What if he's a good guy and you could have a future together? I am happy. I don't need to define my happiness by a man. I sigh. Why is that so hard for everyone to understand? I don't want to get into all this again, okay? It doesn't matter how I feel about the guy. Mom and Dad would never be okay with it. You don't know that. Maybe you should give it a chance. What if they surprise you and they love him? She follows me up the stairs and to our rooms. And what if it seals the deal and Dad marries me off to some old guy he can make a deal with? Would you please let it go? I will. But I want to say one thing first. You can't live your life always jumping to the worst scenario. Not everyone is going to hurt you like Jimmy did. But I'll let it go. Only because I love you. And I feel like I owe you one for outing you to Vince. Sorry about that. Thanks. Night. Good night, Aves. When Bella brings up Jimmy, it's like salt in a wound I thought healed long ago. We got serious right before my Andrew died, and it was the perfect storm in terms of timing. I clung to Jimmy like he was the one thing keeping me afloat, and instead of helping me work through my grief, he threw cocaine at the problem, catapulting me into addiction. It was like the deeper I got, the more I blamed myself for what happened to Andrew. And Jimmy was always there with another hit to take my mind off of it. Jimmy enjoyed the hold he had on me, and we were stuck in a vicious cycle. He was yet another person I trusted who ended up letting me down. Once I stopped using, I knew Jimmy was the first thing that had to go. But that was easier said than done. His father had been a friend of my father's for years, and I had to fight like hell to get myself to a place where I could break up with him for good. Even though my dad didn't approve of my relationship with Jimmy, the benefits of having his attorney father as a friend offset his opinions. After the fact, I found out that he'd spent the last months of our relationship cheating on me, too. Thankfully, the breakup had lasted, and Jimmy is a big reason why I don't want to get into any kind of relationship right now. I'm in a much better place mentally, but my stability is fragile, and who knows what could happen if someone I get attached to hurts me again. Bella is the only one who knows the extent of what happened with Jimmy. And honestly, she's right. I've got it stuck in my head that everyone is going to hurt me the way he did. But even if it isn't true, I'm not really willing to risk it. It's easier to keep my distance and not even chance going down that road again. I know myself, and a tough breakup could be a lethal trigger. For the most part, the rest of the weekend is uneventful. I successfully avoided Vince's judging eye for the majority of family dinner on Sunday and spent the rest of the day working on homework. Bright and early Monday morning, I have my law and ethics class. It's an awful way to start the week, especially since there won't be any ethics in the law I will practice. Like everything with my father, sending me to law school is a personal gain for him. It's always nice to have someone around who understands the law and can help find all the loopholes to make your business seem legitimate. In a desperate attempt to make him proud, I decided to be that person, and to my surprise, he went for it. Bella and Angie didn't even go to college, so this was a huge step. The lecture drags on for about 2 hours before the professor finally lets us out. The hot August air hits me when I finally step outside of the building. I usually stick to my little corner of campus, where the law school is, and avoid this side entirely. For some reason, my law and ethics class is held in one of the main campus buildings, with many of the undergrad sessions. It's always busy over here, but it's insufferable at the start of the school year like today. Trying to avoid the swarms of freshmen, trying to find their way around. I duck into the student union, and the coffee shop catches my eye. I need another cup of coffee, like I need a hole in my brain, but I scan the menu anyway. The fresh-baked croissants catch my eye, but I'm meeting Bella for lunch in a little while, so I order my usual vanilla latte and work my way over to the pickup counter.
We've got to stop meeting like this.
A deep, husky voice rumbles behind me, and I freeze. Why the hell does this keep happening? I turn around to confirm my fears, and sure enough, standing in front of me in a fitted navy blue suit is Nick. His smile catches me in a vice, and I can't bring myself to look away. Something about him in that suit stirs unimaginable things inside of me. He's so put together, so professional. Between the deep woodsy scent of his cologne and the bit of chest hair that peeks out from the top of his unbuttoned collar, it's like I've got no control over my body. My legs lock intuitively, as if my body thinks he'd be bold enough to try something right here, in the middle of a packed student union. My heart almost wishes he would. No, Ava! God, what is wrong with you? Each time he catches me off guard like this, my resolve slips further and further. Soon, I won't remember why I'm so adamant about avoiding him at all. I'm beginning to think you're stalking me. I grab my latte off the counter, wishing it was something stronger.
Not stalking, just keeping my word.
He follows me over to an empty table, already pulling another chair over so he can join me. Please, sit down, I say sarcastically. He's relentless. What word exactly are you keeping?
That I'm not going to stop until you agree to go out with me,
he clarifies, making himself right at home as he crosses an ankle over his knee. He's cocky and arrogant, and it doesn't take more than a minute with him to pick up on that. Like he said, he's used to getting what he wants. Usually that would be a hard stop for me. This is a game for him, a conquest. Nick will be gone the second he gets what he wants. Letting myself think otherwise is a recipe for disaster.
And for the record, I'm not stalking you. I had business near here this morning. Running into you was a pleasant coincidence.
Man, that smile is intoxicating. Business? I ask. Are you a student? Nick laughs, choking a little on his coffee.
A student? No. I was here as a guest speaker. A friend of mine teaches in the business school and asked me to come talk about working with customs to run my shipping company.
Realization sets in, and a panicked look sweeps across his face.
Wait, are you a student here?
He pauses.
How old are you?
How old do you think I am? For once, I have the upper hand with him, and I enjoy watching him squirm.
Don't play with me, Ava.
He gets serious.
Are you legal?
I'm 23. I smirk, finally letting him off the hook. Relief washes over him.
Thank God.
Isn't it a little late to be asking that question? I take a gulp of my coffee and set it on the table between us, as if I'm creating some sort of barrier.
What are you studying?
Law. I want to be a defense attorney. His eyes trail my every move as I tuck a rogue piece of hair behind my ear.
Wow.
He brushed his thumb over his lip.
Beauty and brains. Are you excited?
He called me beautiful the night we were together, but there's something different about hearing it in the sober sunlight. You mean, am I excited to spend the next 2 years of my life studying for some stupid test, only to work 80 hours a week in a stuffy corner office with a nice view of a park I never get to actually go to, and spend my days defending drug dealers and thieves? I arch my eyebrow at him, feeling somewhat cynical this morning. Thrilled. My answer catches him completely off guard.
As hot as the thought of you in that corner office is, why are you doing it if you're already dreading it so much?
Daddy issues? I shrug, unable to stifle the small laugh on my lips. Pitiful.
Now that might be something I can help you with.
His domineering grin is almost enough to make me ask him to describe what he has in mind. Almost. He might be joking, but it's a glaring reminder of where his head is at. Nick, it was nice to see you again, but I need to be going. Bella's words echo in my ear like she's the devil sitting on my shoulder.
Ouch.
He puts his hand over his heart, feigning injury.
I've been called a lot of things in my life, but nice isn't one of them.
Do you prefer pleasant? That's what you referred to me as a few minutes ago, right? I tease. Despite my worries, I can't stop egging him on either.
I'll call you whatever you want, if it means you won't run away from me again.
I didn't run away. I can't even bring myself to say it, because I literally did run away from the boat that night.
You're a textbook runner.
Nick gives me a knowing half-smile.
When things get too hard or too real, you bolt.
Well, for my entire life, I've been conditioned to believe that the only person I can ever actually count on is myself. I shift, crossing one leg over the other underneath the table, his words hitting me like a raw nerve. Maybe I do run? But I also know how to protect myself. So don't think you're going to come in here with your smooth talk and arrogant charm that works with all the other girls. Nick chuckles, rubbing his stubbled chin, and I can't quite tell what he's thinking.
What happened to you?
What do you mean?
You don't become this distrustful overnight. Someone does it to you. So what happened?
His face is soft, and he waits. Nick already knows way more about me than I want him to, so I don't give him an answer. I stand up and grab my bag. Goodbye, Nick. Have a nice day. As I turn to leave, he catches my wrist, his firm grip holding me in place so dangerously close that his breath is hot against my ear as he speaks. Images of him manhandling me in that hotel room flash through my mind, and a wave of heat hits me.
Have dinner with me, Ava. Please.
The student center suddenly feels very small. Nick's eyes lock with mine, and everything around us disappears. The shuffle of students moving from class to class, the static radio playing over the loudspeakers, the thirsty looks Nick draws from nearly every woman in here. All his attention is focused on me. I don't think that's a good idea.
And why is that?
Because I'm not your type, I say flatly, his daring expression enough to make me forget my reasons entirely.
Ava, what makes you think you even know enough about me to say that?
Because I stiffen. You can't get through a single conversation with me without making some kind of sexual pass. You have every woman in this entire student center fawning over you, and if you remember right, You were the one who explicitly said one night, and we'd never see each other again. That's what we agreed to. If it's possible, Nick leans in even closer to me, keeping his voice low.
Circumstances have changed. And you can't tell me you're not the slightest bit curious what—
Goodbye, Nick. I pull away, cutting him off abruptly.
You're wrong, you know.
I pause, stealing a glance over my shoulder as I make my way out of the cafe. Oh,
this isn't a game to me, Ava. That's not the person I am. Give me a chance to prove that.
I'm sure you'll find somebody willing to take you up on that offer. And if you don't, I shrug. I have a feeling you'll figure out some way to find me.
Chapter 6. Nick. 0 for 3. I haven't won a single round with this girl. She has a stubborn streak that rivals my own, and if I was any other person, I might have given up already. I'm no quitter, though, and Ava's rebukes only solidify how much different she is than any other woman that I've been with. Despite leaving me hanging 3 separate times, she still hasn't flat out denied me. It's always, I don't think this is a good idea, or we shouldn't do this. Never a straight no. And I'll take what I can get. When I pull into the warehouse, it's already busy. My father was meeting with Alessandro Moretti this morning, and that would mark the end of whatever alliance we have with them. The supplier issue is taken care of, and now we can all be back in our own lanes, the way it should be. Our relationship with the Morettis hasn't always been so volatile. About 4 years ago, things were peaceful, and we worked alongside each other and helped each other out, functioning as a cohesive team instead of bitter rivals. To say we were friends might have been a stretch, but we were, at the very least, civil. Nothing stays civil for very long in the mafia world, though. Andrew Moretti's death was a turning point for both of our families, and nothing would ever be the same. It was almost 4 years ago that he died, that I watched my friend bleed to death on a dirty apartment floor. The deafening ring of the gun, the vacant look in his eyes as his body slumped over, the crimson spattered on the wall behind him. Those are the things that haunt my nightmares to this very day. Alessandro has 5 children, but I've never met his daughters or even his wife, as is typical for a lot of the families we work with. He has a strong philosophy of keeping them out of anything to do with the business, and to be honest, I hardly know they exist. Andrew was his youngest son, and when we met, we instantly clicked. Both of us carried a chip on our shoulders, eager to prove our worth to our families. I was a little more reserved, but Andrew wanted to be involved in everything. He was loyal and sincere, and had a heart for others, but he was also cocky and impulsive. He'd seek out any confrontation he could and dragged us into some really shitty situations. Eventually, I had to pull back and watch his crazy antics from afar. It was as if he was a junkie, and danger was his drug. He craved it, almost thrived on it. My father always used to say that his rash decisions would wind up getting someone killed, but no one imagined it would be Andrew himself, or that the shot that killed him would come from me. It ended any chance our families ever had of working together, unless it was absolutely necessary. There's so much animosity between us now, and battle lines have been drawn. We can come together when there is a common enemy or threat, but aside from that, it just doesn't happen. Jesus, I haven't thought about Andrew in a while, and I certainly don't have time to go down that rabbit hole today. After my run-in with Ava this morning, I'm distracted enough. Somehow, I've got to find a way to end my infatuation. When I walk into the office, I'm surprised to see Leo sitting at the desk. Normally, he'd be at Poncho's on a Monday, regrouping after the weekend rush. The place is technically mine, given to me years ago in a business deal by a guy who couldn't pay off his debt. At the time, I had no use for a floundering restaurant, but Leo took a special interest in it, and I passed the management of it off to him. Now it's one of our most lucrative side businesses, and one of the most popular spots in the city. I throw myself into the chair in front of him, sighing dramatically as I loosen my tie. "Long morning?" He keeps his eyes fixed on the stack of papers in front of him. "I saw her again," I mumble, wallowing in my own self-pity. How pathetic can I get? I'm not used to being on this side of things, and so far, it fucking sucks. "You what? The girl from the hotel?" Now I've got his attention. "What the fuck happened?" "I was speaking to a business class this morning. Turns out she's studying to be a lawyer. We ran into each other, and then she left. Again." I shove my hand through my hair in frustration. Rejection certainly doesn't suit me, and admitting it out loud to my little brother only adds insult to injury. A smirk grows on Leo's face, and soon he's all out laughing. "Something funny to you?" I glare, gritting my teeth. I'm already in a foul mood, even without his unneeded amusement at my expense. "She's denied you what, 3 times now?" "Thanks for the reminder, Leo. When are you going to give it a rest?" "Never." His suggestion isn't even worth my time. Clearly, he doesn't understand, and I don't expect him to. A few weeks ago, I wouldn't have either. But a few weeks ago, I hadn't tasted Ava, hadn't held her in my arms, hadn't connected with her so far past something just physical. The night I spent with her in that hotel room ruined me in the best and worst of ways, and that isn't something a person can understand until they feel it for themselves. He shakes his head in disapproval. "I'm all for you chasing after love, bro, but that's not what this is. This is a game to you. You like her because she doesn't like you, and you can't accept that. You better stop this shit before you get yourself in over your head." Maybe he's right. I've never been rejected like this by a woman, and it's really eating at me. Deep in my heart, though, I know that isn't all this is. It might add to the attraction, but it's much more than that. For the first time in my life, I have a genuine, purposeful connection with a woman, and the thought terrifies me. I understand Ava, and I'm sure if she gives me half a chance, she'll understand me too. "When are you gonna get your head on straight, man?" Leo asks. "He better have his head on straight right now," my father chastises us from behind me, coming into the office and slamming the door behind him. He's not necessarily angry, he just always likes to put an emphasis on things. I got good at distinguishing real anger from what was for show early on in my life. "Don't listen to Leo. Everything is fine." I glare at my brother. "How was the meeting?" My father shifts his weight, setting his jaw. I can tell immediately there's something on his mind, and I have a feeling I'm not going to like it. "Meeting was fabulous. Alessandro was thrilled with the way things went down, appreciated you taking care of the hit, and everything is back to business as usual." There is an eeriness in his calm demeanor. But, as always, it's always a little more complicated than we expect. The Russians are getting more brazen. To put a guy into our supply chain and try to discredit us is passive, but it also proves their real motives. They want to take us down, both us and the Morettis. Alessandro and I think it might be good to work together on a more permanent basis." What the hell does that mean? An alliance? What do you mean, more permanent? Don't you remember when we did that before? It didn't work, Leo says. As usual, my brother and I are on the same page. I thought we were done with them. After his meeting, my dad's patience is already thin, and he rubs at his temples. Leo, can you keep your mouth shut long enough for me to get this out? I understand you're skeptical, but it's not your place to question my choices. Leo lowers his head like a scolded puppy. I thought the idea of an alliance was out of the question, I press, treading carefully. Unlike a lot of mafia organizations, we're governed by a council. My great-grandfather put it into place with some of his top advisors, so no one man could ever run our organization into the ground. My father is Don, as I will be one day, but the majority of his big decisions have to go through the council first. Years ago, alliances were deemed out of the question for a variety of reasons, and I can't imagine anything has changed. It is, my dad nods. We cannot form an alliance with them in the traditional way, but we have something else in mind. A union would allow us to work alongside each other without actually being one body. A union? Leo finds his voice again. His word choice is intriguing, especially because a union only has one meaning in the mafia. Yes, it's the only condition that was set by your grandfather and the rest of the council. The only way for us to work long-term with the Morettis is if a member of our family and a member from theirs... He trails off. Marriage. As soon as the word is off my lips, my stomach flips. I know the council decree backward and forward, so the idea isn't new, but I never in a million years thought it would be enacted. My father sits in silence as Leo and I absorb exactly what this means. It can't just be anyone in the organization. It has to be the acting Don. Considering our parents were going on 30 years of the most nauseating pure love in the world, there isn't a shot it would be him. So that means this falls on me, and my father will be forced to step aside. Is this really necessary? There's a bit of panic in Leo's voice that I'm not used to. We've been functioning fine without Moretti support for years. Why the change now? It's getting to be complicated. There are a few soldiers from the Asnikov group who moved into a neighborhood in Newark. It's a small sliver of land that's right between our territory and the Morettis. Like I said, they're getting more brazen, and now they're not only trying to discredit us, but they're moving in on our turf. Neither of us is strong enough to take down the Russians on our own, and if we aren't proactive, we'll all be at risk. By joining with them, we double our strength, and there will be no way Asnikov and his men can compete with that. I know my dad well enough to know that he wouldn't be suggesting this unless absolutely necessary. But I honestly can't believe what I'm hearing. This has to be some kind of joke. There's no way he's suggesting I marry some girl I've never even met. Some fragile little wallflower I'll no doubt hate if she's related to Alessandro. The timing couldn't be worse. After a long history of serial dating, I've finally found a girl who holds my interest for longer than it takes to get her clothes off. Ava is special, perfect in every way, and the more time I spend with her, the more I'm convinced of that. Convinced that there might be something there, something deeper, something long-term. And now, I'm about to get engaged. There are 1,000 things I wish I could say, but they all get stuck in my throat. There's no fucking way. We don't even operate in the same field as the Morettis, but maybe that's the point. With an alliance, our territory doubles, and we have much more influence than either group could obtain on their own. Still, Alessandro is a loose cannon. He's power-hungry and greedy, and he often draws unwanted attention from other groups and law enforcement alike. Combining forces is risky, but my dad is as thorough as they come. I'm sure he's thought about this from every angle and doesn't need me to remind him. He knows what he's asking of me. What exactly do we need to do? My question feels somewhat rhetorical, but I ask anyway. My dad scratches his head, glancing at me, then looking away quickly. That tells me everything I need to know. I'm going to fucking hate what's about to come out of his mouth. Nick is going to marry one of Alessandro's daughters. The last place in the world I expect to see Ava is at one of Alessandro Moretti's parties. She's the first person I notice when I walk into the foyer, looking like an absolute smoke show as she makes small talk with an older man I don't recognize. She's all legs in a lacy cocktail dress, lean and toned and accentuated by the sky-high heels strapped around her feet. An absolute vision in red. Painted lips, soft, bouncing curls. I don't know how she manages to look even better every time I see her, but she does. What the hell is she doing here? Of all the times, of all the places, for the first time, I wish I hadn't run into her. I'm walking into this party, about to meet my fiancé and form an alliance with a man I want nothing to do with, and the woman who has had me by the balls for the last several weeks is here to bear witness to it all. Fucking perfect. Over the last several hours, I've resigned myself to the fact that my dad is right. I hate how much sense it makes for me to marry one of the Moretti girls and take over for him as Dawn, a position I've been vying for years. A merger is the perfect tactic for holding off the Russians. Anything more direct or violent could send us into an all-out war, and we're liable to lose some of our men. This is cleaner, less risky, and it just might work. The only problem is, there is no way I'm going to go through with this. There must be other ways, and I'm confident if I can stall long enough, I'll come up with something. No way in hell am I going to be part of an arranged marriage, even if it means becoming Dawn. I have a plan. Pretend like I'm going along with the arrangement, but make the girl absolutely hate me so that she's the one to call the whole thing off. It's a win-win. I look like the dutiful, dedicated son ready to step in for my father, and the marriage is over long before it can even begin. I give it a few days tops before I'm in the clear. And in the meantime, it buys me a little more time to sell Ava on that second date. When I look up again, she's alone, with her back to me. Seizing the opportunity, I take her wrist, pulling her into a closed-off room by the foyer. She lets out a gasp, whirling around as I shut the door into Alessandro's office behind us. What the? She stops suddenly when she realizes who's grabbed her. As much as she tries, she can't hide the tiniest bit of satisfaction in her smile. She's somewhat happy to see me. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Such a dirty mouth for such a pretty girl, I chuckle, closing the distance between us. She narrows those beautiful eyes at me, and my heart thunders in my chest. If I'm about to sign my life away, why can't I have a little fun first? I was kidding about the stalking thing earlier, but now I'm not so sure, Ava quips, teeth sinking into her lower lip. I was here first, which would mean you're stalking me. If you wanted to see me again, all you had to do was ask. Oh, please. When she rolls her eyes, my cock hardens, and all I can think about is fucking that attitude right out of her. I reach out, softly stroking her cheek as I lean in dangerously close. Please, what, baby? She flinches under my touch, but not because she doesn't want it. The complete opposite, actually. There's no denying the way her body melts into me, or the way her breath shallows. She's flustered, so hot and bothered that she might let me have her right here in this office. When she steps to the side, she inadvertently backs herself against the wall and flattens herself against the door. She looks up at me through thick, dark lashes, and a smile pulls at her lips. Please, she repeats. Kiss me again, Nick. She says my name like a dare, and without much time to waste, I take her up on it. Whatever you want, baby, I whisper through my grin. Finally, I have the permission I've been waiting for. My fingers fumble with the hem of her dress, my hand grasping her bare thigh as my lips crash into hers. My hands tangle in her hair as I push her against the door, a hold firm enough to excite her, exactly like it did before. Every bit of pent-up anticipation and passion explodes through the kiss. It's everything I thought it would be. Everything I built it up to be. Everything, and so much more. My hand inches closer to the feather tattoo on her upper thigh. I remember that well. I'd traced it with my tongue 10 times over during our night together. Her knees part slightly, as if she's egging me on, tempting me to go further. And I want to. Jesus Christ, do I want to? But in what could go down as the cock-block of the century, I remember what I'm doing here. I'm about to meet my future wife, and as badly as I want to bend Ava over this desk, it's not fair to her. What the hell am I thinking? I can't do this to her. Am I really that selfish, leading her on like this when I'm currently promised to another woman? It won't always be like this, but right now it is. And one thing's for sure, I'm not a cheater. We should stop. Each word feels like a blade to my groin as they come out. Someone might catch us. Ava shies away, both disappointed and confused by my sudden change of heart. You're right, she composes herself. This definitely isn't the place. It's a little brazen to show up at my house, don't you think? Even for you. Wait a second. Did she just say, your house? You live here? Ava's face twists, clearly confused, and for the first time I notice a photograph hanging above her head on the wall. It's a picture of the Moretti family, Alessandro and his wife at the center, flanked by both Andrew and Vince. And right there, clear as day, is Ava. I glance back at her, and then at the photo again. Your dad is... What is the matter with you? She grimaces, fixing her hair to be sure she's presentable to go back out to the party. You're Alessandro Moretti's daughter? I almost choke on the words. Yeah, and if he catches us in his office like this, he'll kill us both. She glares at me, throwing the door open and disappearing into the sea of people arriving. Oh, this is definitely going to be more fun than I originally thought.
Chapter 7. Ava. I hate everything about these parties. I hate the small talk, the socializing with sleazy old men who work with my dad, the role I have to play in his happy little family fantasy. Tonight is as unbearable as ever, but that may have more to do with the sudden and unexpected appearance of Nick. I have to say, the man has some nerve showing up here like this. I knew he was stubborn, but this is a whole new level of determination. I don't even want to think about how he got my address or found out about my dad's party, but thankfully no one has questioned his attendance. He moves around the room, mingling a bit and fitting right in with the crowd. Thank God. Every time I look up, his eyes are on me. And it's starting to irritate me. If his intention was to prove that he wasn't playing games, he's done the exact opposite. The second I gave in, the second I let my guard down, he backed off. He got the satisfaction he wanted. So why Is he still here, tormenting me? What exactly is he trying to accomplish?
Ava!
Bella's voice brims with excitement as she slips into the chair next to me.
I just got the best news ever. Dad is announcing the man I am going to marry. Here! Tonight! Can you believe it?
Every fleeting thought I have about Nick evaporates, and my mouth falls open. That's what this entire party is about? Bella is getting engaged? Her brow furrows.
I know it's not really your thing, but you could at least pretend to be happy for me.
I am happy for you, Bells, I assure her, wrapping her into a tight hug. That's amazing. I'm sure he's going to be a great guy. It's not a lie. I really am happy for her because it's exactly what she wants. I, on the other hand, would rather walk across boiling glass than marry a man for the sake of helping my father out. Ugh, gag me.
I think so too.
She's content with my response, even though I practically choke on the words as they come out of my mouth.
I'm going to go find Mom. I can't believe it's finally happening.
There's a bar set up out on the balcony with contracted bartenders like usual. And when Bella leaves, I make my way there. A little air and some alcohol might do me some good, but just one drink.
What can I get you, ma'am?
A glass of Chardonnay, please. I give him a tight smile as he fills a wine glass and hands it to me. Thank you.
No whiskey tonight?
When I turn, Nick is standing out on the balcony with me, leaning back against the railing. I have a fleeting thought of pushing him right over it and into the pool. I made the jump more than a few times as a teenager, so the fall wouldn't kill him, only seriously bruise that monstrous ego. I shake my head, joining him. Nope, taking it easy.
Too bad.
He chuckles. For a minute it's quiet except for the hum of the party behind us.
So you're a Moretti.
My stomach flips. He obviously knows the name, but I wonder what else he knows. I'm used to the reputation of my family preceding me, and that's one reason I gave Nick a fake name to begin with. The less association I can have, the better. Guilty? I swallow, pressing the wine glass to my lips.
Why didn't you tell me that sooner?
Because it's not really something I go around bragging about, Nick. I roll my eyes. Besides, it didn't seem to matter to you what my last name was when I was naked in your bed, did it? Or the other day when you offered to help me with my daddy issues? Or even just now when you felt me up in my dad's office? Nick clenches his jaw.
I deserve that. But you're right. It didn't matter then. And it doesn't matter now. In fact, it's even better.
In what way? I fold my arms over my chest.
Ava.
He runs his fingers through his hair anxiously.
It's time for us to formally meet. My name is Nick Caponelli. My dad is
Gio. My blood runs cold, and I almost feel like I might faint on the spot. Nick is Gio Caponelli's son, rival crime boss, and my father's sworn enemy. Suddenly it all makes sense. The gun on his leg, the secrecy, him showing up here tonight. I couldn't have picked a worse person to fall into bed with. What? How? Did he know all along? Was this some sort of scheme to get to my dad?
Do you want to take a walk? We can talk some more, and I can answer all your questions.
Right then, the patio door opens, and a man I recognize as Gio Caponelli walks out.
Nick, it's time.
Nick swallows, nodding again, and then turns to me.
Later?
Later. I agree. Before he disappears with his father, he glances over his shoulder one more time and flashes me a reserved grin. It conjures up a barrage of feelings that I'm not sure what to make of. Anticipation, anger, desire, lust. For better or worse, the guy has my number, and I want to hear him out.
Nick. Ready? My dad asks, handing me a sweating glass of whiskey. He's almost more anxious than I am. In fact, most of my objections about this entire thing went right out the window when I realized Ava was Alessandro Moretti's daughter, the woman I'm about to be engaged to marry. What an incredible stroke of luck. It's quite a jump from where we are, but in the world of arranged marriages, I've struck gold. I haven't put much thought into the Moretti girls over the years, but I guess I always expected them to be meek and wholesome. Alessandro is harsh and set in his old-school ways, and I picture him raising daughters who don't speak out of turn or stray away at all. Quiet, obedient, submissive. And that's certainly not Ava. I doubt the girl has a submissive bone in her entire body. Every interaction we've had has been charged and full of a contagious energy that I can't even describe. With all the fire and spice inside of her, it's a wonder she and Moretti can even exist in the same room, let alone as parent and child. Those daddy issues are making a hell of a lot more sense. Nick, my dad clears his throat, drawing me back. I asked if you were ready as I'll ever be. Even if I'm coming around to all of this, I can't let my dad in on it yet. When he and Alessandro introduce us, I'll have to pretend that it's the first time I'm meeting Ava, and hopefully she'll follow suit. We can sort everything between us out later, but right now we have to play our parts. Okay then, my dad nods. Let's go meet Alessandro. I follow my dad into the center of the great room where Alessandro is standing among a group of people, mostly his partners and heavy-hitting clients. An official engagement party will come where both sides are invited, but tonight is about the show for him, and he's clearly in his element. Ah, Gio, Nick, please join us. He waves us over. I follow my dad's lead, and we make our way through the crowd, on edge, as most of the men in this room hate our guts. It's a weird feeling being the guest of honor, but also so obviously disliked. These guys better get used to it, though, because as soon as mine and Ava's marriage goes through, I'll be at the helm of both organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight is special. It marks the start of a brand new chapter for both us and for the Caponelli family. After years in competition, Gio and I have finally decided that we're much stronger together, and that's how we plan to move forward. The room erupts in superficial applause, and I want to throw up. Even the way he speaks to his own guys is patronizing as fuck. Alessandro continues. To commemorate the merger, we are thrilled to announce the engagement of our children, Nick and Isabella. I take a step forward, but pause. Did he say Isabella? Who the hell? A girl steps forward, gushing as she clings to my arm, and my entire body stiffens. Everyone around us cheers, showering us with congratulations and good wishes, but I feel like I've been hit by a freight train. Isabella must be Ava's sister, another Moretti daughter. They have similar enough features, but Isabella's are highlighted with an incessant amount of makeup. Her floral perfume already gives me a headache, and she digs her powder-pink fingernails into my bicep. Not in the hot way. Not in the way I like. Not in the way her sister did. I realize I severely misjudged the situation, and I anxiously scan the room for Ava, desperate to explain this to her. She already thinks I'm an arrogant fuckboy, and this? Well, this might be the final nail in my coffin with her. It's nice to meet you. Isabella smiles up at me, wide-eyed and expectant. I've dreamed about this day for so long. Dreamed about the day your father uses you as a bargaining chip and marries you off to a man you've never even laid eyes on before? Yeah, this is exactly the type of girl I expected Moretti to raise. It's nice to meet you, too, I say through gritted teeth. Isabella's got one of those high-pitched voices that sounds like nails on a chalkboard. Maybe I'm being dramatic, but Jesus, can this mess get any worse? Should we kiss? Come on, Nick. Get a hold of yourself. Play the part. Yeah, sure. I lean down toward her tiny frame, giving her a quick peck because I can't stomach much else, knowing Ava is somewhere in the room watching this play out. This mess goes from bad to worse when I pull back and see Ava standing across the room by the double doors leading out to the patio. The look on her face would silence the most lethal of criminals, and it's like a blade straight to my chest. I want to explain, but what's the point? I have to marry her sister. I have to sit at Sunday dinners next to Isabella while Ava's across the table. I have to bite back every urge and craving I have for her and pretend like it doesn't make my skin crawl. I have to pretend like the night we spent together wasn't the best of my life. Yeah, there's no way in hell that's happening. I've got to find some way to fix this.
Ava. I hear the words come out of my dad's mouth, but for some reason it takes a second for them to set in. Nick. And Bella. He's marrying my sister. The man who took my world and completely spun it upside down. The man who's been tracking me down for weeks. The man I've been hopelessly vying for ever since the moment we met is marrying my sister. It's almost funny at this point, but only because if I don't laugh, I'll probably cry. When he catches my stare across the room, my heart slams against my chest. He has no right to look at me that way. Not anymore. Not after this. Any chance we had is squashed, and I can't get away from it fast enough. I burst through the double doors onto the patio, bracing myself against the railing. It's cold. So cold that no one else is brave enough to be out, which is perfect, because facing anyone and having a conversation about how happy I am for my sister feels next to impossible right now. When the cool air doesn't give enough shock to my system, I realize I need a drink. Something strong, preferably strong enough to knock me right out. When I get to the bar, the bartender glances up.
What can I get you?
Whiskey, please. He fills my glass, and I don't even leave the pop-up bar before slugging it back.
Another?
He asks, and I nod.
Make it 2.
Nick's voice elicits chills across my spine that have nothing to do with the temperature out here. Ferocious anger boils inside of me, and I take a deep breath before slowly turning around.
Please let me explain,
he says quickly, ushering me away from the bar with his hand on my elbow. I let out a sharp laugh, jerking out of his grasp. You know, being engaged is bad enough, but engaged to my sister? Do you get off on that kind of thing? There's another one of us, if that's what you're into.
Ava, stop,
he demands.
I'm sorry. Believe me, I know how this looks, but when you and I...
He glances around to be sure no one else is in earshot.
When we met, I knew nothing about this. In fact, I only found out earlier this afternoon.
You knew? When you had your hand up my dress a few hours ago?
No. Well, yes, sort of.
It's almost endearing how flustered he is. Almost.
Which is it, Nick?
I knew I was coming here to meet my future wife, and when you said you were Moretti's daughter, I assumed I'd be marrying you. I literally met your sister 2 seconds after your father made the announcement. I fully expected to see you up there.
And yet you didn't mention a word of that to me when we were out here earlier.
I should have. But I didn't. I fucked up, and I'm sorry. I never, ever wanted to hurt you. You're all I've thought about the last few weeks, and I swear to God, this was never a game to me. I felt a connection with you. More than a connection, Ava. It was... I can't stop thinking about you.
Well, you should. We should probably both forget that night ever happened, and pray that Bella doesn't put any of this together.
Ava...
Nick sighs.
There you are,
Bella croons, joining us on the patio.
Wow, it's freezing out here.
She shivers. It's cold, but not that bad. She's fishing for Nick to give her his jacket in a romantic gesture. And like the gentleman he is, he obliges.
Here, take this.
He shrugs it off, and for a second I remember the way he did it in our hotel room that night, my traitorous body betraying me as a rush of heat spreads through my core. As he slips it over her shoulders, I make every effort to bury the memory as far down as I can.
What are you two doing out here?
Bella asks innocently. She hasn't picked up on any of the energy between Nick and me. The friction or the attraction. I was introducing myself to your new fiancé. I smile, refusing to look at Nick anymore. I'm so happy for you, Bells, but I'm not feeling very well, so I think I'm going to sneak out a bit early and head to bed.
Oh,
Bella pouts.
We can celebrate tomorrow. Hope you feel better.
I'm already reaching for the door when Nick calls after me.
Good night, Ava. It was lovely to meet you.
You too. I press my lips together, biting back emotion. Goodbye, Nick.
Chapter 8. Nick. Damn it! I slam my hand against the wall so hard that the pictures rattle, nearly shattering to the floor. I just spent the better part of an hour explaining the mess that is this marriage to Leo and Zane, thinking that it might help to talk it out, but all it's done is enrage me, even more so than it did last night. The adrenaline and alcohol have worn off, and now I'm faced with a harsh reality. An arranged marriage. A dream girl who wants to forget she ever met me. A brother and a best friend who have no better advice than to make a deal with Bella so that I can still see Ava. As if either of them would ever go for that. I could always try to drive her away like I had in mind to begin with. Bella seems so eager for this to work that it might not be so easy, which, I guess, puts me back to square one. Maybe it won't be as bad as you think. Maybe Bella is really similar to Ava. She's not. I already know that. On the bright side, you're about to become Dawn, Zane offers. He's right. If even the tiniest of silver linings can be found here, it's that. Not only am I about to take over as head of our organization, I get control of the Moretti group as well. That part is a dream come true, and maybe I need to shift my attention to work, the one thing I can count on. You're right, I say. Let's focus on that. I spend the rest of the morning going over some shipment details with Leo and Zane. With the merger happening soon, we have several loose ends to tie up, and I can't trust them to just anyone. Leo and Zane are eager to help, and before long we've got it all ironed out with plans to finalize everything within the week. It's refreshing to have something swinging in my favor. There's a knock at the door, and one of my guys appears. "Nick, there's a woman here to see you." "Yeah?" He nods. Tall brunette, smoking hot. For a split second, I consider it might be Ava, but one look out the window of my office to the front of the warehouse confirms it isn't. It's Bella. "She's visiting the warehouse?" Leo arches an eyebrow. It's no secret that we don't bring many people around the warehouse, and it's out of the ordinary for someone to show up unannounced like this, but she doesn't know that. I'll take care of it. I can't help but feel bad about all of this. By all accounts, Bella is great. She's cute and sweet, and I'm sure she would make 99% of men very, very happy. It's a shame I fall into that other 1%, though. Ava ruined me in more ways than one. It's not even just Bella I'm not interested in right now. It's the entire female population, because I know no one will ever measure up. "Hi, Bella," I greet her, coming down the stairs. "How are you?" "Hi," she beams. "I'm good. I was in the area and thought I would come by and bring you some lunch. We didn't have much time to talk last night." My reaction must fall short of what she was hoping for, because she quickly adds, "I hope that's okay." "That's great. I'm glad you came by." I force a smile. "Why don't we go upstairs to my office?" I guide her up the stairs and through the door to my office, shutting it firmly behind us. Bella starts pulling out a huge spread of food, setting it up on top of my desk. "Wow, this looks great. Where is it from?" I sit down across from her, making myself comfortable. I made it, actually." She blushes. "I didn't know what you liked, so I brought a bunch of options." She isn't kidding. She's got everything from pasta salad to a huge selection of meats and cheeses, and she's only halfway done emptying her bag. Somehow, this makes me feel even worse. Bella deserves more than what I can give to her, and I have a feeling that neither one of us is going to be all that content with this marriage. "You didn't have to do all of this for me." Bella shrugs. "I enjoy it. Besides, I wanted an excuse to come talk to you, and this seemed like a good one." "What did you want to talk about?" I grab a sandwich, realizing this is my first meal of the day. I was too distraught to eat breakfast this morning, so I survived on coffee until now. "Logistics," she says. "Like, how soon can we get married, and when should I move in? And I know this is kind of your thing, but do you want to see pictures of rings that I like?" Bella talks about 100 miles an hour, but my mind goes blank the second she mentions getting married. What's the rush? Don't these things usually take time to solidify? I'm still barely wrapping my head around the idea, and she's wanting to move in. Things are moving way too fast, and now I'm sure there will be no driving her away. She's in it for the long haul, unless I can figure something else out. A lot of those details will be laid out in the contract. That's usually how these things work. "Oh, right," she nods. "And the ring?" "The ring." I swallow, having lost my appetite. "I have something in mind. But you know what? I totally forgot I have a meeting this afternoon, so I'm going to have to cut lunch short." "No problem," she smiles. "How about dinner? Are you free?" "I might be late." That's a lie, but I don't want to commit to anything right now. "How about I call you when I'm leaving?" I help her collect the rest of her things and show her to the door. "Sounds great. It was really nice to see you." "Bye, Bella. Have a nice rest of your day." She opens her mouth like she wants to say something, but I shut the door before she can. Finally, some peace and quiet. Bella is intense, and despite her best efforts, there's just nothing there between us. I don't feel the slightest bit of attraction toward her, and she seems about as disinterested. The girl wants to get married, and anyone could stand in my place. There is absolutely no way I can go through with this, but if I don't figure something else out fast, I won't have a choice. One of the worst parts of this deal is the increased contact with Alessandro. I can barely stomach the guy on a bi-yearly basis, and now I'm headed to my second dinner in 5 days with the man. I suspect once Bella and I get married, it will only get worse. As if this dinner wasn't going to be unbearable enough, my dad had something come up at the last second, and now Alessandro and I are having dinner on our own. Kill me now. The restaurant he chose is on the lower end of the city, and it's nice enough. But I'm already ready to leave. After my lunch with Bella, I'd been in a nasty mood all afternoon, and the only thing that will take the edge off is a session in the gym. There's a punching bag waiting at home with my name on it. No, Alessandro's name. When they say visualization is good for your mental state, I'm sure this is exactly the scenario they have in mind.
I'm glad we could do this tonight, Nick, especially since you and I will be working so closely together in the next few months.
I am too, I lie.
How have things been going with Bella?
I wipe my mouth off with the napkin, setting it back down on the table. We're just getting to know each other, but good so far, I say. She's very sweet.
She is, Alessandro agrees, and she'll make a model mafia wife. Agreeable, quiet, knows how to keep house and her opinions to herself. He chuckles. Now if I could only get her younger sister to do that.
I cringe at his mention of Ava. For most of the afternoon I'd been able to focus on other things, but when Alessandro brings her up, I can feel myself getting riled up again. What is your plan for her? I have no right to press, and knowing is probably only going to make things worse for me, but I can't help myself. Alessandro sighs, leaning back in the booth and stretching out.
Ava, she's a different story. She's spirited. It's going to take a firmer hand. I've been in talks with Drake Tatum for a while. I won't get much out of that deal, but he'll be able to break her down, and I might be able to negotiate some more port access.
The way he talks about Ava makes me sick, and I have to hold myself back from lurching across the table and knocking him out, as if I need any more reason to hate him. Drake Tatum is a notoriously awful guy, deceitful and gruff and downright abusive. Alessandro knows full well the kinds of things a man like Drake Tatum is capable of, and I can't imagine any father who loves his daughter would willingly hand her over to him. Ava won't last a week with him. There's no way I can let that deal go through, but if it happens before I'm married to Bella, I'll have absolutely zero say. Unless... The words spill out quickly. What if I take Ava off your hands? Alessandro chuckles to himself, rubbing his chin.
You want both Bella and Ava?
No, I'm only talking about Ava, I say quickly. When this deal goes through, I'll have most of the control over both groups, and that's a bit of a sacrifice for you. I might be willing to sweeten the deal in a way that helps us both out.
What exactly are you saying, Caponelli?
He narrows his eyes on me. What the fuck am I saying? I haven't even mentioned any of this to my dad. Hell, I hadn't even thought of it until just now. In a moment of panic, I flipped the script entirely, and I have to tread lightly here or risk blowing the entire deal up. Better port access benefits all of us, I say, hoping this will work. Like you said, Bella is already perfect wife material. What if you arranged another deal for her with Savino?
We could get access to the southern porch that way, and we all come out ahead." Alessandro scratches his chin as he thinks over what I've said. Even I'm surprised at how much sense it makes, considering I had to come up with it all on the spot. "And you'd be okay marrying Ava to secure the treaty?" "For the sake of the deal, I would," I say. "Maybe if you throw in one of your stockyards down in the valley. We need another storage facility, and that could work. I'd be more inclined to take her off your hands if there was something in it for us." Talking about her like she's a piece of property rubs me the wrong way. But for this to work, I have to speak his language. Even with the stockyard, the offer is too good for him to refuse, and we both know it. I've really outdone myself with this one. If he agrees, I'll have single-handedly negotiated myself out of a marriage I can't stand the thought of, saved Ava from her impending doom, and bought myself another shot with her. And I'll have a stockyard to give my dad to smooth over not running this by him first. Alessandro is quiet for a minute, but ultimately he agrees. "You're sure you're up for that? She's tough. Comes with a lot of baggage and a lot of attitude." I can hardly contain myself. I'm up to the challenge. "Let me be sure I've got this straight." My father rubs his chin. The stiff leather of his armchair creaks as he leans back. He's had that ragged old thing in his office for as long as I can remember. He could have replaced it 1,000 times over, but he insists they don't make them that comfortable anymore. I came straight here after my dinner with Alessandro to explain what happened. "You took it upon yourself to renegotiate a deal that took Alessandro and me weeks to fine-tune without even mentioning it or clearing it with me first? Let alone the council. Do I have that right?" In so many words, yes. When he puts it like that, it sounds a hell of a lot worse than it was. "I'm sorry. I should have talked to you first. But when he said that he was going to marry Ava off to Drake Tatum, I couldn't control myself. I couldn't let that happen, and so I did the first thing that popped into my mind." My dad sighs. "I can appreciate you wanting to help her, Nick. I really can. But that was a massively unnecessary risk. You could have handled the situation with Ava after you and Bella were married. Even mentioning a change like that could have derailed the entire deal. There was no other way, and Alessandro was more than happy to switch things up. He even threw in one of their stockyards for us to use as a storage facility." My dad perks up at that bit of information, and he chuckles slowly. "What? What's so funny?" "You took a big risk with Alessandro, but somehow came out ahead. You might be more ready for this position than I give you credit for." His approval makes my heart soar. Succeeding him is all I've ever dreamed about, and it's nice to know he thinks I'll be good at it. "You're okay with it?" My dad nods. "But don't make a habit of changing things on your own like that. The council is in place for a reason, and if you make too many rogue decisions, they'll come down hard." "Got it. Won't happen again." "This Ava, you really like her, don't you?" "Yeah. We met a few weeks ago, and I had no idea who she was, but—" "The girl from the hotel incident?" My dad arches an accusatory eyebrow at me. I wince. I thought I'd done a good job of keeping that on the down low, but I guess not. "How do you know about that?" "There isn't a single thing I don't know about this family. Someday you boys will realize that." I laugh. We'd never been able to pull anything over my dad's eyes when we were little, and apparently nothing has changed in adulthood. "She must be special if she's got you so worked up, and I'll be happy to see her again." My dad is a romantic at heart. He and my mother are the very definition of soulmates, and deep down, that's what he wants for all three of us boys as well. I know he agonized over asking me to do this to begin with,
So maybe this lets us both off the hook.
Chapter 9. Ava. Maybe things are turning around. Maybe my sister getting engaged to the man I spent a salacious night with is the jolt it needed, and my universe has finally decided that I've been put through enough. Maybe my dad is finally seeing me as more than a bargaining chip. I'm an optimist, but I'm also not delusional enough to think that all three of those things are true. In all of my life, I can't think of a time when my father has involved my mom in any of his business, let alone one of his daughters. So when he called me this afternoon to ask that I meet him for dinner, I was immediately thrown off. He said he was meeting with Gio to finalize details of the treaty and needed my help drafting the contractual details for the above-board business elements and the prenups. Part of me feels like he's up to something, but I eagerly agreed. Despite everything, I'm still desperate for my father's approval and validation, and even the smallest possibility that his offer is genuine is enough. It could be true, right? I mean, he's shelling out a small fortune for me to go to law school. Why waste all that money if he doesn't intend to reap the benefits? I spend the better part of the afternoon scrambling through all my old textbooks on contracts, studying up so that I'm sharp when they have questions. It's my one chance to prove myself to my dad, and I'm going to do everything I can to make it happen. Between the adrenaline and the library espresso I snagged this afternoon, I'm practically vibrating by the time I get to the restaurant. It's crowded, and I step to the side while I wait. A few minutes go by, and a deep humidity fills the air as the front door opens. I glance up, expecting to see my father, but it's Nick, and my stomach drops. Why is he here? My dad didn't say anything about him joining us. If he had, I might have reconsidered coming. Well, probably not, but I could have at least prepared myself, because right now I feel completely blindsided.
Ava. Hey.
He stammers. He seems somewhat surprised to see me, too, which makes me even more suspicious about all of this. Hi. I press my lips together, trying not to throw up. I feel heat rumbling deep in my core, and bite the inside of my cheek hard enough to draw blood in order to recoil it. Apparently, my body doesn't know that the man in front of us is engaged to my sister, and entirely off limits, no matter how good he looks in that button-down. What are you doing here? He steps out of the way of other patrons, and inadvertently closes the distance between us. The closer he gets, the more intensely my heart pounds.
I'm meeting our dads for dinner.
Oh. I swallow the lump growing in my throat. I have to sit across from him all night? I take back everything I said about the universe being back on my side. What kind of cruel and unusual punishment is this? Wait a second. Maybe that's exactly what this is. Maybe my dad found out about the night we hooked up, and that's why we're both here. Suffocating fear ripples through me at the thought. If he knows that I slept with Bella's fiancé, even if they weren't together at the time, he might honestly kill me.
What are you doing here?
I barely hear his question over the whooshing in my ears as panic sets in. I'm meeting them, too. I managed to get out. My dad asked for my help drafting the contracts.
The contracts?
He looks confused by what I said.
What contracts?
Now I'm positive something fishy is going on here. I can feel it in my bones. The ones for your and Bella's marriage?
Fuck.
He mutters under his breath, looking stunned. He shoves his fingers through his hair.
You mean he didn't tell you?
Tell me what?
Ava.
Nick opens his mouth, but he's cut off by the sharp ringing of bells on the door. Gio and my father walk in at the same time.
Ava! Nick!
My father grins, greeting us warmly. His chipper mood might as well be a giant, flying red flag.
Sorry we're running late.
Nick shoots him a hideous glare, and I wonder what it's about.
No problem. We had a minute to talk. Ava tells me she's here to help draft the prenup for my marriage to Isabella.
My dad tenses.
That's right, she's studying to be a lawyer, and I thought it would be good to have another set of eyes, since there have been some changes.
Nick scoffs, turning his back in fury, without even acknowledging what my dad said.
Why don't we take this to the table?
Gio suggests. He chucks us in with the hostess, and she leads us to a secluded booth in the back of the dining room. We all slide in on our respective sides, and I quickly realize that sitting next to Nick might have been the better choice. He wouldn't dare touch me with my dad here, and it's agonizing to have to stare across the table at him all evening. Whatever tension there was between my dad and Nick is brushed aside as dinner starts. It's every bit as unbearable as I imagined it would be. Gio and my father, and occasionally Nick, discuss a few work things vaguely, but it's mostly pleasantries. I'm on edge the entire time trying to figure out why I was included, especially since no one's really even spoken to me after the introductions.
So,
Gio turns to me, a gentle grin spreading across his face.
Ava, I'm so glad the four of us could get together tonight and discuss some changes we want to make to the treaty. I trust your father has explained to you why we're all here. Actually, I haven't had the chance,
my dad says, before I can get a word in edgewise. He's unusually antsy.
Ava has been busy with school, and I haven't seen much of her since we met a few days ago.
Gio sighs with disdain as he eyes my dad.
Right. Well, as you know, your father and I have come to an agreement to combine our forces, and the way we did that is through a marriage treaty.
I know all of this already. Wasn't that the point of their announcement the other night? Why is Gio treating me like I'm fragile? Like I need to be coddled? Right, which is why Bella and Nick are getting married. I smile, but it quickly fades the moment I feel Nick's knee brush against mine underneath the table. Whether or not he did it on purpose, he yanks away so we're no longer touching.
Actually, we've had a change in plans, Ava.
My dad shifts his weight, uneasy.
I need Bella to marry a man who is going to give us access to some southern ports we've been missing. She is already aware of the change, and knows she won't be marrying Nick anymore.
Well, that was the shortest engagement in all of history.
Bella is of much more use to both of our families by marrying Savino, and Nick has offered to still go through with the marriage, but with you in Bella's place. It was his idea, actually.
I must have misheard him, because I think I heard my father say that I'm the one who will marry Nick. His idea, I repeat, glaring at Nick. He graciously meets my eyes, but offers no explanation. Unfortunately, I don't need one to recognize what's happening. I am about to be written into an arranged marriage. And it was all Nick's idea.
We haven't talked about this, sweetheart, but it really is for the greater good. It is safer for all of us, and I wouldn't be asking you to do this if it wasn't necessary. I don't like involving you girls in any of this.
Every part of my body tingles as painful realization washes over me, and suddenly, even breathing feels like a feat. Married. Me? To Nick.
Your father is right, Ava. This would normally be the last thing we would do. But with the Russians moving in,
She doesn't need to know the details. My father cuts Gio off before he can explain any more, glancing around the room to make sure the conversation hasn't been heard by anyone else. I thought you needed my help with the contracts. My voice is shaky, and I'm surprised I can even form a coherent sentence.
technically we do. We need your signature.
A wave of nausea crashes into me. What? You want me to get married? I stutter, looking back and forth between all three men. To him.
Nick. If I had any doubts that Ava knew about any of this before, the look on her face is glaring proof. After promising me he'd talk to her about this before we met, that motherfucker didn't even warn her. He's marrying her off and didn't even give her the courtesy of letting her know it was happening. Got her here under some stupid guise that he needed her help with contracts. He really has no shame. And then he skirted the blame and said it was entirely my idea, leaving out some very key details. Now I look like the bad guy, when all I really wanted was to protect Ava, save her from the man Alessandro was planning to ship her off to, and give her somewhat of a normal chance at life. His antics shouldn't surprise me anymore, but somehow they do. The anger on her face hurt me at first. I guess I had some half-baked idea of what this would be like in my mind. In my fantasy, Ava would be thrilled. She'd be excited at the prospect of marrying me, and we'd ride off into the sunset together. But that was before Alessandro royally screwed everything up in a way that only he could. I have some serious work ahead of me. Because of the treaty, I'll have her either way, but I'd prefer her to marry me willingly. I'm all for domination in the bedroom, but forcing a girl to do anything against her will isn't my thing. Yes? Alessandro doesn't even bother giving her more. You're marrying Nick. You can't just make a treaty and be done with it? Ava's breath hitches, but she's the picture of composure otherwise, fighting to keep herself together. It's impressive, really. If I were in her shoes, being delivered this news without any kind of consideration or even warning, I would have lost my mind. And knowing Ava, she's about to. I can't imagine she'll take this lying down. Not from what I know of her. No, Alessandro answers adamantly. Your marriage is the only way. It's not open for discussion. I wait, expecting her to yell, to cause a scene, to have a loud, pointed reaction. But she doesn't. When she lets her head fall without a word, I'm shocked. This is not the Ava I'm used to. Her fiery, opinionated spirit is one thing that draws me to her. But tonight there is a meekness about her that doesn't sit right with me. Somehow, I know Alessandro is to blame. Okay. Her voice is soft, and she refuses to even look up at me. I can't say that I blame her, though. After the last few weeks, and then being told by her father that it was my idea to force her to marry me, she probably thinks I'm a psychopath. That's the last that is spoken of our marriage over dinner. Dad and Alessandro carry on, and I interject a few things here and there, but I spend most of my time studying Ava. She picks at her dinner, moving pasta around the plate and pretending not to notice when I look at her. She's blindsided and hurt, and this is not the way I want to start things off with her. Who wants dessert? My dad asks, scanning the menu once we've finished. Neither Ava nor I have eaten much of the meal at all. I can't even think about more food when the night has unfolded like it has. I hate seeing her so deflated, a shell of the girl that has had me so captivated the last several weeks, and I can only assume it's because she's scared of speaking up in front of her father. As angry as she is, I've never been more sure that I made the right choice. She'll never have to be fearful of her father again as long as I'm around. I'm going to head home now, Ava says suddenly. I have to be up early tomorrow, and I'm exhausted. She stands, grabbing her purse and not giving anyone an opportunity to object. It was a pleasure to see you again, Mr. Caponelli. She smiles and extends her hand to my father. A smug smile sweeps Alessandro's face, sickeningly proud of how well-mannered she acts, exactly as he groomed her to be. Personally, I want to shake the politeness right out of her. I want her to yell, to scream, to throw something across the room. Anything that resembles the girl I first met. It was wonderful to meet you too, Ava. I am looking forward to getting to know you, my dad says as I stand up next to him. Nick. She presses her lips into a tight smile, offering a stiff hand to me, as if she hadn't held my erection in it a few weeks ago. Let me walk you out, I offer, reaching for my coat. That's not necessary, she snaps defensively. The last thing she wants right now is to be alone with me, but I can't let her walk away without knowing my true intentions. It's late, Ava. Let him walk you to your car. I'll see you at home, Alessandro says, ending any protest she has. She lets out a discreet huff that only I see and turns to the door. It takes me a few paces to catch up to her. Damn, she's quick, even in those heels. Ava, please wait, I call after her as she rushes through the door. This was your grand plan? She asks, big angry tears threatening to fall from her eyes. I won't go to dinner with you, so you force me to marry you instead? That's not what happened, Ava. I never wanted to marry Bella, and you traded for me like a new pair of shoes then? Did you ever, for 1 second, stop to think about how I would feel about this? Ava, I thought about you through every second of this. In fact, I only suggested this for your sake. My sake, she bursts out laughing. I've told you for weeks how I don't want to even be in a relationship, let alone get married, and somehow you've convinced yourself this is for me? Several people in the parking lot glance over at us now. I grit my teeth, trying to ignore the venom in her voice. After all the revelations tonight, she needs someone to take her frustration out on, and I can be that for her. I grab her wrist and pull her toward her car. Would you keep your voice down, please? I'm not the one you should be yelling at. If you would let me explain, you might understand that. Fine. Explain it to me. How did this happen when less than a week ago we were celebrating your engagement to my sister? It would have been someone else if it wasn't me, Ava. No matter what he's told you, that's been your dad's plan all along. And the man he had picked out for you, he's awful. I don't know if she shivers from the cool air or the realization. Why should I believe you? It's not like you've been very forthcoming with me since we met. You can believe whatever you want, but the truth is that that marriage would have been a death trap for you. I couldn't let it happen, so I intervened the only way I could think of, and I offered to marry you instead of Bella. So what? Am I supposed to fall down on your feet in gratitude now? Her bitter anger slowly fades, and now she's mostly overwhelmed and hurt. I shake my head, resting my palm on her cheek as my thumb brushes along her rosy skin. No, absolutely not. All I want is for you to understand that I wasn't trying to set you up, or hide anything from you, or to hurt you. She scoffs and looks away, but she doesn't pull from my touch. The situation's a lot for both of us. So why don't we just take this day by day and see where it goes? There is no seeing where it goes, Nick. Once the treaty is signed, there won't be any going back. A few tears trickled down her face, the pain in her voice stinging us both. She's right, of course. As soon as the ink is dry on our signatures, we'll be married, for better or worse. She's got even less choice in it than I do. There is still time, you know. You can go back in there and tell him you want to marry Bella. The only thing she wants in life is to be the perfect wife to someone like you. The way she talks about herself, like some sort of consolation prize, breaks me. And what about you? Send you off so Tatum can beat the shit out of you and keep you chained up in a tower somewhere? You said it yourself. I'm a runner. It wouldn't be that far-fetched for everyone to think I took off. Your dad would find you before you were even out of the city. And then what? She sighs, not wanting to admit that I'm still her best option. My hand settles on her chin, lifting gently so she has no choice but to look at me. Ava, this is ridiculous. You're the one I want, and I think I've made that pretty clear over the last few weeks. You like the chase. Let me prove you wrong. She hesitates, her resolve breaking just long enough to give me my opportunity. I want to take you out tomorrow, I say. Nick, She starts to protest, but I don't give her the opportunity. I kiss her, rough enough to remind her of the spark we had, but gentle enough not to push my luck. My tongue glides across her lip, and she moans at the slight bite of my teeth. She's tense, but she lets me go a little further. My fingers tangle in her hair, holding her body close to mine as heat builds between us, but I stop short of anything else. Let me make this up to you. We completely started out on the wrong foot, and at the very least, I owe you a proper date. Fine. She's reluctant, but she agrees. One date. That's it, and I want you to keep your hands and your lips to yourself. Why is that? Because I can't think straight when you touch me, and I need to sort this out. Deal, I chuckle. I'll pick you up tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Good night, Ava. I open the door for her, and she climbs into her SUV. The engine revs, and she pulls out of the lot. I watch until her taillights disappear into the darkness. It might not have gone like I envisioned, but it's a start.
Chapter 10. Ava. When I wake up the next morning, I have a raging headache. I was hoping to find this was all some sort of twisted nightmare, but I get a sinking feeling in my stomach when I realize that's not the case. I'm engaged. Engaged to a man my father picked out for me. Engaged to a man I'm very obviously attracted to, but whom I'm still not sure how much I can trust. A dull ache radiates throughout my body, and my stomach is in so many knots that I'm scared that if I move too quickly, I might throw up. Kind of like having a hangover without any of the fun that leads to one. An engagement and a wedding should be exciting. At least that's how I always pictured it. The start of a new chapter in my life. One I'd spend with a man I was head over heels for. We'd start a life together, build a family, and be nauseatingly happy and in love. My idea of marriage has always been distorted, but I never imagined it would come under these circumstances, that I'd be 23, not even out of school, and promised to marry as part of a business deal. My mind spins like I'm standing at the edge of a cliff, teetering on the edge as I balance on one foot. My entire world, and every possibility of what my future could be, is crumbling underneath me. I've been raised around Cosa Nostra soldiers, so men like Nick aren't new to me. They're controlling and demanding, and they get what they're after by any means necessary. Nick even admitted that to me himself. So far, he's been nothing like the soldiers I'm used to. But who's to say that shine won't wear off? That the real Nick is every bit as fearsome and tyrannic as my father. The thought gives me chills. It was only weeks ago that my dad promised me that if I got my act together, it wouldn't come to this. I'd been busting my ass for weeks, trying to show him I was making an effort, for none of it to matter. It's nearly 9 in the morning, and if I'm going to make my class, I'll have to rush. Columbia is over an hour away from my house, and I still have to shower and make myself presentable. On second thought, what's the point anymore? In the last 12 hours, any hope I had of proving myself as more than a bargaining chip to my father has been obliterated. Why get my degree at all if I'm just going to be some kind of glorified housewife? A whole lot of time and effort for nothing. After a quick shower, I head downstairs. I slept through breakfast, but didn't eat much of my dinner last night, and I'm hungry. Bella and Vince are in the kitchen, and I consider picking something up on the way instead. I don't want to deal with them yet. But I'm running late already. "Come on, just for a few hours," Vince whines as I come around the corner. Bella completely ignores him. "Good morning to you, sleeping beauty," my sister says. "We thought you were dead." Vince puts his hand over his heart, feigning shock. I might as well be. I grumble under my breath, slouching onto the bar stool next to Bella. "Hey, I have a great idea. Why don't you ask Ava to do it? I'm sure she'd love to." "Do what?" I haven't even been awake for 15 minutes and they're already trying to rope me into something. "Aves, can you take Sophia to the mall this afternoon?" My brother begs. "She's losing her mind because none of her clothes fit, and shopping really isn't my thing." I should have known it had something to do with his wife, Sophia. As excited as he is to have another baby, the idea of pregnancy absolutely terrifies Vince, and he's here at least once a week trying to get one of us to step in and hang out with Sophia. She's at the end of her pregnancy, hormones flaring, and so he's been spending more time here to stay out of firing range. As thrilling as that sounds, I can't. I have class. I grab a banana from the fruit bowl and peel it. "Why don't you call Angie? She loves that kind of thing." "Because Angie is already on my back about this. She thinks I need to man up and take care of Soph."
I kind of agree with Angie on this one. She's your wife? Remember all that in sickness and in health stuff you promised? Bella chimes in. Vince throws his arms up in exasperation.
"You guys don't get it. She threw a curling iron at me this morning. A fucking curling iron. And it was hot. She's going to murder me in my sleep one of these days."
Speaking of crime, something outside the kitchen window catches Bella's attention. Nick Capinelli just pulled up.
My stomach lurches. Talk about terrible timing. What the hell is he doing here? I agreed to go to dinner, but it's not even lunchtime. Not to mention, Bella and I haven't had a chance to talk about what happened. Even if she's content with the change, like my dad claims, it doesn't feel great to throw it in her face this way. "What the fuck does he want?" Vince grimaces, eyes trained on Nick as he makes his way up the path toward the front door.
"Oh, I don't know, Vince. Maybe he's here to see his fiancée?"
Bella gestures to me. Vince scoffs. "Which one of you is it today?"
"You'll have to ask Dad, I guess,"
Bella says. When the doorbell rings, Vince charges forward, and Bella trails close behind. Before she can leave the kitchen, I catch her wrist. "Hey, Bells, we're good. right? The whole treaty switch.
You think I'm upset about this thing with Nick? God, no, Ava. I should be thanking you. Nick's hot and all, but honestly, he's a little boring.
I have to laugh out loud. If only she knew. After my experience with Nick, boring is about the last thing I'd call him.
Paul Savino is much more my type. I'm sorry you got roped into all of this.
Thanks, Bella. She smiles back at me over her shoulder before joining Vince in the foyer. He's peering out the window, but hasn't actually opened the door yet. I have a fleeting thought of running up to my room and locking myself in, but that won't do me much good. Sooner or later, I'm going to have to face my future. I'll get it. I suck in a sharp breath, pushing past them both. Nick has his back to me when I open the front door. He turns at the creak of it, and I nearly melt. Hating him would be so much easier if he didn't look so good all the time. He's got on a pair of blue jeans and a charcoal waffle knit long sleeve that's shoved up his muscular forearms. He lights up when he sees me, a big grin splashed across his face.
Hey!
Hi. I give him a reserved smile, closing the door behind me and forcing a bit of privacy. Bella and Vince will watch, but at least this way they won't be able to hear our conversation. My body is pulled to his like a magnet, but I resist. At least my brain is still wary enough to keep him at a distance. How did you get past security?
Your dad put me on the list.
Are you here to see him?
Nope.
Nick smirks, shoving his hands in his pockets.
I'm here to pick you up. Our date, remember?
Aren't you a little early?
I didn't specify dinner when I said I'd be picking you up. Come on. I've got something I want to show you.
He nods at the sleek black truck parked at the end of our driveway. Bold of him to assume I don't have any plans this afternoon. I have class.
So? You don't want to be a lawyer anyway. What would one afternoon hurt?
The worst part about him being right is that he knows it, and a subtle, barely detectable smirk raises at the corner of his mouth. Despite my brain's screaming protests, I'm truly considering Nick's offer. It sounds mildly better than sitting in a lecture hall while the professor practically taunts me with law strategies I'll never use. Nick reaches for my hand, and I let him take it. His touch is warm, familiar, a little comforting.
I'm only asking for an afternoon. I want to get to know you better. Don't you think we should do that if we're going to be married?
Married. Hopefully at some point that word stops giving me an immediate headache. Honestly, the only thing I want to do is lie around here moping and feeling sorry for myself all day. But that won't do me any good. I can't change what's happening regardless.
No touching. No kissing.
Nick grins, holding his hand up in a fake salute as he swears to adhere to the terms I'd set out last night.
Just two people hanging out, talking, and enjoying each other's company. I promise.
Nice start, I tease, nodding at my hand gently resting in his. When he pulls his hand back, he smirks.
From this point forward.
That's a promise he probably won't be able to keep. But I'm not sure I mind. He can't ever seem to keep his hands to himself when we're together. Not on the yacht, not in my father's office, certainly not that night in the hotel. Every touch is so pointed, so personal, so intimately confident. like I'd given him a blueprint to my body, a map to every sweet spot I've got. The one behind my ear, inside my elbow, on my inner thigh. He knows exactly how to play them all. Nick clears his throat, drawing me back to reality. Sorry. I straighten up. Sure, I'll go with you. But I can't be back late. My father won't be happy with you if I'm out all day and night.
Not much of his business anymore, is it?
Nick shrugs. His words catch me off guard a bit. If it's not his business anymore, then whose? Nick's?
One thing's for sure, Ava. You'll never have to answer to me the way you answer to him. Or be worried about how I'm going to react to something. As long as you're straight with me, I'll be straight with you.
There's a grit in Nick's voice that piques my interest. It's not like I know the finer details of his relationship with my dad, but his words make me think there is a bit of animosity there. And that makes me think that maybe my assessment of him is off. Maybe he's different.
Chapter 11. Nick. I'll be just a minute. Ava starts up a long, winding staircase in the foyer of the Moretti's house. Damn, I could watch her walk away 1,000,000 times over. The ripped-at-the-knee blue jeans that hug every curve of her lower half, messy curls tied into a ponytail trailing down her back, white-ribbed crop top that's anything but innocent. She clearly wasn't expecting me, but I don't mind catching her off guard, because this laid-back side of her is one I haven't seen before. Usually, she looks like she just walked off the current trends page of a magazine. Even when I saw her that day at Columbia, she was the pinnacle of current fashion. This, though, her casual, relaxed look, might be my favorite yet. So goddamn gorgeous. Don't change. You look absolutely perfect, I call after her. What? She laughs nervously, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Fuck. So much for keeping it cool. What you're wearing is perfect for what we're going to do. Ava gives me a funny look, and she's not buying it. Whatever you say. I'd be embarrassed, but if she doesn't realize that I am into her by this point, then she's purposely ignoring it. She disappears down the hallway at the top of the stairs, and I turn around. When I come face to face with Vince, my heart nearly stops. You've got a lot of nerve showing up here, Caponelli. Vince clenches his jaw, fists balled at his sides as he stands in front of me. I don't want to start anything, Vince. I'm only here to pick Ava up. I wouldn't have come if I'd known you were going to be here. We have a tumultuous history. Things got especially icy between us when everything went down with Andrew, and they've only barely begun to thaw. That was pre-marriage treaty, though, and judging by his reaction, we're on rocky terms again. Marrying Ava means that I'll take control of both our families, effectively knocking Vince off the top of the list to inherit the Moretti organization. My bad. I thought you were here for Bella. Oh, wait. It was last week you were engaged to her. Hard to keep up. Vince, that's not... Is my family some kind of game to you, Caponelli? He sneers. Gotta fuck one, marry one, kill one? That statement is truer than he knows. At least, I hope he doesn't know about the night Ava and I spent together. Vince steps toward me, readying himself for a fight, but I want nothing to do with that. I'm not one to back down from a challenge, but somehow I don't think knocking Ava's brother out cold would help my case with her. Luckily, she comes down at exactly the right moment. Vince, don't you have anything better to do than harass my boyfriend? She slings a bag over her shoulder, nearly skipping as she comes down the stairs. Despite her skepticism, she's kept the same outfit on, but let her hair down and thrown on a pair of white sneakers. White isn't the best choice for what I've got planned this afternoon, but I'm not about to spend any more time here cockfighting with Vince. Trust me, I have much better things to do than sit here and talk to Caponelli any longer than absolutely necessary. His attempt at intimidation falls short, but I don't make a show of it. All set? I turn to Ava, who gives me a soft smile and a nod. Great. Let's head out then. I want to reach for her hand, but my promise rings in my ears, and I think better of it. Might be better to ease her into this at whatever speed she wants to take. I've waited weeks for this girl. It can't hurt to wait much longer. Bye, Vince, she calls, waving over her shoulder. Good luck with Soph today. Vince mutters something under his breath, slamming the door behind us. Ava is a few steps in front of me as we walk to my truck, and I open the door for her as she climbs inside. Boyfriend, huh? That's what we're calling it? Would you have preferred I introduce you as Romeo? I would have preferred you introduce me as your fiancé. I arch a hopeful eyebrow at her, only halfway teasing. Ava purses her lips, a small smirk pulling through. Don't push your luck, Nick. Let's see how the day goes. You got it, I grin, shutting the door before going around to my side. Ava is unlike any girl I've ever been with, and I can already tell I'm going to have to jump through some serious hoops to make this work. For a guy who usually only puts minimal effort into relationships, that should sound like a nightmare, but I'm oddly looking forward to it. Sorry about Vince, she says as I back out. I wish I could say you got him on a bad day, but he's kind of always like that. If I'd known you were coming, I could have made sure he was gone. He's not so bad, just being protective, I say. And how would I have let you know I was coming? You haven't even given me your phone number yet. You're kidding, right? You have the entire mafia at your disposal? You can't do a little research and find it for yourself? She's spicy this morning, and I love every second. Such a difference from last night. Well, of course I can, but I'd rather you give it to me on your own terms. How chivalrous of you. We make small talk on the drive, arguing about my taste in music and who has the best pizza in New York. It's a start, but it only scratches the surface of what I want to know about her. Hopefully, that will change after today. About an hour and a half into our drive to Montauk, I turn into a long, tree-lined driveway. It's a good thing I know this drive so well, because I can't stop watching the light in Ava's eyes as she stares out the window, taking in the sprawling meadows all around us. Where are we? A prideful smile hits me as I realize she's already enjoying herself. You'll see. Up the road a little ways, the barn comes into view. As we get closer, the property opens up. Endless white fences line the pastures where horses graze. Others are being ridden in the outdoor arena. Off in the distance, you can barely see the training track. I get a sense of nostalgia every time I come to this place. We used to come a lot as kids, and I have nothing but happy memories of the place. When we step out of the car, an earthy scent hits us, and the air just feels light and clean. What is this place? Ava asks as I park the truck. My family stables. One of my father's big moneymakers is horse racing. He's got some of the best athletes in the sport here. I lead her into the barn. It's busy today, both horses and riders coming and going. Nick, this is incredible. Her eyes are wide as we walk further down the line of stalls. I love horses. Good, because we're going for a little ride. Seriously? We get to ride them? Ava looks at me like I've offered her the keys to the kingdom. This is a risky first date option, but I had a hunch she'd be into it, and it's paying off. Once Dad's horses retire from racing, they become leisure horses. There are 10 of them here for days like today, when one of us can get out and ride. Come on, I'll show you. Her pinky brushes mine as we walk deeper into the barn, and I fight every natural urge to grab her hand. A few of the horses peek their heads out of their stalls, curious about us. This side houses my dad's racehorses, and they're not used to many visitors. This is Onyx. I stop in front of a stall where a huge white horse peers out. He's one of the top horses right now. He's young, but give it a year, and he'll be nearly impossible to beat. He's beautiful. Ava approaches slowly, offering her hand for him to sniff before scratching his nose. Onyx snorts, eating up her attention. I lead Ava around the backside of the barn where the horses we'll be riding today stay. This is Pain, and this is Panic. The two we'll take out today. I ruffle the mane of Panic, who's been my horse for several years now. Interesting names, Ava laughs curiously. Have you ever seen Hercules? My brother and I named them when we were young. I didn't take you for a Disney fan, she teases, her guard dropping lower and lower by the second. I was 7. Give me a break. I defend my choice, inching toward her a bit. Have you ever ridden before? She nods. My mom's sister has a ranch in Colorado. Great. I smile. I'm going to go get our saddles, and I'll be right back. There are carrots in the bucket over there if you want to give them some. I leave Ava to feed the horses while I go round up all the tack we'll need. By the time I get back, she's got both horses nuzzling into her as she giggles. Apparently, I'm not the only one under her spell. As I lay everything down, she works her way down the row of stalls, stopping in front of Cassio. Careful with that one, I warn her. He's not very friendly. Fast as lightning, but next to impossible to get a saddle on. His trainer is about the only one in the world who can touch him. Maybe he's just misunderstood. There's a knowing look on her face as she watches him, slowly stepping forward and grasping the bars of the stall door. Why does he have bars while all the rest are open? Try to pet him. I know exactly how this is going to end. It's cute she thinks she'll have some kind of magic touch with him, but Cassio is a different kind of horse. He doesn't like interaction in the slightest. His poor jockey has to fight tooth and nail to get him ready for a race. Ava timidly sticks her hand through the bars, trying to give him time to warm up. Instead, he rears back, shrieking and neighing like someone's trying to kill him. Startled, Ava jumps back and bumps right into me. I wrap my arm around her waist, catching her just before she falls to the ground. I don't even have to say I told you so, because her expression tells me she knows I was right. She lingers in my arms for a few seconds longer than I expect before she pulls away and dusts herself off. Have you ever tacked a horse up before? Ava shakes her head, and I sling the saddle over Pain. I'm surprised you have. Don't you have stable hands to do this kind of thing? We do, but my dad always insisted that if you're going to ride the animal, you should know how to take care of it, and that includes getting them ready. I better pay close attention then. She steps closer. If she knows how much she's tempting me, she doesn't let on, listening to every word I say as I do my best to focus on the task at hand. I ignore the way her body grazes against mine when I show her how to tighten the straps of the saddle. I ignore the fresh, beachy scent of her hair when she stands in front of me as we slip the bridle on. I ignore the perfect view I've got of her tits when she leans forward to check the girth. I ignore the way that denim fabric stretches, my hand on her delicious ass as she swings her leg over Pain, and I help her up. Good boy, she coos, patting his neck once she's settled. Yeah, Pain is most definitely what I'm going to be in after riding all afternoon with the throbbing erection I've got. I get Panic set up, and then we're off. One of the best parts about this place is the scenery. One minute you're riding on sandy beaches, and the next you could be in a thick, dense forest. We ride for about half an hour before I lead her into a clearing. Wow. Ava is almost at a loss for words, which I haven't seen very often. This is so gorgeous. Almost as gorgeous as you, I grin, securing the horses to a tree where they can rest. Does that line work on all the girls you bring here? She laughs, playfully glancing up at me as we walk through the wildflowers. You're the first girl I've ever brought here, so you'll have to tell me." Ava blushes, and my words seem to surprise her. She's got it in her mind that I'm a huge playboy, and while she isn't entirely off base, she severely underestimates how I feel about her compared to anyone else. This place is special to me, almost sacred, and I wouldn't share it with just anyone, Ava. How did you find it? The color in her cheeks intensifies, and she changes the subject. Well, my brother Leo and I came across it one day while we were out riding. Honestly, we only stopped because we knew when we got back, my dad would make us muck all the stalls up before we could go home, so we were buying time. After that, we came here when we wanted to escape. From chores, from our tag-along little brother, from work. You tend to see a lot of tough stuff when you grow up in the mafia. I guess you know how that goes, though. I lay out the picnic blanket that I brought and sit down. Actually, I don't. Ava sits next to me, knees slightly bent as she looks up. My dad always kept my sisters and me as far away from it as he could, from anything to do with his work. I could understand if Moretti wanted to shelter and protect his girls by keeping them away, but nothing with him is ever that deep. It's always about power, and keeping them out of the business meant keeping them in their place. A lot about the mafia is rooted in tradition and misogyny, and Moretti really takes that to heart. In his world, women aren't important enough to understand the inner workings of the business, not important enough to make their own decisions or even be involved in them. Not important, period, beyond building and raising a home and family. Things are much different in our family. There are definitely things I'll keep private for her sake. But if Ava doesn't know what she's up against, how can she ever protect herself? With as many enemies as Moretti has made, it's a wonder nothing happened to her or her sisters growing up. That's a chance I'll never take. "Hey, I got something for you," I say, reaching into my pocket and pulling out a small black box. Her breath hitches when she sees what it is, teeth sinking into her lower lip. "Is that—" "It's an engagement ring," I say, unfastening the ring and holding it out to her. "Ava Moretti, will you marry me?" She lets out a sharp laugh. "Pretty sure my dad already gave you an answer." "He did?" I nod. "But I want it to come from you. I know that this is a lot to handle, and it's probably not what you had in mind when you pictured your engagement. As fucked up as the situation is, I want it to be as authentic as possible for you." Ava is stunned into silence, staring down at the diamond sparkler in my hand. She lets me take her hand and slip it onto her finger, and it's a perfect fit, almost like it was made for her. I thought it would take a while to find the right thing, but when I saw the 3-carat oval-cut solitaire sitting in the jewelry store's display case on my way home last night, I knew it was the one. Simple, dainty, and elegant, I chose to take it as some kind of fateful sign. The sunlight hits the perfect angle, and it sparkles on her hand. You might not have had a choice in the matter, but I hope that you won't ever regret us. When I have earned your love and trust, I'll ask you for real, and I hope your answer will be yes. But until then, this, I hold her hand to my lips and kiss the ring, is my promise to you that I will spend every day working on our relationship with you, making the most out of it, and giving you everything you deserve. That I'll never force you to do anything you don't want to do, and that I won't ever take you for granted. Nick, Tears well in her eyes as she bites her lip, and I can't tell if they're happy or sad ones. You don't have to answer me now. Let's see how things go. Thank you. Her lips curve into a small smile. It's absolutely beautiful. I'm glad you like it. I squeeze her hand. Now, how about some champagne? I pull a bottle from the small basket I brought and pour us each a glass. You've thought of everything, haven't you? She presses her lips to the glass, ring on full display.
The sight makes my heart skip and my cock twitch. I've never been so jealous of a glass before. I like to be prepared for anything that arises. The condom in my pocket is further proof of that, however optimistic it may be. Today is a ruthless exercise in restraint that I could have done without. Ava looks up, and her eyes meet mine. Who exactly are you, Nick? The sweet, charming romantic, or the rough, domineering enforcer? Maybe a bit of both, I say. I like my job, and I'm willing to sacrifice a lot for it, but I also don't hate the idea of finding someone I love to spend the rest of my life with. And you honestly think that could be me? I want to find out. We both know we've had a connection from the moment we met. Even before that, when I saw you across the bar, I wanted to know more about you. Everything about you, actually. Like what? Like why you ran away from me that first night? Ava winces at the memory, pressing her lips together as she contemplates. I guess I felt it too. That connection you've been talking about? My dad had already been after me to find someone I could marry and settle down with, and it was why I was on that date in the first place. Ironically, I thought you were the last guy he would approve of, and I was trying to prove myself to him. She pauses. It's the same reason I went to law school. I had some misguided idea that if I got my law degree, I could be useful to him. Not in the arranged marriage sort of way, but like with the big stuff. I thought there was no way he'd dump all that money into me and my education only to marry me off, like he might be proud of me. But I was wrong. You guys have always had a tough relationship? She laughs sharply. Tough is kind of an understatement. It wasn't always so bad, but things changed after my twin brother died. Twin brother? My heart jumps into my throat when she mentions Andrew. I knew they had to be close in age, but twins? Right then, I understand she doesn't have any idea what really happened. She wouldn't speak so nonchalantly if she did. I didn't take it well when he was killed. Got into some shit I shouldn't have, and my dad wasn't thrilled. What did you get into? I ask. Ava's eyes glass over, and she's quiet for a second. Andrew was my best friend, and losing him was... I had to find a way to forget, to numb everything I was feeling. I was dating a guy that ran drugs for my dad, and cocaine? She nods. Mostly, but I wasn't picky. Oof. My heart shatters for her. Losing a brother is incomprehensible to me, and now that I know she doesn't know the truth, I'm even more concerned. What's going to happen when she finds out she's been lied to? That it didn't happen as cleanly as Alessandro's led her to believe? That I did it? I can't broach this with her until I know what exactly he told her, and that kills me. Seconds ago, I promised to be straight with her, and I'm holding a catastrophic secret. Even though I can't give her the full truth just yet, maybe I can offer her something. I knew him, you know. Her eyes widen. You did? Yeah. I nod. We worked together a bit. He was a great guy. Ava swallows. He was. I'm sorry you didn't have anyone you could turn to. I want to take her hand, but she's emotional, and I don't want to take advantage of that, so I don't. Tell me more about the cocaine. It's over now, she says quickly. I spent some time in treatment, and I haven't used in a long time. It was just a phase, I promise. I want to believe that, but drug use is a slippery slope. Good, and I hope that if it ever gets bad again, you'll come to me about it. As my wife, if you don't handle it, I will. It comes out harsh, but it's the truth. Drugs are a serious thing for me, regardless of circumstances. My threat strikes a nerve. And how do you intend to do that? Beat me into submission?
Is that how your father would handle it? She doesn't answer, but that silence speaks volumes. I've always known that Alessandro is a hard ass, and it's not out of the ordinary in the mafia, but for some reason it only now dawns on me that he's physically abusive. Rage nearly blinds me as I think about all the shit that man has put her through. Ava, I want you to know that things are going to be much different with me. I'll never, ever hit you or raise my hand to you like your father did. Ever. No matter what. What I meant by that was that I'd get you back into treatment or whatever else I needed to do to help, not hurt you even more than you already are. Partying isn't a good way to cope, and it has to stop. I lift her chin so she'll meet my eyes, wanting to be sure she hears every word of this. I love that you're independent and can handle yourself. It's one of the first things that drew me to you, and I can promise you I'll never do anything to discourage that. But my highest priority will always be your safety. You might not always like it, but you should know that everything I do will be with you and your best interests in mind. She presses her lips into a reserved smile. You certainly have a way with words, Mr. Caponelli. We sit there for a while in silence, the cool breeze whipping through the trees. I'm not sure how long we've been gone, but the sun will probably be going down soon. The quiet between us is comfortable, and when I stretch back against the blanket, so does she. Her body is so close to mine, our hands nearly brushing as they rest between our hips. A single heartbeat could be enough to propel them into each other. It's a shame you've got that no-touching policy. All this privacy and seclusion, and we can't even put it to good use. Ava glances down to where our hands sit so close on the blanket and slips her hand underneath mine, a smile tipping her glossy lips. Hand-holding is okay. Why exactly are you so set on this anyway? I mean, after the places on your body that my hands have been. I click my tongue, raw memories rushing through me. That is exactly why. We jumped right into bed, and I barely know anything about you. What if you're a serial killer? I put my hand on my forehead, unable to swallow my laughter. What? She bites her lip playfully, but there's a hint of truth to what she's saying. You've shown up randomly all over the place the last few weeks, and you've openly admitted to searching the entire city for me, which is serious stalker behavior. Serial killer isn't all that far off. More like a contract killer, actually. Her face drops. What? That's my job. I clench my jaw, debating how much of this I should share with her. I made a promise to be straight with her, so ultimately, I continue. I'm the best shot in our group, so when someone needs to be taken care of, that's what I do. She pales a little, and I can feel her body tense all the way through her fingertips. How often? I shrug. Whenever it's needed. What does needed mean? The wheels turn in her mind as she questions me. There is a hesitance in her voice that tells me she's not sure if she even wants to know the answers. Look, I promised I'd tell you the truth whenever I could, but if this is too much, Ava shakes her head, cutting me off. I want to know. If someone's betrayed us, or is an imminent threat, I turn toward her, propping myself on my elbow. But I've never killed a single person outside of absolute necessity. My thumb sweeps across the back of her hand. Does that worry you? Probably not as much as it should. She presses her lips together, and her eyes darken. She disappears into her mind for a second, and I want to press, but this has already gotten much heavier than I intended, and I want to salvage all the progress we've made, so I cut it off before we can go any further. It's getting late. How about we check out that pizza place you were talking about on the way home, and I can see if it's as good as you think it is? Ava smiles. That sounds perfect.
Chapter 12. Ava. Nick looks at me expectantly.
What do you think?
He's so cute that I hate to break his spirit, but I have to. It's very average. I frown, scrunching my nose as I brace for his reaction. His face twists in disgust, acting like I'd insulted his mother, and not a piece of overpriced, way too doughy pepperoni pizza.
You've got to be kidding! It's the best slice in the entire state! Maybe even the entire East Coast.
Sorry, I shrug with a wince. Not my favorite. One thing that Nick and I have in common is our love for pizza. So we've spent the better part of the week trying out new places all across the city. It's been fun and low pressure, and I'm almost embarrassed to admit that I'm coming around to all of this. Coming around to Nick, specifically. Because he's been amazing. Attentive and sweet, and, so far, he's kept his hands to himself. Out of pure respect for me, he hadn't pushed it further than a simple kiss goodnight every night when he dropped me off, and it's almost making me want him more. My hands-off rule is backfiring, and now I am the one feeling unsatisfied. It's not like we haven't crossed that line before. Haven't touched, haven't kissed. We've done way more than that several times over. But somehow it feels too personal right now. That first night was casual, but now that I'm engaged to the man, it feels uncomfortably intimate.
Okay, this weekend, we're going to my parents' house. My mom ran a pizza shop when they first met, and she's got some tricks up her sleeve that you've got to be impressed by.
Nick smirks, shaking his head. Deal. My stomach flips as I agree. Getting to know Nick's family feels like a bigger step than it is, especially considering they'll soon be mine.
Man, I had no idea you were such a pizza connoisseur.
He leans back in the booth, stretching an arm out over the fading leather. It's late, and we're the only ones left in the entire place. You should hear my opinions on ice cream. I arch an eyebrow at him.
Don't tempt me with a good time.
He grins.
There's ice cream just down the block. Interested?
It's already 11 o'clock, and I have class in the morning, but I'm not ready to go home. Nick has my hand in his as we walk down the block, and his fingers play with the ring on my finger. Sometimes I forget it's even there. I don't know how, considering how big and heavy it is.
You've been wearing my ring for a week. Made any decisions yet?
Of course, decisions have been made. They were made by our fathers. But even so, I appreciate what Nick is trying to do. Before all of this, I never thought I'd even get married. I admit, avoiding his question. I'm not ready to answer. But I'm also afraid Nick will start to lose his patience with me. So far, he's been patient and considerate, but everyone has their limits. My dad already agreed to this, so Nick could whisk me away and marry me whenever he wants. That he's waiting at all is an accommodation he doesn't have to give.
Really?
Nick looks at me curiously.
You mean you haven't had your wedding day planned out since you were a little girl like most women?
I've thought about it, but I figured it would happen in a few years. Or, 20. Nick lets out a sharp laugh.
20? I told you I'd wait, but I'm not sure I can wait that long.
Our hands fit together perfectly, and he gives mine a tight squeeze.
Not interested in the black tux, white gown thing? Or what?
More like the relationship kind of thing? I pause. I've never been very good at that.
Nobody is good at relationships,
Nick says.
We live in a country where half of marriages end in divorce. And that's not even counting failed relationships that don't even make it down the aisle.
Is that supposed to make me feel better about our marriage?
You're right. Horrible choice of words.
Nick runs his fingers through his thick hair anxiously. With a step forward, he spins in front of me, taking both of my hands in his.
Ava, I can't tell you I'll be any better at this than you. I'm gonna mess this up. I'll be hard to love, I'll drive you insane most of the time, and I don't like admitting when I'm wrong. But I can tell you we'll figure it out together as it comes. Like I told you, we're a team.
And what if we don't figure it out? Nick is so casual about all of this in his attempt to reassure me, but it doesn't change the fact that we're stuck together forever.
We will.
He is adamant.
Divorce won't be an option for us. It would send both of our families into complete turmoil.
Meaning we'll have to suffer through whatever might come. Don't you ever get tired of all the pressure? I bite my lip, letting the weight of his words fall on my shoulders.
Pressure makes diamonds.
Nick flashes me his Hollywood smile, and I can't help but return it.
Speaking of diamonds,
he lifts my hand to his lips and kisses the back of it. I'll marry you. Nick is surprised that I actually said it, and I'm surprised by how good I feel about it.
You will?
His face lights up like a little kid on Christmas. His excitement eases my apprehensions. I nod, sinking my teeth into my lower lip. Before I know what's happening, his lips crash into mine in a desperate, hungry kiss. He coaxes my lips apart with his tongue, dashing inside of my mouth and sweeping it around. Bricks dig into my back as he pushes me into the wall of the building we were passing, but the little bit of pain is a nice compliment to the elation that spreads through the rest of my body. My stomach tingling, my heart racing, my core throbbing with an ache that only he can remedy. When he pulls away to take a breath, he's still smiling and tugs my hand, nearly jerking me forward.
Come on.
Nick, where are we going? I giggle, putting up a bit of a protest.
Back to my place, where we can celebrate properly.
What about the ice cream? Dessert is the last thing on my mind, but I kinda like playing with him.
We can order some Rocky Road takeout if you have your heart set on that, but I can't stand to be out here another second when all I can think about is how good this dress will look on my bedroom floor.
Rocky Road? Just when things were going so well. An evil smirk wipes across Nick's face.
Your choice, Ava. You can come with me now, or I can rip your dress off of you right here and fuck you in that alley.
Is he serious? Why do I feel a little excited about the possibility? Is this a bad time to tell you that I'm saving myself for marriage? There's a little bit of sinister in his laugh.
Go on, have your fun. You're only digging yourself a bigger hole, my smoking hot fiancé. Nick Campanelli.
A gritty voice sneers from only a few feet away. Nick cranes his neck toward the voice, his mood immediately souring.
What the hell are you doing here, Alec?
Nick snarls in a voice I've never heard before. His tone is paralyzing as he instinctively moves in front of me and shields me from whoever this man is. The man smirks, chuckling at Nick with a threatening posture. His chilling eyes rake over me, and I duck back farther behind Nick.
Aren't you going to introduce me to your smoking hot fiancé?
Alex steps forward, closing the distance between us, and my eyes fix on the gun-shaped outline of his hip.
I have to say, I agree with your assessment of her.
He shoots me a harrowing wink.
Back up, Alec, before I do it for you.
Nick stiffens, his grip on my arm tightening.
No need to get defensive, Caponelli. I had to come and see it with my own eyes. I've heard about the infamous Caponelli-Moretti union, but I didn't think it was true. Well, believe it.
Nick's stance is wide, like he could launch himself at the guy and beat him senseless at the drop of a hat. I haven't seen this side of him yet, and even though his anger isn't directed at me, it's intimidating. Alec ignores Nick and turns his attention to me.
Eva, is it?
Yes, I say, pressing my lips tightly together and appraising the situation.
Nice to finally put a face with a name. You know, you're the one they're counting on to bring down the Asnikovs. My family. With this bullshit marriage.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, of course you don't, darling. Why would a woman know anything about what's going on behind the scenes?
Alec chuckles, taking another step forward. Nick snakes his arm around my waist again, pulling me painfully close.
I don't know what your endgame here is, Alec, but I suggest you get out of here before you start something you can't finish.
Words spew like venom from Nick's mouth.
Oh, this is far from over, Caponelli.
Alec turns his back to us and walks away. But before he disappears, he glances over his shoulder.
I look forward to seeing you again soon, Eva.
When he turns the corner, I find my voice and whisper, "Who was that?"
No one for you to be concerned about,
Nick says, turning me and leading us in the opposite direction. So much for that team thing, huh? Nick! He ignores me and continues to walk. Nick! My voice is sharp as I pull my hand away from his.
What?
He says sharply, the interaction putting him completely on edge. Who was that? Why does he know who I am? Why does he know what we're doing? I cross my arms over my chest defiantly, determined to get my answer. Nick drags his hand through his hair in frustration.
Damn it, Eva. Do we have to do this tonight? We should be celebrating. We should...
You told me you would be straight with me. He knows I'm right, and he drops his head with a shake.
That's Alec Asnikov. He's the son of a Russian mafia leader, and his family is encroaching on the city, which is a big reason our families are joining.
His honesty takes me by surprise, because it's the first time I've ever been told any information about what was truly going on. It's both strange and refreshing. If he's after us, why didn't he do something right now? I ask, trying to wrap my mind around this new information.
Because he's a coward, and that's not how this kind of thing works. If he attacked us unprovoked, it would start an all-out war, which he certainly doesn't want. He'd have both of our families breathing down his neck, trying to get justice. He's taunting us, so don't let him get to you.
But why do the Asnikovs even care if we get married? It has nothing to do with them. The whole interaction has me rattled, and I'm not ready to let it go as easily as he is.
It has everything to do with them, Eva. If our families join, it could be the end for them, and there's no way in hell they go down without a fight.
I've been so focused on what this marriage means for myself that I didn't even consider the ramifications elsewhere, including how it affects Nick. Other organizations are bound to be upset, to attack, to converge, to do anything to stop it from happening. And my dad knowingly put me in the crossfire of the brooding mafia war.
Eva...
Nick sighs and slips his arm around my waist, immediately sensing the heaviness on my mind.
Can we not do this tonight? All of this bullshit will still be here in the morning. So can we just put it out of our minds and enjoy our engagement for one night?
That seems easier said than done, but I'll give it my best shot. Sure.
That's my girl.
Nick smiles, swiping his lips across my neck in a rejuvenated kiss.
How about we renegotiate that saving yourself for marriage thing?
He relaxes a bit, but I can tell that Alec and his family are weighing on his mind too. It's like a cloud looming over us, and even though we both do our best to ignore it, I can't help but feel like a train is barreling down the tracks toward us, and we have no way of stopping it.
Chapter 13. Ava.
The more time Nick and I spend together, the more it feels like we're in a genuine relationship. We've spent nearly every night together since our engagement, but he's been gone since Tuesday on a work trip, and the hours are dragging by. It's amazing how quickly I went from avoiding Nick entirely to missing him when he's not around. Luckily, I have some distraction today in the form of my sisters, who are all too eager to hear how things are going.
I don't get it.
Bella dangles her toes into the crystal blue water of the pool. She's on the wall across from me, and Angie sits next to her with my nephew Jax on her lap.
3 weeks ago, you never would have even considered something like this.
It's not like I have much choice, Bells. I'm trying to make the most of it. I defend myself for what feels like the millionth time. She knows exactly how this works, because she's involved in an arranged marriage herself. What does she want from me? Despite her initial denial, I can tell there's some animosity any time that I bring Nick up. Bella is more than content with Savino, who's already showered her with expensive gifts and lavish luxuries. But it's still weird.
Well, I'm really proud of you.
Angie bounces Jax on her lap, and he coos each time Bella flicks a tiny drop of water up at him.
From what it sounds like, you hit the jackpot with Nick. I've never heard of a man from the Mafia letting the woman have any kind of choice once a deal like this was done.
Right, because you know so much about the Mafia.
Bella scoffs.
Although, I will say he's got good taste in jewelry.
She holds up my hand out next to hers, comparing our rings. They're about as different as our personalities. Mine, simple and timeless, while Bella's is intricate and busy.
When is the wedding going to be? I hope not before November, because that's when Paul and I are thinking.
It won't be before then. It's September, and that means November is only a few short months away. I'm in no rush to get to the altar, and Nick and I haven't even talked about setting a date. Even the idea of planning a wedding has me overwhelmed, and I can't imagine how I'll feel when it comes down to making decisions. Nick wants to plan an engagement party in a few weeks, though, so we can officially celebrate. It's cute how excited he is, Angie continues. Mike wanted nothing to do with any of it after he gave me the ring. I was basically on my own until I met him at the altar. Bella shoots her a condescending glare.
And you had 3 wedding planners? I would hardly say you were on your own.
What is your problem today? Angie glares back at her. Bella is more short-tempered than usual today. As sisters, it should be fun that we're planning weddings at the same time, but it's feeling more and more like a competition.
It's a little fishy,
she shrugs.
Ava screws a guy in a hotel, and 2 months later, they're engaged to be married, the golden couple that's supposed to save Dad's organization from ruin.
She flashes us both a dirty look.
No one finds that odd?
We're both getting married to help Dad, Bella, I remind her. And Nick and I running into each other before was a complete coincidence.
You're sure quick to trust the guy. What happened to the girl who thought marriage was a dirty word?
My phone rings before I can even respond. Nick's face flashes across the screen, and I'm thankful for the distraction.
Hey, beautiful. Are you at home?
I am. I stand up, walking over to one of the patio chairs. I'm hanging out by the pool with Bella and Angie. What are you up to? He doesn't answer for a minute. Nick?
Sorry,
He says with a laugh.
I was distracted by the visual of you in a skimpy bikini. Anyway, I got home sooner than expected, and my parents asked us to come over for dinner. What do you think? Are you up for that?
Spending more time with Nick's family is the next obvious step for us, but the thought is still a little daunting. I'm excited, but wary, because this isn't just any family we're talking about. Growing up, the Caponellis were our competition, the enemy. Walking into their house for a friendly meet and greet feels odd. Sure, I say, hoping he can't detect the hesitation in my voice.
Great, I'll pick you up in 5
Minutes? I wince. After sitting at the pool all afternoon, I'm a sweaty mess, and that's not the way I want to make an impression. A little warning would have been nice.
Yeah. Will that work?
Panic surges through me. No, of course that's not going to work. I need 2 business days to prepare for something like this. That's my own fault, though, because we've been talking about doing it for a couple of weeks. I guess I thought it was more a figure of speech. Sure, you can just wait while I get ready.
Sounds good. See you soon, babe.
Nick hangs up without another word, and I scramble to gather my things on the patio.
Who was that?
Bella eyes me suspiciously. Nick, I say. He's coming to pick me up for dinner, so we'll have to continue this discussion another time. You better not leave without bringing him out here to meet me, Angie warns. Jax shrieks, as if echoing her demand. Yeah, I call over my shoulder. Miraculously, in these 6 minutes that it takes Nick to get here, I change into a blue sundress, brush out my hair, and put on a bit of makeup before grabbing a jacket out of my closet. I'm not thrilled, but it will have to do, because right as I fasten the buckle of my shoe, I hear the doorbell ring. I hurry down the stairs because I don't want to take the chance of someone else answering the door. I've had my fill of Bella and Angie for the day, and even though I promised to take him outside, after 4 days apart, all I want to do is see him. The moment I open the door, Nick steps forward and closes the distance between us. His kiss crashes into me like a tidal wave, relief and solace washing over me. He snakes his arm around my waist and pulls me deeper into him as his tongue slips between my lips and sweeps through my mouth. When he pulls away, there's a grin on his face.
God, I've missed that.
I missed you too. How was your trip?
Successful. But I've never been happier to be home. Ready to get going?
I nod, shutting the front door behind me as he leads me down the path into his truck. He opens the door, and I hop inside.
Nick. Fuck. Ava is a sight for sore eyes after the week I've had. I wasn't lying when I told her that the trip was successful. It just didn't come easy. News of our marriage is traveling fast, and organizations are panicking. I had to visit Boston to calm some fears from one of our allies, and it went as well as it could. Understandably, they're uneasy about someone my age taking over for my father. Hell, I'm uneasy about it. I thought I had years left before this happened. The stress melts away the second she's in my arms, though.
Her petite body presses against mine as the sweet smell of her hair consumes me. "Is this okay?" she asks, twirling around a few steps in front of me. "You look incredible," I say. "You're sure? We could go upstairs and you could help me pick something else out if you want." She purrs seductively against my ear, batting those long lashes at me. It makes me so fucking weak when she looks at me that way, and I almost take her up on it. "Ava," I groan, "you and I both know that if we go upstairs, we won't make it to dinner." I graze her thigh with my fingers, fiddling with the hem of the dress and lifting it slightly. "I promised my parents that we'd be there, but as soon as we're done there, I'm going to take you back to my place and make up for all the time that we've missed this week. I'm going to peel this dress off of you, lay you back in my bed, and make you come so many times that you can't even keep your eyes open." A furious blush covers her cheeks, and she tilts forward, hips brushing against mine. "Promise?" "Promise." The only problem with getting Ava riled up is that it has the same effect on me, and I have to adjust myself before I get in the truck. The drive from the Morettis to my parents' house is a little over an hour, so she fills me in on everything she's been doing since I've been gone as we drive. "What should I expect tonight?" She's adorably nervous, fidgeting in her purse to take her mind off it. "Don't be worried," I tell her, reaching across the console to take her hand. "This is really casual. My family is excited to spend some time with you." "Will your brothers be there too?" Ava stares out the window. "Yeah, Leo is making the trip, and Frankie still lives there." I spend the rest of the drive telling her random little details about my family, and soon I pull off the road toward their house. They're on the opposite side of the water as the Morettis, and there's a stiff ocean breeze in the air tonight. Ava takes my hand as we walk up to the door, nervously tucking her hair behind her ear. "Relax," I whisper, brushing a kiss across her cheek. "They're going to love you." Opening the front door, we step inside. Right away, a heavenly smell wafts from the kitchen. "Hello?" I say. "In here," my mom calls from the kitchen. I take Ava's jacket and hang it with mine in the hall closet. The kitchen sits at the back of the house, and we wind our way toward it. Her eyes wander to the hallway walls cluttered with pictures and photographs that depict my childhood. She smiles, nodding at one of me in a baseball uniform, oversized hat covering my eyes, and a bat sitting on my shoulder. "Okay, that's adorable." I laugh, clutching her hand in mine. "Give me a break. I had to grow into the jersey." "And that?" She points to another picture of Leo, Frankie, and me, all huddled around the Christmas tree in matching pajamas. "That doesn't exactly scream threatening crime boss." You're right. Not the best look." I narrow my eyes at her, keeping my voice low. "But if you need something that screams crime boss, I'd be happy to give you a better idea later tonight." Ava shivers, darting her eyes away and continuing down the hallway. When we get to the kitchen, my mom is at the stove, stirring something that smells incredible, while Leo and Frankie are parked on two of the bar stools. Leo's coming from work, still in his jeans and button-down, while Frankie is less presentable. My dad isn't anywhere to be found, but I assume he's in his office, finishing things up. My mom glances back at me and does a double-take when she sees Ava. Grabbing a towel, she wipes her hands and hurries over to us. "Ava," my mom gushes, "I can't tell you how wonderful it is to meet you properly." She pulls Ava in for a hug and eventually turns to me. "Oh, hi, honey. Nice to see you, too." "Hi, Mom," I chuckle, bending over to give her a hug. She's not all that small, but when you have a husband and 3 sons who stand more than 6'4" tall, you appear that way. "Ava, these are my brothers. You remember Leo from the party, and this is Frankie." "It's so nice to meet you guys. Nick has told me so much about you." If Ava is still anxious, she doesn't show it, smiling confidently as she turns to them. Everything he said was a lie. Unless, of course, it was good. Leo smirks. Definitely good, she says. You know Nick has been completely infatuated with you ever since he met you. He's hardly talked about anything else, Leo teases. Oh, Leo, give your brother a break, my mom scolds. I hope you guys are hungry. Ava, Nick mentioned you like pizza, so I pulled out a few of my old recipes. I hope that's okay. That sounds perfect. Thank you so much. Is there anything I can do to help? My mother glances over her shoulder at me and winks with her approval. You can cut these up if you want. She hands Ava some cucumbers, and Ava gets to work while I grab us both a glass of wine and take a seat next to my brothers. After a few minutes, my dad joins us. Ava, he grins. So glad you could join us. Hi, Mr. Caponelli. How'd everything end up in Boston? He slaps my back. No work talk tonight. My mom glares at us. Gio, make yourself useful and set the table. Dinner goes so smoothly that it's almost boring, and I sit back in awe as Ava and my family get to know each other. The way she fits is remarkable, like she's a missing piece we didn't know we had. She picks my mom's brain about different ways to cook the pizza dough, and she and my dad bond over their love for horses. She and my brothers share a few laughs at my expense, but I don't even care, because this is going better than I ever could have anticipated. Family is big to me, and finding a girl who fits just right has always been a top priority. Ava checks absolutely every box that I've got, and then some, and I can't believe my luck. Of all the bars she could have gone to that night, of all the nights I could have been there, it's almost enough to make a man believe in fate. When we've finished our dessert, Ava and I say our goodbyes so that we can make our drive back into the city. It was nice to meet you, Ava. I can't get over how much you look like your brother, Frankie marvels. The blood in my veins turns to ice. The kid has pretty much been mute all evening, and he chooses now to bring up something so contentious? Oh. Ava flinches, unsure how to respond. Nick told me you guys worked with him a bit. We were twins, so I get that a lot. He was always a good guy when we were working together. We were so sorry for your loss. Leo quickly jumps in, smoothing things over. Thank you. She gives him a tight smile and then turns to my parents. Thank you for everything tonight. I had a great time, and dinner was delicious. Oh, sweetheart, my mom says. We loved having you. Please come over any time, with or without Nick. Very funny, I smirk, leaning down to kiss her. I'll call you tomorrow, Mom. Drive carefully, okay? Ava and I load into the truck, and I can't help but notice her spirit has fallen a little. No doubt thanks to Frankie and his big mouth. You okay? I ask her. Mm-hmm, she nods. Just tired. I take my jacket off, wadding it up and offering it to her as a pillow. She leans against it, and soon everything is still and quiet, and she's asleep. I rest my hand on her thigh as I drive, happy to be in the moment with her. I need to have a conversation about Andrew with her soon, but before I do that, I have to talk to Alessandro. Despite his attempts to dodge my calls the last few weeks, it can't wait any longer. Chapter 14. Nick. The only thing worse than a last-minute work trip is a last-minute work trip where my dad and future father-in-law accompany me. Especially now that I've got Ava, these trips are becoming more and more draining. I'd much rather be home with her, but instead, I'm at some dingy Irish pub east of New Jersey. To a job well done. Alessandro holds a glass of scotch up across the table from me, celebrating the success of our first official deal together. And to a future of many more, my dad agrees, nodding and clinking his glass against Alessandro's. I join them in the toast,
but I'm ready to get home. It's been a long few days. Ava occupies my every spare thought, and I ache to get my hands on her. With any luck, the last few days apart will be the final catalyst she needs to fully commit. We've hooked up plenty, but she is still holding out on having sex with me. I don't pretend to understand the hesitation. It's not like it's the first time. But it's important to her, so I've held back, no matter how badly I want to lay her down and pound inside of her until she's dizzy with pleasure. That sinful body tangled up in the sheets, my own this time. Her gentle whimpers and moans in my ear, those dark curls wrapped around my fist. I've thought about it so many times, but I can't think too hard or I'll get myself in serious trouble. One more dinner with Alessandro and my father to get through, and then I can see her. We are on our way home from St. Louis, where we've been meeting with the weapons dealer for the last few days. Finally, we agreed on terms, and hopefully this arrangement will bolster our arsenal enough to be ready for anything the Russians throw at us. "Eager to get home, Alessandro?" my dad asks, making small talk. Alessandro chuckles, leaning back in his seat. "Actually, I'm enjoying the quiet. Traveling is like pure bliss for me. I'm telling you, you lucked out having all sons. I love my girls, but they are so much harder than the boys ever were. Guess you'll get a taste of that soon enough, Nick. By the way, how are things going with Ava? She seems to be coming around." I grimace, feeling oddly defensive of her, even against her own father. "Things are great with Ava. We've been getting to know each other, and she's incredible." "Give her time," he chuckles. "She is the most trouble out of all my three. You'll need to keep a close eye on her. Feisty, that one." The traits that annoy him most about her are the ones that I love so much. Her passion, her sense of adventure, her independence and fight. The one good thing about this trip is that Alessandro can't keep dodging my calls and attempts to meet. It's time we have an overdue conversation. I've been meaning to ask you. It doesn't seem like she knows the whole story about Andrew. She was surprised that I knew him at all. I finish what's left of my glass. I don't actually like the taste of scotch, but one of the lessons my dad taught me early on is that when you want something from someone, you drink whatever they're having, so you've immediately got common ground. Alessandro stiffens at the mention of his younger son. It seems like anything to do with Andrew is off-limits in that family, because Ava reacts similarly when he's brought up. Like, if you ignore the problem, it will go away. She doesn't know the full story. Sonia and I decided it was best to tell the girls as little as possible, so they believe he was killed by a rival gang. End of story. End of story. I fight the urge to laugh. In typical Alessandro fashion, he left out any other details that pointed blame to him where it actually lies. And Vince? Vince? Alessandro lets out a heavy breath. He read into the situation and thought Andrew was left unprotected during an ambush. He blames you guys. Does anyone in that family besides Alessandro know what actually happened? I'm beginning to think they don't. After Andrew died, Ava pretty much lost her mind. They've always been so connected. He shakes his head slightly. It was bad. We went through a period when she was constantly out partying, almost threw her entire education away, and nearly killed herself while she was at it. Vince found her at a party one night on the verge of an overdose, almost comatose in a hot tub with this prick she was dating, and we forced her into a treatment program after that. We decided it was best to let things lie where they were, and I didn't expand with any of my kids. I suck in a short breath. Ava glossed over her partying and drug use, and I didn't realize how extensive it really was. My heart shattered for her. She was working through the loss of her brother, and Alessandro didn't even have the decency to tell her the truth about how he died. He severely underestimates Ava. The girl I know is strong and courageous, and knowing what happened might have helped her cope instead of sending her into a self-destructive spiral. None of that matters to Alessandro, though. All he cares about is saving face. It's your choice, Nick, but I don't think it's in either of your best interests for her to know that you shot her brother. Alessandro cautions me, effectively ending the conversation. There's obviously nothing else to say, because Alessandro won't ever admit that his son chose to die rather than disappoint him. He put me in an impossible position. Soon a day will come when she'll know everything. I can only hope we'll be able to work through it.
Ava. Nick promised that we could take things slow, but everything seemed to go into hyperdrive over the last few weeks. A big family dinner where everyone could meet got scheduled, and an engagement party after that. A wedding date set in February, only 5 short months from now. In the grand scheme of things, this marriage means more to Nick than it does to me, in terms of how much daily life will change. 3 months after our marriage, he'll take over as Don and have control of both of our families. They will still be separate entities, but he and my father, and even Vince, will have to work together, and Nick will have the final say. That's a lot of pressure to be under, and I wonder what that means for me as his wife. So far, everything has been great. Nick's been nothing but a complete gentleman, and I'm already falling for him. It's the last thing I ever expected from an arranged marriage, but he treats me well. He respects me, and he's actually open and honest with me. For the last few days, he's been away on another job, and I haven't been able to talk to him much. I've been a little stir-crazy, so despite my better judgment, I let Bella convince me to go out with her tonight to the Jaguar, a club across town. Things between us have been off lately, and I'm desperate to patch them up. Not to mention, with Nick gone, I need something to keep my mind busy. The Jag is one of the few clubs where we can avoid being seen by anyone who knows our dad. It's in Newark, and draws more of a local crowd than most clubs in New York City. It's a small, dark place, and probably has about 100 health violations, but the music is good, the drinks are strong, and their scanner doesn't pick up on fake IDs. We've been doing this since we were teenagers, and even though we're old enough to be out drinking now, we still choose it most of the time. Maybe it's for nostalgia, because it definitely isn't for convenience. It's a hefty drive, both there and back. Although that means we are less likely to run into anyone who could let our father know what we are up to. Old habits die hard. The club is packed when we arrive, but we've been here enough over the years to be friendly with the bouncers, and they usher us in right away. "God, I've missed this!" Bella squeals, squeezing my arm as we go in. She's almost giddy, thriving on this type of thing. "You find us a table, and I'll go get some drinks." She scurries off before I can protest. Winding through the crowd, I spot a high-top table toward the back. It takes a few minutes, but I finally maneuver my way there. Just as I'm getting situated, a familiar voice comes from behind me.
"Look who decided to grace us with her presence."
Jimmy grins, leaning in to give me a peck on the cheek.
"It's great to see you, Ava."
A pit forms in my stomach. I'm trying to be on my best behavior tonight, and I certainly haven't had enough alcohol to equip myself for seeing my cheating ex-boyfriend. "Hi, Jimmy." I smile uncomfortably. It's been a long time since Jimmy and I have had a normal conversation, and it's going to take some getting used to. You look well? He takes my hand in his, studying the diamond on my finger and arching an eyebrow. The rumors are true. They are. I'm getting married. Good for you, Aves. And to a Caponelli, no less. Which one? Frankie? Leo? He slides into a chair at the table, inviting himself to join me as I glance desperately over my shoulder, looking for my sister. What is taking so long? Nick, actually. I shift, putting as much space between us as possible. Jimmy is shocked. The heir himself, huh? You're practically Caponelli royalty now. I don't know about that. I laugh nervously, holding my hands together. I didn't have much say in the matter anyway. Oh, don't let her fool you. Bella smirks, setting 4 sloshing drinks down on the table. She's hopelessly in love with the guy. Hey, Bella. It's good to see the two of you out again. It's been a while, Jimmy says. Bella seems to fall right for his charming smile, the one that only repulses me now. Tell me about it. Bella rolls her eyes. Ava gets engaged, and it's like she turns into some kind of saint or something. No more drinking, no more partying. That must make Cap happy. Jimmy eyes me carefully. I feel the need to defend myself, but I don't, opting for a large sip of my drink instead. I'm going to need this, and probably many more, to get through the night. Bella and I dance for a while, and then I am finally able to drag her back to the table. I've managed to only have 2 drinks, keeping myself in check. But I can't say the same for Bella. She's on number 4 and starting to blur the line between tipsy and drunk. Tipsy Bella is a good time. Drunk Bella is an instigator. And I can already tell things are about to go south. Hey, Jimmy! She waves him back over to our table. You got anything to lighten my sister up? I've got the perfect thing. Jimmy's eager to oblige, pulling out a small, clear bag from his pocket and setting it on the table. Just looking at the white powder burns my veins. It's been months since I've done cocaine. I hate what it does to me, the downward spiral it brings me to. I'm not going to risk that now. No thanks. I slide it back to him. Of course not. Jimmy smirks. Caponelli wouldn't approve of that now, would he? You already think you're too good for us now that you're joining them. It's not about that. I shift in my seat. Come on, Aves, Bella begs. A little won't hurt anything. You know how good it makes you feel. I swallow, trying to find my strength. I hate that she's right. When I was high, I felt like I was flying. All my problems disappeared, and I was light, drifting in a sort of alternate universe. I used to crave it worse than just about anything, and as much as I hate to admit it, it sounds good right now. If I only have a little, what harm can come from that? I've stopped before on my own. I can do it again. One taste won't really hurt anything, will it? Yes, it will, Ava. It'll ruin everything. You're stronger than this. You know you want to, Ava. Don't be so pretentious. One more time. For old time's sake. Jimmy's voice is enticing as he slides the packet toward me again. I could do this. I could have one taste and be content. I deserve to let loose and have a good time with Bella and our friends tonight. I'm about to give my life away to the mafia. Why not celebrate a little? Because it's more than that. And you know it. The nagging voice in my head is usually quiet, but it's loud and merciless tonight. I slowly open the baggie, slipping my finger into the silky white powder. If I press it into my gums, it'll absorb quickly, and the high won't even be that strong. No one will guess.
That's it.
Jimmy coaxes. There's a commotion on the dance floor, which makes me pause long enough to get a hold of myself. What the hell am I doing? No, I don't want it, thank you. Cool relief floods through me. If you're going to be such a wimp, then give it to me. Bella lays out a line in front of her, and then snorts the white powder. The drug gives Bella a shock of energy that she doesn't need. And we continue to dance and party with Jimmy. The more I drink, the more I loosen up. But I still feel uncomfortable here. And to combat that feeling, I have quite a bit more. I finally start to enjoy myself, and before I know it, it's 2 a.m. I leave Bella and her group of friends briefly to go get a few more shots and head for the bar. There's a man leaning against the high top, nursing a crystal glass of whiskey. He's tall and intimidating, and his eyes are trained on me. It's dark in here, but the closer I get, the more I recognize the man as Nick. Hi! Surprised to see him here of all places, I throw my arms around his rigid neck and plant a sloppy, alcohol-induced kiss on his cheek. I missed you. What are you doing here? He doesn't answer immediately, so I take his hand, ready to lead him back to the group. Let's go get a drink and you can tell me about your trip. Nick's grip on my hand tightens, and he yanks me back, rougher than I expect. What are you... He cuts me off with a ferocious glare. And for the first time, I realize that he's angry.
I think you've had plenty.
His jaw is set, nostrils flaring as anger pulsates off of him. My pulse quickens, and in my state, I can't tell if he looks more terrifying or sexy when he's angry. I don't say that out loud, though, because I doubt he'll find it amusing.
Come on.
Nick plows through the crowd and to the front door at a punishing pace. I look over my shoulder, but don't even have time to say goodbye to Bella, who is still totally oblivious on the dance floor. Would you slow down? You're hurting me. Technically, it's the shoes that are hurting me, but his near sprint isn't helping the matter. Once we're outside, several people around us stare at the scene we're making.
Have you completely lost your mind? Has this been going on the entire time I've been gone?
Nick growls. No! I defend myself, hot tears welling up in my eyes. Bella begged me to come with her, and I thought one night wouldn't hurt anything. I haven't had that much to drink, really.
I watched you take 7 shots in the last 30 minutes.
My stomach turns, wondering just how much he'd seen. I'm sorry. Tears stream down my face, the reality of what I've done catching up to me. I've backed myself into a corner, and there doesn't seem to be a way out. I just wanted to have a little fun.
Ava.
He sighs exasperatedly.
I didn't tell you to stop partying because I didn't want you to have fun. I did it because I'm concerned about your safety. Especially when I'm not with you. What if you stumbled into another guy tonight? Or Alec? God knows what would have happened.
It was stupid. I continue, the weight of my guilt feeling like a ton of bricks on my shoulders. It was all stupid, and I never should have been here.
This is a terrible part of town. Now that we're getting married, it's even more dangerous for you. This place is a shithole, and this is exactly the neighborhood that Alec Asnikov moved into. Not to mention the fact that you completely disregarded what I said. I thought we had an understanding of what would happen if you used again.
His tone holds an ominous threat. I've never been scared of Nick, and despite his vow to never hurt me, that's exactly how I feel right now. I know what I'd have coming if my dad was the one to find me, but I have no idea what to expect with Nick. There was only a few drinks. He's not interested in more excuses and doesn't respond. Nick, I'm sorry. Knowing that he's upset is a terrible feeling. It's the complete opposite of how I used to feel with my dad. I liked to see how far I could push him, but with Nick, the idea of him being even slightly upset with me is heart-wrenching. I wipe the remaining tears off my cheeks.
Apologizing doesn't change what happened tonight.
He takes my hand, leading me to his truck. The disappointment and anger in his voice sober me up at record speed. Where are you taking me?
I can't exactly take you home to your father like this.
He scratches his stubbled chin.
I have a guest room at my place. You can sleep in my bed, and I'll stay in there.
I grimace. We've been apart for days. You don't want to—
No,
he snaps quickly, opening the truck door for me.
This is not exactly how I want to remember the first night I wake up to you in my bed.
As if I could hate myself even more than I already do. What about Bella? We came here together.
I called Paul when I saw the two of you. He'll take care of her.
Nick slams the door and goes around to the other side. I jump at the noise. Forget everything I said earlier. Angry Nick is terrifying. Chapter 15. Ava. I've been to Nick's penthouse a few times before, but it still feels foreign to me, almost like a museum. Everything has its place, and the floors are so clean you could probably eat off them. Someday it will be my home, but right now, I feel like a guest. Nick grunts when we get inside, grabbing my hand and leading me down the hallway. He's still pissed off and hardly said 2 words to me on the way home. As the alcohol wears off, all my emotions seem to converge at once. He's got every right to be upset. We'd talked about this before, and I still let myself get out of control. I know my limits better than most people, and if I'm not careful with them, I could wind up exactly where I was a few months ago, or worse. Alcohol is a gateway for me, and sure, I've been strong enough to deny the drugs tonight, but I don't know if that will always be the case. Tonight, I disregarded all of Nick's concerns, and I deserve his anger. I'm upset enough with myself, and coupling that with the fact this is the first time Nick's been upset with me, the guilt is suffocating.
You can sleep in here.
He opens the door to his bedroom, letting go of my hand. He rummages through his drawers, a harsh glare still painted on his face as he tosses a t-shirt to me. Nick, please, I beg. The silence between us is torture. Seeing how disappointed and angry he is breaks my heart.
Ava, you're too drunk and emotional right now, and I'm way too fucking pissed off. We'll talk about it in the morning.
In a moment of reprieve, Nick walks over to me, setting his hands on my shoulders, as he presses a kiss to my forehead.
I'm glad you're safe. Sleep well.
I muster a weak smile, irritated with both myself and the situation. Nick shuts the door quietly behind him, and I can hear him moving around in the living room for a little while before another door closes and it's silent. Slipping off this stupid, skin-tight dress, I don't even bother to fold it and toss it in a heap on the side. It reeks of cigars, smoke, and alcohol, and all the bad decisions I've made tonight. Nick's bed feels like a cloud as I climb into it, but it's also cold and lonely. I hate that he's sleeping in the guest room in his own home, and that I put us in this position. I lay awake for hours, rehashing the evening in my mind. There's a part of me that is angry with him for being so upset and controlling. He's spent so much time telling me how different he is from my father, but tonight, it didn't feel that way. The worst part of everything, though, is that I know he is right. I put myself in a bad situation with Jimmy, and even with Bella, because of my history. When I lost my brother, it sent me into a complete tailspin, and I found myself in more than a few rehab centers. Nothing worked until my dad pretty much scared me straight. When a mafia father is angry, it triggers a whole different level of fear. He figured out his normal tactics of screaming and beating me weren't working, so he resorted to something even worse. He threatened to throw me in a cell for a month until everything was out of my system and I could appreciate the life he and my mother had given me. The way he paraded me around down there, making sure I was clear how serious he was, still gives me nightmares. All it made me do was resent him, and I pushed back. It wasn't until I overdosed that I realized how serious it was. I fought endlessly to get clean for myself, and I'm so proud of what I've accomplished. Tonight I came dangerously close to jeopardizing that. I groan. Yeah, there's no chance I'm getting any sleep tonight. It isn't just me I have to worry about now. And even though Nick may have overreacted, he's trying to protect me. For most of my life, Andrew was the one who protected me, and when he died, I got used to doing it myself and not relying on anyone. Letting Nick take care of me the way he wants is going to take some getting used to. When I can't take it anymore, I throw the covers off. I don't care if he doesn't want to talk about it. I do. I pad down the hallway to what I presume is the guest room and see a soft light peeking out from under the door, even though he went to bed hours ago. I open the door softly, and I'm surprised to see Nick sitting up in the bed, completely awake, with his laptop on his lap. When he looks up, there's still a frown on his face, but he's got a softness in his eyes that he didn't before. "You're awake," I stutter over the words.
"So are you,"
Nick says flatly, staring at me as if he expects me to make the first move. I couldn't sleep. Nick shifts a bit on the bed and sets his laptop to the side.
"Neither could I."
His expression is unreadable, but he pats a spot next to him on the bed for me to join him. Before he can change his mind, I hurry to sit down next to him, and we're quiet for a few minutes. "I'm sorry," we both finally say at the same time. Nick smiles, reaching for my hand.
"I overreacted. I've known Jimmy as a dealer for a long time, and when I saw you together tonight, it all came together for me. He was the boyfriend, wasn't he?"
I nod.
"I figured as much."
Nick frowns.
"Seeing you with him threw me into a jealous rage even before I saw how much you were drinking. And it made me break the promise I made to you about never hurting you or treating you the way your father does. I didn't like what you were doing, but I should have handled it better. And in the future, I will. You have my word.
It's hard to believe a guy like Nick really even exists. He's amazing. And it makes me even more upset to have hurt him. Thank you for saying that, but I'm the one who needs to apologize. Nights like tonight are exactly what got me in so much trouble, and I don't want to go down that road again. I'm used to doing this on my own, you know? I don't trust people easily, and have a really terrible habit of pushing even harder when someone tries to control me. I know you're not like my dad. You're nothing like him. But that's all I'm used to, so it's going to take a little time for me to adjust. Nick puts his arm around me, pulling me closer to him. I nestle in beside him and lay my head on his chest. God, this feels good.
I'll give you all the time you need. As long as you promise to give me some time to adjust, too. I'm used to giving orders and people bending over backward to follow them. I don't want that to be a relationship.
Neither do I. I agree.
Good.
Nick kisses the top of my head. Does this mean you're not mad at me anymore? Nick chuckles.
I wasn't as mad as I was disappointed. You have to understand that as my fiancé, and eventually my wife, your safety and well-being are my top concern. And tonight you took both for granted. I need to know that you're going to take care of yourself and not put yourself in dangerous situations when I'm not around. I mean, Jesus Christ, Ava. Jimmy Bradford? The guy is a walking danger zone, especially when he was your supplier and you're recovering from drug addiction.
I get it. The seriousness in Nick's tone sends a fiery burn to my cheeks, as if he's reprimanding me. It isn't condescending, but much sharper than his usual banter.
Do you?
He turns to me suddenly.
Ava, I know you're an adult and you're going to make your own choices, but you have to consider there are bigger things at play. I'm not just talking about you partying. When you put yourself in a situation like that, you're vulnerable to all kinds of attacks. We have enemies on both sides. And I would rather die than see you hurt.
I'm sorry.
You don't need to say you're sorry anymore. You need to see it from my perspective. I'm not trying to control you, but I'll do whatever I have to do to keep you safe.
Nick's arm around my shoulders comforts me in a way I didn't know I needed. No one's ever shown their concern or worry for me the way he does, and it blows me away. How did I end up with a guy like you? A wicked grin spreads across his mouth.
Let me refresh your memory a bit.
Nick slips his t-shirt over my head and a hand around my neck, pulling me into him with a rough, insistent kiss. My lips part, and his tongue forges through, a cool, minty taste on his breath. As he scours my mouth, a rush runs through me that lights up every inch of my body, from the tips of my toes to the top of my head. It's dominating and possessive, and as his teeth pull at my bottom lip, it conjures memories from our first night together that leave me so desperate for him I can hardly stand it. A groan rumbles in the back of his throat when he comes up for air.
It's been too long since I've tasted you.
In one smooth motion, he lays me back on the bed, arms on either side of my shoulders as he hovers above me. Without the cover of his shirt, the only thing I have on is the skimpy thong I'd worn under my dress. and Nick makes quick work of inching it down my legs until I'm completely naked underneath him. He looks at me like he's about to devour me, ravage my body and soul, and I want nothing else. The feral glint in his eye makes my heart skip. He's unstable in the very best of ways. Somehow, even though I am lying beneath him, completely vulnerable and exposed, I've never felt safer. His eyes trace every inch of me, thirsty and eager.
So perfect, Ava,
he whispers. As I let my head fall to the side, he strings a row of frenzied, hungry kisses along my neckline. He moves mercilessly, not leaving an inch of my skin untouched as he works his way down my body, down my neck, along my chest, over the swell of my breasts. My nipple hardens as his tongue flicks across, followed by his teeth a second later. I gasp. The mix of pleasure and pain is enough to unravel me right there, and he knows it. "Nick," I moan, arching my back as his kisses reach my inner thigh. My need for him is insatiable. And as good as this feels, I need his skin against mine. We've been playing around for weeks, and I'm not interested in that tonight. Grabbing the hem of his shirt, I slide it up over his head and expose his chest. My breath hitches as I run my fingers down his strong, rippled skin, tracing the sharp lines of his muscles. I stop short at the band of his boxer briefs.
Ava.
Nick grabs my fingers, stopping me from pulling them down, as a husky smile plays on his lips.
If we keep going, I'm not going to be able to stop myself.
I run my tongue along my upper lip, unable to turn my eyes from his piercing stare. That's what I'm counting on. Without another word, Nick lifts my body effortlessly and repositions me underneath him.
I wanted this to be more romantic.
He breathes against my ear, fumbling with his underwear.
But I've got to fucking have you.
His words only amp me up even more. He wants this as much as I do, and it can't happen fast enough. Usually I like the foreplay, but tonight is a completely different story. He works meticulously, kissing every part of me, and slowing only to pay special attention to my inner thighs, because he knows how much I love it. As his teeth drag across the sensitive skin, a soft whimper escapes my lips, and Nick leans back with a telling smirk. He swipes a finger through my slick folds, and I gasp. The feel of his fingers between my legs is intoxicating, even better than I remember.
You're already so wet, baby.
A look of satisfaction spreads across his face as he slides a finger inside. Then another. Then another. Wet is an understatement. I'm soaking, dripping, flooding. And the man has barely touched me. It's almost unfair how well he knows my body and how he can get the response he wants. He pumps his fingers faster and faster, alternating between rough and tender strokes, and each one drives me wild in a completely different way. His touch is like fire, burning with a feverish heat and leaving cool devastation in its wake. It's like I'm starved for it, desperate, desolate. Nick, please. His name rolls off my lips in a needy beg. I won't be able to take much more without exploding.
Not yet.
He pulls his fingers away abruptly, leaving me empty and breathless.
Let me see you.
He edges my knees apart, hands traveling over every inch of my bare skin and never once taking his eyes off me. The look in them is almost animalistic. It's raw, untamed. like making love to me is the most natural thing in the world. With my knees spread, he brushes a teasing finger across my clit, eyes locked on me as desire winds up through my core and radiates across my entire body. There isn't an atom of my being that doesn't want him.
Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting for this? How long I've dreamed about seeing this perfect body again? That dark hair splayed out against my pillow, those perky tits bouncing in front of me, my fingers buried deep inside of you.
His words make my mouth water, and he looks at me like he worships me.
Every time I saw you, every time you tempted me, teased me, left me hanging, I thought about what it would be like to be inside of you again. I thought about your legs wrapping around my waist, your nails digging into my back, the sound of your voice screaming my name so loud that the entire fucking city knows who you belong to.
Do I even know how to speak? I can't remember.
I thought about touching you here.
He plants a rough kiss on my neck,
and here.
Another one between my breasts,
and here.
One at my panty line. He glances up with a grin.
And here.
He dives, and I gasp when I feel his tongue against my throbbing flesh. Oh my God! I cry out, my fingers pulling at his hair. It's so damn good. Almost too good, and I squirm, but he holds me firmly in place and continues to lick and suck. Nick's magic touch robs me of my most basic faculties. I can't think, can't speak. I can't even breathe without forcing myself. Why the hell did I deprive myself of this for so long? Thankfully, when Nick comes back up, he's ready for release. His erection is at full attention as he rips into a condom and slides it on.
What did you think about Ava? All those nights that you lay in bed by yourself, did you think about me touching you? Did you picture me throwing you back against the bed, pinning your arms above your head, and ramming my thick cock into that tight little pussy?
I whimper again, so ready for him that I might combust if he doesn't give in soon.
Be a good girl and beg me for it, Ava. Show me how much you want me.
That gravelly tone makes my core pulse, and when he calls me good girl, I'm all but a puddle. Please, Nick. My voice comes out like a violent whine. With his hands on either side of me, I'm pinned to the bed, and he leans down, pressing himself into me. Slow and gentle at first, and then steadily until he's fully inside. I close my eyes, letting pleasure wash through me as I feel the fullness of him inside of me. My body tightens around him as he strokes my cheek, moving his hips back and forth against mine.
Keep your eyes on me, baby. I want to see you.
I flutter them open, locking on his gaze.
There's my girl.
He moves quicker, the friction building between us. Over and over again, he thrusts into me. Each plunge is harder and deeper than the last as I hook my legs around his waist and draw him in farther. Nick tilts, bracing me with his strong hands, pounding into me with a delirious fury. There's nothing soft or gentle about him tonight, and it's exactly what I need.
Jesus, this is good, Ava. So damn good,
he says.
Oh, I fucking missed you.
It's better than good. It's explosive. It's relentless. It's straight-up domination. At the very edge of climax, I claw his back. My mind clouds, and all I can think about is his body wrapped around mine. Weeks of pent-up frustration. Weeks of denying him. Weeks of trying to convince myself I didn't want this. It all comes to a head as his body rocks into mine in a merciless, punishing rhythm. "Nick!" I call out, reaching the point of not being able to stand it anymore.
Fuck.
Nick latches onto me as his orgasm hits, our bodies simultaneously riding that sweet release. A few breathless seconds pass before we fall away from each other against the bed. When he reaches for my hand, I am still so high that I can't even make sense of which way is up, and we lie tangled together.
You okay?
He asks, brushing his thumb across my chin.
Was that too much?
I shake my head. It was incredible, Nick. He grins, settling into me.
I hope you don't take this the wrong way, but I've had a lot of sex.
I let out a sharp laugh.
But nothing, no one, has ever compared to you. You're perfect, Ava.
I'm not sure how long we lie there before we both drift off to sleep. But being in his arms, it's the best sleep I've gotten in years.
Chapter 16. Nick. As it turns out, planning a wedding and getting ready to take over 2 different criminal organizations is a little time-consuming. Ava and I only go without seeing each other for a few days at most, but I miss her like it's been weeks. Not to mention, dropping her off at the Moretti house after each date feels excruciating. Why she isn't living with me yet is beyond me, but as soon as she's ready, I want her with me full-time. Over the last several weeks, my father has trained me for when I take over once the marriage is official. Until now, I never fully comprehended all that he handles, even just within our family. After the wedding, the pressure and responsibility will both double. First on my list of jobs is figuring out a way to deal with the Asnikovs that will send the right message to our enemies. Since word of our merger has gotten out, this will be my first opportunity to show the mafia world the type of leader I'm going to be, and it can't be taken lightly. With all that we have going on, I'm certainly feeling the pressure. When I pull into the warehouse and see my dad's car parked outside, I'm a little concerned. He rarely ventures out here unless it's a special circumstance, and my mind immediately goes to the worst. Hurrying inside, I make my way to the upstairs office. He's already in there with Leo, Zane, and another one of the council members, Russell. At least they're all smiling and laughing. That's a good sign, but I'm still a little uneasy. "Hey," I say, shutting the door tightly behind me. "Everything okay?"
"For now, yes." Zane rubs his forehead. "But we've got a little problem."
"What kind of problem?" I raise an eyebrow, tossing my bag into the corner. This is about the last way I want to start my day. "The kind that smokes cheap cigars and has a shitty accent?" Leo smirks confidently. My dad rolls his eyes.
"As your brother so eloquently put it, Asnikov is making moves. One of our clients out of Miami called me this morning to cancel a shipment. Apparently, he's getting the same caliber of guns, but cheaper, from Alec."
"You're serious? How?"
"We aren't sure,"
my dad spews. He's not used to having a problem you can't solve, and this one keeps popping up.
"But they need to be dealt with before we lose any more customers."
The timing of this is too coincidental. It's got to be about the announcement of the engagement.
"That's what I'm thinking, too,"
my dad agrees.
"But we can't expect it to end here. They're only toying with us now, but who knows when it could escalate."
"Does Ava need protection?" The thought of her in any kind of danger debilitates me.
"She's not in any danger right now. No sense in worrying her over nothing," my dad assures me.
"What do we need to do then?" I fold my arms over my chest. I have a hunch where this is headed, and I don't like it.
They had a guy named Vic seal the deal. He needs to be eliminated.
Leo doesn't mince words, and he's right. I hate that he's right, mostly because it's my job to make sure it happens. While executioner is only my role in the organization for the time being, it wears on me. Andrew was the first person I ever shot, and maybe that's why each kill is hard for me. I always think about him whenever I carry out a hit. I think about our friendship and how badly his family was hurt, and because of that, it gets harder and harder for me to separate. My father used to say I had too much of a heart to be in the mafia, and for a long time I tried to prove him wrong. I hid how I feel about killing so that no one knew how much it bothered me. I dealt with it at night on my own, where only God could see. Something feels different this time, though. Maybe it's the responsibility I feel about taking over the group, or maybe it's that I finally have someone else I care about that I need to protect. Suddenly, I'm hyper-aware of the cool metal pressing into my back where my gun is tucked into my pants, and I've got an itch to use it. Where Ava is concerned, I'll stop at nothing to make sure she's safe.
Nick, I know that you don't particularly like, my father begins to reason with me.
I'll do it. I cut him off sharply. But it's the last time. Everyone else looks at me in surprise, but my father gives me a knowing nod. My compliance comes from a place of concern for my future family. For my fiancée.
Quick and quiet, Russell instructs. They have a safe house that he's holed up in, but he goes outside every day at 5 for a smoke. If you go now, you should be able to catch him.
I'm supposed to meet Ava at the restaurant at 6. Leo nods. I'll be there. I'll let her know you're running a little late.
And it might be time to consider moving the wedding up, Nick. With the added pressure, the Russians might move along quicker than we expected,
my father cautions me. I want to laugh. Yeah, Ava's going to be a hard sell on that. We barely got a date set, and things are progressing well. I promised her we would take it slow, and I have every intention of keeping that promise, so I won't let a mosquito like Alec get in the way of that. Let's take care of this first and see where we are.
Let me know when it's done.
My dad nods, and he and Russell head out the door. Leo and Zane soon follow, leaving me to prepare for the hit alone. I need to get in the right headspace, and normally I can't do that in the company of others. I have to separate myself from the man behind the gun, almost as if it's a character I'm playing.
Ava. I've been sitting at the bar waiting for Nick for almost 30 minutes now, and I'm getting frustrated. Leo let me know Nick was going to be late, and even kept me company for a while, but eventually he had to get back to work. Turns out he and Nick own this restaurant, the same one I came to with Rob the night that we met for the first time. Not wanting to make the drive home first, I came here right after class this afternoon, so I was already exceptionally early, and I've been doing my best to occupy myself. I know Nick is busy, but he was supposed to take tonight off. That was the point of meeting here for a date. We haven't seen each other for a few days, and tonight was supposed to be only about us. Instead, I'm sitting here nursing my second drink a half an hour after we were supposed to meet. Just as I'm about to leave, I see him weaving through the crowd.
Is this seat taken?
He flashes me a reserved smile as he appears next to me. As much as he tries to hide it, I can tell something is off. By all means, I smile, gesturing to the chair. I'm waiting for my fiancé. Nick sits and waves down the bartender, who places a glass in front of him without even taking an order.
Lucky guy, your fiancé.
He shoots me a devilish wink. He is. I trace the top of my wine glass with my finger, keeping my eyes low. But he's late. Nick cringes, downing the whiskey in his glass and pushing the glass toward the edge of the bar for a refill. There's a bite to his voice, but I don't think it's directed at me.
I bet he's sorry.
He better be, I say. He's flustered in a way I've never seen before, and it catches me off guard.
He is.
Nick agrees, leaning forward to give me a harsh kiss. It's been too long since I felt his lips against mine.
How was your day?
It was good. I had lunch with Bella. She and Paul officially set a date. November 10th, which will be interesting since Sophia is due the week before that. I sip my Chardonnay. How was your day?
Nothing unusual.
He can't hide the distance in his voice. I get the feeling that something happened at work today, but he doesn't seem like he wants to talk about it, and so I don't push him. Nick turns to me, putting his arm around the back of my chair, leaning in so his lips are only a few inches from my ear.
I was planning on having a nice dinner here with you, but seeing you in that dress, all I can think about is getting you back to my place. What do you say?
I try to mask the fire inside of me that his voice ignites. Honestly, that's what's on my mind, too, but I want to make him work for it a bit after leaving me waiting so long. I'm hungry. I twist a piece of hair between my fingers.
Oh, I'll give you something to eat.
He smirks, settling his hand on my thigh. You're awful. Nick slaps a $50 bill down on the bar to cover our drinks. I follow him out of the restaurant, and he waves at Leo on our way out. Leo seems confused as to why we're leaving, but Nick doesn't notice. He drives quickly and whips his truck into the garage of his building even quicker. The entire elevator ride to the penthouse, he can't keep his hands to himself, like a rabid animal. It's not his usual gentle touch, but aggressive, urgent. When we get into the apartment, he doesn't waste a single second before hoisting me up on the kitchen island and ripping my dress over my head. He stands between my legs, burying his face in my chest with harsh, desperate kisses. Nick, I pull away slightly. Take a breath.
I need you, Ava.
He growls, his voice cracking with emotion. He strokes his hands up and down my inner thighs, not taking his eyes off of my chest. It looks like he's holding back tears. I've never seen him like this before, so detached and unhinged, almost like he's out of control, and it's scaring me a little. Hey, I put my hands on both of his cheeks, forcing him to meet my eyes. Are you okay?
I'm fine.
He shakes his head, snapping himself out of his daze.
It was... Fuck. I had a bad day at work, and the only thing that got me through it was the thought of seeing you tonight.
Part of me is screaming to ask him what had been so bad, but the other part knows it's probably difficult for him to talk about. He seems in such disarray, a stark contrast to his usual calm and collected personality.
I'm sorry I ruined dinner.
He shakes his head in frustration. Nick, you didn't ruin anything. I'm just worried about you. You seem... I'm not even sure how to finish that sentence. Stressed? Lost? Scary?
I killed someone today.
He says flatly, staring back at me, his face a picture of confliction. The directness catches me off guard. I press my lips together tightly, not trusting what might come out of them. It's not the first time, but it's different to hear the words out loud. Nick killed someone. My Nick. My future husband. My brain wants me to hightail it right out of here. but my heart sees the amount of pain he's in. I can't bring myself to leave him, no matter how logical it is. I can't run from this. Run from him. He needs me to tell him it's okay, that he did what he had to do, that I understand. He needs me to make some kind of sense of it, to talk him off the ledge and make the world seem right again. This is ripping him apart. And in a sense, that's comforting to me. He doesn't like to kill. It pains him. It hurts him. It makes him crazy. That's so different from what I'm used to. All the men I grew up around had no problem killing. Sometimes they even did it for sport. If anything, this is only further proof that Nick is different. He stares back at me expectantly, but the right words won't come. Instead, I reach forward and pull him closer to me. He's hesitant at first, but then he gives in and comes willingly. Wrapping my arms around his neck, I pepper it with kisses, running my tongue along his tender skin slowly.
What are you doing?
Let me help you, I whisper, running my fingertips across his forearm.
Ava, you don't need to do this. You should be repulsed by me.
You're a good man, Nick. What happened today doesn't define you, and it doesn't change how I feel about you. It's your job, I continue. You're frustrated. Why don't you take some of that out on me? Our body language will help when words fail me. I can't make this okay or any better for him, but I can show him that I'm not going anywhere and that I understand. Oh, how I understand. I've never had to kill anyone, but I've been forced to do so many things in this life that I didn't want to do, because that was the nature of the mafia. A genuine smile spreads across Nick's lips, and he leans forward until our foreheads touch.
You're way too good for this world. You know that?
Chapter 17. Ava. Wind rips through campus as I hurry from my class to meet Nick across the street at the burger place for lunch. My morning had been nearly unbearable as I sat through law and ethics, almost falling asleep to the sound of my professor's voice. So when Nick asked if I wanted to meet for lunch, I welcomed the distraction.
You know, I'm starting to think you're avoiding me.
The voice behind me turns my blood to ice. Jimmy. Hi, Jimmy. I put on my bravest face and turn around. Not avoiding you. I've just been busy. That's a lie. I've been avoiding him like the plague since Bella and I ran into him at the club. But seeing him on the street corner is about the last thing I expect. I know Jimmy enough to know that he's bad news. And I know myself well enough to know that he can find a way to break me down eventually. But even talking to him is dangerous. Nick's no fool, and he won't tolerate me having anything to do with Jimmy. The burning in my veins is a painful reminder. I want nothing to do with him anymore, but he knows my weaknesses, and he knows exactly how to play them against me to keep me drawn in, exactly where he wants me. That was his intention the other night. He knew one taste would pull me back in and have me craving the high for days. But I'm stronger now than I was before, and I won't fall back into my old habits. Jimmy is like an angry wasp, though. The more you slap it away, the more intent it becomes on attacking you.
I've heard getting married will do that to you.
Jimmy smirks.
Caponelli was pretty pissed when he found you in the club the other night. Not exactly his style. When I don't answer, he continues, I never expected you to let him make all your decisions for you. Jimmy scowls, reaching into his pocket and flashing a little white bag of white powder. My throat dries at the sight. Jimmy, I can't. I told you the other night, I don't want it. Take your blow and stay away from me. I'm staying clean. Clean? You and I both know you won't be able to stay that way long. It makes you feel too good. Makes all that stress disappear. Jimmy's ruthless. Wonder what your new fiancé will think about that habit of yours. I never want Nick to find out how bad everything got. It seems like a lifetime ago, like I'm not even that person anymore. I've worked too hard to get myself to a good place to let Jimmy jeopardize that. Anyway, you can relax. Getting you high isn't the reason I'm here. I know better than to ever relax around him. At even the slightest sight of my guard coming down, he'll pounce. I have a business proposition for you. What sort of business proposition? My father is looking for an intern at his law firm. He heard you were looking for a position for next semester, and he's got space. Cautiously, I take the card that he offers. I do need an internship, and an offer is exciting. But Jimmy never does anything without some kind of ulterior motive. Look, you're in a rush. Call him and find out the details. It could be good for you. Jimmy sounds somewhat sincere. He reaches into a pocket again and pulls out the little baggie and presses it into my palm. Just in case. Jimmy, wait. I don't want this. He ignores me, picking up his pace and disappearing around the corner. I consider dropping the bag, but I'm in public and could get in all kinds of trouble for even having it. Slipping it into my pocket, I vow to flush it down the toilet the second I can. Now I'm running late, so I jog across the street. My interaction with Jimmy has me completely flustered, and I can only hope that Nick doesn't pick up on it. When I walk into the restaurant, Nick is already sitting at the table with Zane and Leo. I bite back my disappointment that they're joining us. I love them both, but between my school schedule and Nick working so much, we barely have any time for the two of us. Nick's face lights up when he sees me, immediately washing away the irritation that builds inside of me from my interaction with Jimmy. Just being in his presence is calming. Making my way to the table, I slip into the open seat. Nick leans across it and kisses me. Hey, baby. Sorry I'm running so late. I got stuck with a professor. The lie is off of my lips before I can stop it, and it makes my stomach twist. No problem. We haven't been here long. Nick's hand finds a resting spot on my leg underneath the table. Zane scoffs. You're the first person in the world that I've ever seen Nick tolerate being late. He and Leo share a laugh. Would you two shut up? Nick says. He left me waiting the other night. Guess we're even now, I tease. Holding him accountable. I like that. Why don't you two go fuck off and actually do your jobs? Nick grumbles, shooting both of them an icy glare. He's in a sour mood, and I hope it has more to do with what they were talking about than me. Gladly. They both stand up, and we say our goodbyes. Nick loosens up the moment they're gone, confirming his frustration is with work. You seem a little tense today. And you're a little feisty. What's got you all riled up? How was your morning? It was fine. Class was boring, but I might have gotten a job offer. Why can't I just keep my mouth shut?
Nick will probably lose his mind if he finds out that I was late because I ran into Jimmy. How am I going to explain that his father is trying to offer me a job?
Really?
His mood has completely shifted.
That's fantastic. Doing what?
I don't know too much about it yet, but it would be with Bradford and Chambers. I need an internship to graduate. It might be worth checking out. I wait on eggshells for Nick's wrath, but it never comes. He processes my words carefully before speaking.
Bradford wouldn't be related to Jimmy, now would it?
His dad's firm.
Are you sure that's a good idea?
Honestly, I'm not. Nothing with Jimmy comes without strings, and I want to stay free and clear of him. Probably not. There are a lot of internships I can find with other firms.
And any of those firms would be lucky to have you. Although, you don't have to work if you don't want to, right?
Thank you. But I need a job. I can't stay home all day or I'll go crazy. Marriage is already pushing me enough out of my comfort zone, and I need some type of outlet.
Not even with our children?
Nick suggestively tilts his head. My eyes widen. We haven't talked about it more than simply saying we both wanted them eventually. But it sounds like Nick might have a different timeline in mind. I'm talking about right now. We've got several years to think about kids. Nick bites his lip, obviously holding back something that he wants to say. He's not satisfied with my response, but neither one of us pushes it.
You're right.
Nick's tone is shallow, jumping on the same page as me.
Let's not ruin the day. Are you excited about tonight?
What's tonight?
You forgot?
Nick teases, a smug grin plastered on his face as he waits a second for me to process.
The dinner? At your parents' house? Our families getting together for the first time?
Damn it! I completely forgot about that. Nick's entire family is coming over and having dinner with mine. Nick chuckles.
Come on, it won't be that bad.
Personally, I think he's way too optimistic.
Nick. 6 hours later, Ava and I sit at a large, beautifully decorated dining room table amidst both of our families. Sonia spared no expense on this dinner, serving course after course of elaborate dishes and sides. By the time dessert was brought out, I didn't have enough room in my stomach to even look at it. I'm surprised at how civil the entire night has been. It's borderline friendly. My father and Alessandro sit at the end of the table, lost in their own conversation for most of the evening, and somehow I managed to keep myself from bashing Alessandro's head in when I see him. That feels like a major feat, considering the things that Ava has shared with me about him over the last few weeks. I can't stand the thought of anyone disrespecting or hurting her, and it makes me sick to think that it happened at the hands of her own father. On every single level, the man disgusts me, and I can't get her out of this place fast enough. The rest of her family is terrific, though, and I love watching Ava interact with her sisters. Their playful joking and banter remind me so much of my brothers and me, and it's nice to know that there are no hard feelings between me and Bella after everything went down. As a pleasant surprise, even Vince is starting to come around. He keeps his distance for most of the night, but he hasn't tried to start anything with me, which I consider a victory. He's fiercely protective of Ava, and I can never fault him for that. Leo speaks with him for a while, running interference for me, but most of the night Vince is occupied with his wife and his daughter. Seeing him with his family is like seeing an entirely different person. I'm used to his ruthless, hot-headed side, but he is anything but with his beautiful little girl. She clearly has him wrapped around her finger, and as I watch them interact, I wonder what